girl, it's LadyChann, nonetheless, and welcome to Kambosos with CHANN. Oh, this is a late one. Trying to accommodate certain time zones, trying to accommodate for certain people who I want to chop it up about this important topic. There's a viewer discretion note on this live. So basically, the viewers are warned that sensitive topics may be 1 second. 1 second. What happened? I don't even think I was on mic. Does my mic sound nice? Chickadee check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? Hang on, let's see what's happening around here. There we go. Did you guys hear me? So, yo, are you going to this LadyChann nonetheless? Yeah, I think so, but it was just mic. It just wasn't mic'd up. So viewer discretion is advised. The views of the panelists does not necessarily reflect the views of the channel and the channel owner. And the views of the channel and the channel owner does not necessarily reflect the views of the panel list and or guests. So is everybody in their bed? Well, the people that's not supposed to be in their bed, you better appreciate that I'm out of my bed to come do this. And it was hard to rip myself out of the bed. I'm not going to lie. Because I stayed up late watching some other lives and stuff like that, so. And they was on US time. So for them, when they was finishing their lives at like midnight, for me, it was like nearly it was 5 after 5 a.m. and stuff. So, So Russian. What does that mean? What does that mean? Trying to get this. You know me, always trying to get it right. Always trying to get it right. Okay. I'm reloaded. And then we shall apply the gloss of the lip. And then we will do the banners. I will put the link in the chat. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Hopefully got someone that will come through. Hopefully they do. Bars. So, how was your day, guys? Because most of y'all are in bed. But my American familia, how's your day been thus far? Has it been a good one? Has it been a bad one? If it's been a bad one, can we make it a good one? Sometimes you got to change shit up and not allow things to keep us in one kind of zone. All right, so let's get this banner going. Let's get this lappy going. Let's get this fan going. Fan always makes my, it's like AC, start getting a runny nose. Let's get it going. No, this isn't to do with no Amir Khan. That was yesterday's show. This is, so let me get the banner. Let me get the Bruce banner. Yeah, Facebook always. All Hang on. Okay, so un momento. Hang on, what's the time over here? Hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at something. Oh, okay. Okay. I reloaded. Remove. Facebook, you know, they just be on some stupid shit. Save changes. All right. Let's go. Hap, hap. In the building. Let's get these banners going, shall we? Let's get this. Cash App down at the bottom, guys. Juno. And let's get this. Devin Haney. Right. Devin Haney. Jorge Cambosos. George Cam to the bow to the sauce. The politics of los políticos de boxeo in español, see? The politics of boxing. Okay. Let's go. So, we're about to chop it up. Let me put the link in the thingy because we really do got to chop this shit up. This is not for the people that don't want to hear the truth. Because if you can't handle the truth, you got to go somewhere else, I'm afraid. Because this bitch is nothing but the truth, so help me God. You know, we ain't got time for sensitivity. I need a man with sensitivity. A man like me. Someone you can touch. Yeah, we're not having no sensitivity. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna hopefully learn from one another. Link is in the description. Okay, so as we can see, there's a lot of politics in boxing, and we are fight fans of an era that it is fucked up right now. And there's people that may not like this topic because race has a lot to do with it in this instance. Race, as we know, we're not doing the race baiting. We're not doing the race baiting, but what we're not going to do is act like there isn't certain issues that affect race within the sport of boxing, because we're not here to have our discomfort be certain people's comfort, you know, because then the minute that we get comfortable, certain others get uncomfortable. That's on you, bud. That's on you. I keep it straight down the middle. I'm fair. As you guys know, I keep it a buck. I don't mince my words. Those that don't like it, no, this isn't the place for them. We're here for the sport of boxing, but we're also here to shine light of what happens within the sport of boxing when necessary. You know? So, then I'm just going to do this and I'm going to shout y'all out. I do appreciate those that have joined me thus far. My Facebook community, because I was late, you have to delete the post. So, maybe they'll see it and check it out. Okay. I reloaded. Shall I put this behind my ear? Or shall I? Yeah. Okay. So let's shout out UGC Flame. Graham Taylor in the building. Dickie Two Guns in the building. Searching for UFOs in the building. Mr. Beautiful Blues in the building. Ahmed in the building. Hap Hap in the building. So who else is there? Lisa Bell's my sister in the building. Shelton, I love you too, Mr. Moore in the building. Yeah. Okay, that's where we at the minute. Santos in the building. LadyChann, appreciate the work. Race, culture, and personality dynamics are always at play, especially in the USA. Yeah. I wonder how the behind-the-scenes chats went with Haney, DAZN, and Cambosos. That is, yeah. Cue the guard in the building. What up, Doe? My familia is joining me, and I am I'm blessed to have you. I'm blessed to have you. And with all your opinions, I appreciate them. There's opinions that some people may not appreciate, but you know, stand on your square. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. What's facts is facts. What's opinion, opinion. See, ya tú sabes. Okay. So, I'm introducing, introducing my sister Lisa Queen Bells in the building. Ding, 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 ding. What up, Joseph?
Chilling. How you doing? Excuse me.
3 a.m. in it.
Oh, it's 3 a.m. Wait, that's crazy. Yeah.
I know, but
Wow.
I've absolutely had to sleep all day to make this achievable. Because as you know, we was up until mad late of, you know, certain stuff that was happening within the boxing world community, and it was wild. As certain news, I think, started to break as I was doing my second live, my first or second live. So as I finished, a couple hours went by, there was more, you know, stuff that was revealed, and I was like, yo, we got to talk about this. This is crazy. Then I watched a couple other content creators' lives, and I was like, yo, yeah, people were sharing the same sentiment, like just not happy. So we will start. Oh yeah, let me pin the thingamajig, pin the link in the description. Guys, you're welcome to come and chop it up at the minute. So jump on. Don't be scared now. It was like, oh, see people, they be worried. They be worried. They're like, but you shouldn't be worried, because if you just stand for what's right and listen to, you know, what's facts, you shouldn't feel any type of way. So paper. Right, hang on. Let me order in the court. Order. Oh God, parliamentary police procedure activated. So we have got the WBO, but not the WBA. We got the WBO have now ordered. I'm introducing King Shelton Moore Ding, 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 ding. What up, Joe King?
Hey, y'all.
What's up,
Hey,
Shelton?
what's up?
Favorite people. What's going on?
I know.
What's
We
up,
love
King?
you,
How you
Shelton.
doing?
How you
Love
Thank you
doing?
you.
for
Lisa, love you,
thanks, love you
Chan.
too.
Love you
We
more,
love
Shelton.
we love you even more, Mr. Moore. Come on, well, you know
Yeah.
this without even saying it. We say it every day, and that's why I love you. We say it, we love each other a lot, don't
Yes,
we?
we do. Yes, we do.
I know.
Mhm.
Puts a
So
smile
my
on my face.
question is this: are we gonna roll with the race narrative like everybody else, or what do we do?
Oh, Shelton, but sometimes there is a narrative. Sometimes there is, Shelton, sometimes there is. King, just listen to me. Just fly with me a minute.
I'm listening.
Just fly with me a minute. You are always able to disagree, and that is why we're here to see if we can see differences of opinions. But I'm going to break it down as easy as I can. Hello, Jimbo.
You good? How you doing?
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hi.
Oh,
How are
look at
you?
you, it's Jimmy. You're right,
What's
Jimmy.
up,
What up,
Jimmy?
Doug?
You
I
calm
was
Yeah, I'm good.
thinking,
Jimmy, you calm?
who's this?
Hey.
I was thinking, who's this now? So let me just break this down. So the WBO has now ordered Vasily Lomachenko to be the number one Mando for George Cambosos WBO belt. Now, we've come from George Cambosos having the upset, obtaining these belts, right, from Teofimo Lopez. Then he went on his tirade about I just want legacy. I just want legacy. Legacy, legacy, legacy. Obviously, I'm a prize fighter, but I want legacy. Yeah? So cool. You want legacy and make money. No worries. So he then went on to say he was going to go, Devin Haney looked like it. That was the way he was going. He went and looked at Devin Haney's fight with Diaz, Jojo Diaz. And he was like, yeah, then you saw him and Devin, shake hands. Yeah, we got this. And, George Cambosos was like, yeah, I'm going to bring this you got to come to my backyard. And everybody understood that, bring this big extravaganza back to Australia. He's managed by, he's promoted by Lou DiBella. His dad trains him, George Cambosos Senior. Everyone's a junior. People need to sometimes start naming their kids not the same name as the dad. It's like, get some creativity. I'm just bored of that. I've never really got that. Unless the dad's got such a wicked epic name. That would be the only time. But I think, Paul Jr., it's just like boring. But anyway, sorry, I digress. Yeah, it just
George
gets...
Foreman. George Foreman named all of his sons Junior, so he's got 5 sons. They're all called George.
That is just awful. Awful. Sorry, George. You could have named him after a grill.
His daughter was Georgina also.
Georgie, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Just zero creativity out there in the building. But hey, I digress. We digress. So, yeah, the dad trains him. So, who else did he have a look at? Because Lomachenko wasn't in the immediate mix in the run-ins at that time. But then you saw Bob Fossil Aram start to stick his nose in and say, we want Lomachenko to, fight George Cambosos. If not, we can push through the WBO. All right, cool. I can't even do that graspy voice because I may just disrupt the existing vocal cords that I've got left. So, bear with. And but George Cambosos went on record, definitely on here, on IFL TV and all of that, and all of it. I'm not undisputed, I would just like to fight and clear that up. And then all of a sudden, within 2 blinks, I looked at his Instagram and it turned it. Mauricio Suleiman came out with his Devon's the Pride champion. Total disrespect. And Cambosos is undisputed. Then I saw Cambosos' Instagram change to undisputed. It went from unified to undisputed. I was like, yo, the dude's feeling himself. Anyway, all of a sudden, he started, poking at Devin. Devin was like, I'll take the vaccines. I'll come to Australia. Eddie Hearn did throw in the mix. Maybe you can do it in Saudi Arabia. Not everything's in blood clot Saudi Arabia, Eddie. You know that? Like, not everything's in Saudi, mate. So George Cambosos was super adamant, and so he should be. I want to do this at home. I've been to everybody else's backyard. Cool, say nothing. So then it kind of went radio silent. You didn't really hear George Cambosos calling out Devin Haney, but you saw Devin Haney on Twitter calling out George Cambosos. We got the 1-2 kid. We got the Electro Jed. That's why I love you lot, man. You lot always just come through like the motherfucking woo. Let me just, I'll speak to you guys in a minute. Let me just not lose my train of thought. So then you saw George Cambosos basically poking fun at Devin Haney about his chains and, you know, about money and that. Like, George Cambosos, we didn't know you before. I knew you from fighting Lee Selby, and it was an unimpressive points decision. Let's have it right. In the bubble in 2020 was when I saw you. So for you to get the win, fair play, my G, because you were dedicated and focused, and a good dedicated focused boxer will always be a very good unfocused, not dedicated boxer. That's just the facts. And so he started feeling himself, changed his Instagram, like I said, and started like poking at Devin Haney. Cool, say nada. Devin Haney is now they've sent an offer. Lou, I think they sent another offer back, and then Eddie Hearn sent a counter offer. But this time, you know, it's now up in, we may fight Lomachenko. Now listen, Lomachenko, because this is all a fucking jigsaw. Lomachenko was the original unified champion, right, at lightweight.
Yep.
Then decided to take the franchise. He didn't know, according to him, that he was getting franchise. It was Bob that asked for it. Okay, whatever. How much would have believed that? Devin Haney was the WBC interim champion to be able to fight Lomachenko. So Lomachenko effectively ducked Devin Haney, took the franchise, and the WBC belt had to be vacated, and it was given to Devin Haney of no fault of his own, right? Because he was up for fighting for that belt. But guess what? Lomachenko wasn't up for fighting Devin Haney. So as is Mando. So that happened. And then he was elevated to franchise status, okay? Then they never ever fought, you know, arrogance at its finest. We don't need a rematch clause. We're fighting this kid from Florida, you know, and his big loudmouth dad, Teofimo Lopez. That's what we're going to do. We'll beat the brakes off of him and keep it moving. Oh, well, that upset the apple cart, as we saw. And then George Cambosos upset the apple cart. So what I'm saying is, there's always been a plan and a plot and a ploy to have Vasily Lomachenko as the undisputed lightweight champion. Because let's have it right, and this is where we delve down to. He's great white hope of lightweights. You know, he was feather, super feather, lightweight. Came in, second fight, lost to Solito.
Yeah, Solito.
Lost to him on the second fight. That is with a second pro fight, championship fight, lost. Okay, then you lose, and then you're put right back into position to fight for championship fights straight off the bat. I'd have to pull up his box rec so I could like know who that was. Sorry, at the top
Gary
of my
Russell.
head. That's
Gary
it.
Russell.
Gary, he gave Gary Russell his first L. That's it.
Yep.
Now, where have you ever seen a fighter where this happens, that, you know, they just come in straight out of the gate, they're beaten on their second fight, and it's a championship fight, and then if you notice that one of his fights, they absolutely took off that he had a loss. So they're always So where have you seen that, guys? Would you not say that that's some down to some certain type of privilege? And then, as you can see, what they've tried to do is make sure that those belts end right back up with Lomachenko, and then Devin Haney. Because I saw an interview and Lomachenko said if he gets the belts, he deems himself as undisputed. So basically what he's saying is he doesn't need Devin Haney now to feel that he needs to be undisputed. So what's going to happen is Devin Haney's he's going to get fucked over yet again. Yeah, fucked over yet again. And he's just going to have this WBC belt and no action going on. Now, can you see the internalized fuckery that's going on? Because you could add this, you could add this same pattern with Tyson Fury always getting to do what he wants to do when he wants to do it. When he had the chance to fight Anthony Joshua for undisputed, that was batted away. Oh, I want to fight. Oh, sorry, I'm fighting Deontay Wilder in the end. Oh, I'll fight Anthony Joshua, even though it's a 2-fight deal and it measures up to nearly a quarter of $1 billion. Yeah. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to fight Deontay Wilder for 15 milli or 10 milli and then back end money, whatever. Right. Bob made sure that happened in that order, went around spewing loads of lies about Anthony Joshua, about then. Okay, so undisputed didn't happen then. Anthony Joshua then gets his loss to Usyk, right? He didn't relegate the belt. He didn't drop the belt. He fought his Mando, something that Tyson Fury's not really used to doing, you know. Lost all his belts. Now, all of a sudden, Tyson Fury wants to be undisputed.
There's a bit of a pattern, though. There's a bit of a pattern, isn't there? Like Bob Arum kind of fucks over Eddie Hearn, whether it's Joshua, Dillian Whyte, or Devin Haney. I feel like Bob Arum kind of...
Dillian, yeah. And then and Bob Arum, alongside the WBC, seems to always work. But yeah. So you see this. So Tyson Fury is always equated to Muhammad Ali. He's Muhammad Ali. I was in the era of Muhammad Ali, according, with Bob Arum. I haven't seen someone that has a character like that since Muhammad Ali. This, that, how he boxes, it's like Muhammad Ali. No, it's not like Muhammad Ali. He, yet again, great white hope, white privilege enters the building. Yeah. So then we've got Dillian Whyte. Smeared his name, said he tested positive for this specific thing. I am aware that Dillian Whyte has tested for having some like vitamins and protein. He used protein back in 2014 or 2013 and got a 2-year ban. It wasn't steroids. It wasn't injected. It was something that was on the list of, he took like a multivitamin, those things what trainers want to train.
Yeah, it's like an energy drink. It's like an energy drink, yeah.
So he popped for that. Keep that everything in context. Anyway, moving on, he got the title eliminator for the WBC interim champion 2018 Oscar Rivas. I think it was 2019, one of the two. And fought for his title eliminators, got to where he's getting. Then Deontay Wilder at that point was the WBC champion. But I remember Tyson Fury saying, I'd fight Dillian Whyte, but, if anything happens, he has to go and I want to fight for the diamond WBC interim belt. Dillian Whyte has the diamond interim belt. I think he got the diamond belt off of Povetkin, did he not?
Yeah. No, I think it was off a little bit before that.
Was it before that? Because I remember him moaning that. I remember him moaning after the Povetkin fight that this isn't the proper belt. There's no diamonds in it.
Okay.
Like, we're going to send you, like, they was like, shut up, we're going to send you, like, they tried to fuck him over from then, you know what I mean? Didn't even want to give him the real diamond belt, do you know what I mean, with no diamonds in it. Like, you could see from then, like, but Dillian Whyte should have started suing them years before because they kept him on the market over 1,000 years. You saw Deontay Wilder come out and say, I don't have any intentions right now to fight you for at least 2 years. Blah, 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 cool. And then Dillian Whyte gets his opportunity for to fight Tyson Fury. Now, is it Tyson Fury's fault that Dillian Whyte waited for 1,000 days? No, because at that time, Tyson Fury wasn't the WBC champ. Dillian Whyte's just always fought to be in position to fight whoever is the WBC champ. Okay, so that's what he's done. So then he goes to fight Tyson Fury. He's mandated finally. And what do? They say, even though he's an interim champ and he's deserving of a minimum of 30% and a maximum 45% split. We're giving you 20. We're giving you 20.
Yeah.
So the WBC's like, yeah, we're giving you 20 unless we're overruled by arbitration, because the WBC, Mauricio Suleiman could have said, nah, that's fucked up. We ain't giving you 20. We'll give you 30%, mi hermano, or 35%. We will, because that's all, or 40, whatever they chose to, because Bob Arum said, we want it to be 20%. So you see the fuckery yet again there. Like, so the common denominator is what I'm seeing here is white fighters at the minute are being put in position, and black fighters are being point blank period blocked. Now, who wants to jump off of that with me just giving that way?
I'll just say this.
We'll go Shelton, and then we'll go everybody else. Go ahead.
I've been telling you guys for a long time, have I not, that Bob Arum is the most powerful man in boxing. Didn't I say that?
Yep.
And if Bob wants it done, it's gonna get done. Didn't I say that?
So, but do you get where I'm kind of coming, where we can see the Bob's involved, and where you can see like there's white privilege involved, clearly. And they want certain,
it's whatever Bob wants.
Yeah.
Whatever Bob decides he wants, whether it be white fighters, Puerto Rican fighters, Mexican fighters, whoever Bob wants to fight, they gonna get the fights. Because like you said, you hit the nail on the head, Chan. Lomachenko was nowhere in the mix until Bob said, hey, what about my guy?
Mm-hmm.
Tyson Fury was an afterthought until Bob said, hey, what about this guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, y'all can go ahead and cook on it now. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'll say this.
Sorry, go ahead, ladies first, Jed. Let Lisa go and then Jed after. I promise you go after Jed. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things everybody is saying, because when you look at the playing field, you could see that Bob is controlling everything. Like, everything is moving in his favor or whatever. And we all know that the WBC and Bob, not the WBC, the WBO is and Bob is, they have a history. So any WBO fighter, a lot of them are on Top Rank, you know what I'm saying? And for the most part, it's just coincidental that they ordered that fight. Because see, from what I heard when Lomachenko fought not Devin Haney, T.O. and lost, I heard Top Rank was very upset about that.
Yeah.
So because they wanted to see Loma to get those belts or whatever. But see, the thing is, where I think where they went wrong was with this franchise status. That messed up a lot of stuff. And listen, if they're gonna do that, like they did with the WBA, with the WBA Super Champ and everything, it has to be all across the board, and they didn't do that. So you try explaining this to people online, and they're like dumbfounded, like they just don't get it. You don't just be undisputed. If you look up undisputed online, it'll tell you who the undisputed champs are.
Right, it does.
You know what I'm saying? And then there's a disputed undisputed champ. You get what I'm saying? So there's no dispute in Josh Taylor. You know what I mean? And the Canelo Alvarez and B-Hop and Bud and whoever else the other few ones was, Jermaine Taylor, Usyk. There's no dispute there. So you try to tell these idiots that, And it's like the WBC does not control the whole board. If they want to say in their eyes you're undisputed, but no, it's an agreement where they all have to. You know what I'm saying? You try to tell people this, and it doesn't. They don't. It's not resonating. It's not registering with them, and I don't get it. So like now, I get like with being a double gold medalist. Sometimes they have certain privileges, like where they can come in and But I didn't see those privileges with Rigondeaux. You know what I mean?
No.
But that's because he didn't really have a country behind him either.
Yeah.
Right. But because he defected and came here, but then you have Lomachenko, you know, he came here to the US and he had HBO and Top Rank backing him.
Yeah.
You know, so he had that machine behind him.
Yeah.
You know, I see the different things that's going on, and I see the things that's going on.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that take so far, sis. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Jed, what up, Joe?
What up, sweetheart? How you doing?
What's up? I'm okay.
Hey, Lisa, how you doing, baby?
I'm okay.
And what's up to the rest of the family?
Hey, sweetie, how you doing, Jed?
Thank you for coming,
and give
Jed.
the missus my love.
I will.
Yeah,
I will.
shouts out to the wifey.
I will. All right. So, the whole situation
Hey,
with the whole situation with Haney, I feel Haney is getting screwed, but then I also feel like I think Haney's dad is making a huge mistake. Since Haney's dad is his manager and he's doing negotiations, I don't think that he's negotiating correctly, because I do, here's how I look at it. Haney has the WBC belt. He's defended it 4 times. I know that he got it in a shitty way, which is because of his dad. He had the interim belt, and then he petitioned for the belt when Lomachenko took the Teofimo fight. But I wanted to touch on something else because you said a lot, so I wanted to try to touch on it. But if Haney's dad or his team is overpricing him, that's on him. That's on him, because I know Lomachenko's willing to take a cut and pay. He did it for Teo. He was willing to pay out of his pocket for Teo. All right, just to get the belts, to unify the belts. Now, when you talked about Vasily just being set up to be the Great White Hope, I can see where you're coming from. I'm not too sure that's how it's working, but you got to remember he had a spectacular amateur career.
So what?
Yeah, but it does. So what? Well, but it does affect your first few fights. When his first fight, I think it was. I think his first fight was. Let me go down. Oh no, wrong.
Some journeyman or something. I think it was. It was someone not with a totally upside down record. Yeah, I get it, because he decided to spend 10 years as an amateur fighting kids when he was already in his late 20s. That's on him. Cool.
His first pro fight was Jose Ramirez.
Okay, yeah, that
was a top 10 fighter right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then he lost to Salido, right? But
Salido.
It was a close fight. It was a close.
So you lost.
He lost.
So why are you back straight away back in title contention after your loss? Why is it when Top Rank put you in the fight? You know, when they've got the stats up in your fight, they had him like 3-0 or something.
I can't say. All I can do is, because I can't answer those questions, all I'm going to do is point out what I know. What I know is this is what happened, and the Ramirez fight was a definitive beatdown. All right. And since the Salido fight was so damn close, maybe that had some impact on him being able to get back in, because that automatically brought, when he won the first fight, that automatically brought his status way up. I don't think it brought him up into the top 10, but it brought his status way up. Now sometimes you don't have to win a fight. You can lose a fight, but if you lose a fight, in a good way, and you're in a battle, that does good for a boxer's career. Again, please don't think I'm giving excuses or trying to justify, preferential treatment. I'm just stating facts. There's been plenty of boxers that lost fights, but because of the way they lost it, they got a second chance. Still got to open.
That's not how it works.
It's not
how it works.
That has happened.
It's how it works for white boxers.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying
it's how it works for white boxers, but
I don't like it.
Work for black boxers. I'm afraid.
I don't like what's going on with Haney. But like I said, if Haney is overpricing himself, you can't blame anybody for
Joshua. It happened with Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is a golden Olympian, and it happened with him. Things that he's been blocked, and he's a golden Olympian. But because he's black, there's a different rule for the black fighters than there is for the white fighters. Clearly, we can see it. It's right in front of us.
Okay, can I say this? Can I say this, Chad?
Yeah, go ahead.
And Shan?
No, I wasn't finished yet, though, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, why didn't Rigondeaux get that same respect that Loma got? He's a double medalist with a hold up. No, a lot of people don't hold up. Rigondeaux has a very stellar amateur record too. It's extremely stellar.
Yeah. I think Rigondeaux, didn't he fight for a world title in his first fight?
I'm not sure. I think Lisa would know because she knows more about Rigondeaux.
If they're gonna do that for one, they should do it for the other. And if they didn't do it for him and they do it for Lomachenko, then that's wrong. I'm not. Again,
and why are they doing it for Lomachenko then, Jed?
I can't say. I don't want to feed into the narrative.
Why can't white people just get it? Like, I was on someone else's show and I was watching this white person, like the facts were just so presented to them, to that person. And he just went around the houses for about an hour instead of just saying, yeah, dude, there seems to be some kind of
I'm trying not to feed into
It's just so easy. But it's boring. Like, it's boring. Like, everybody battling the facts. It's right in. I've just spent maybe 10 minutes speaking from the start, giving you some context, and it's still, but I don't know. Cool. Why didn't Rigondeaux get that same? Why didn't Rigondeaux get that same? Why didn't Anthony Joshua get that same? Why didn't Dillian Whyte get that same? Why didn't why didn't you understand? Why didn't Devin Haney? Why hasn't Devin Haney gotten that same? When man ducks, Devin Haney decides to take a franchise, moves up, loses his belts, it doesn't have a rematch clause, fucks off, gets his shoulder surgery done, comes back, beats a shitty Nakatani, beats a already washed Richard Comey, and then all of a sudden you're back in title contention, and then the WBO mandates you, and that's not some kind of systemic white privilege in the bill. How is that?
Again, first of all, please don't confuse me with, I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican, right?
Yeah, but you're still white.
Why? Because of my complexion?
Yeah, because
you got the complexion for the protection.
There's white Latinos and there's Afro Latinos, and I'm Afro Latina. So you're clearly not the same race as me.
I've seen it out there. I've seen it. I may not go through as bad as the other people, but I have seen it just as bad as quite a few. But moving forward, I'm trying not to feed into the narrative because I don't want to feed into the narrative. I don't want it to be a thing. I'm not saying it's not a thing. Trust me when I say that. I'm not saying it's not a thing. But if we as fight fans can do something about it, then we should. But if the individuals aren't doing the right thing from their own team, like I said, if Haney is overpricing himself and making it difficult for him to get the shot, then I can't blame anyone but him on that one. I don't think it's right that Lomachenko got the break and Haney didn't. I'm not a fan of Haney, but I've been pleading the case for him for the longest time now. And I dislike Haney because I don't like the way he got the belt. But he has defended that belt 4 times. He deserves a shot at that fucking at the undisputed. I don't know why he keeps missing him. I don't think it's right. But again,
it's in your face. Why does it keep missing him?
I think look,
he's overpricing
there's a
himself.
multiple.
He's
not.
I'm saying he's overpricing himself.
Eddie Hearn, no, he's not. No, he's not. They're presenting with the money. There was like, I have to shouts out to Julius Ring IQ. Like he put out a thing yesterday where I can't remember another promoter said Eddie Hearn pays. He's not a stingy guy. We know that Bob Arum makes loads of his fighters go to fucking purse bids because he can't afford. He doesn't want to pay what he signed them for or what they're worth. Eddie Hearn is known, and it's well known that he overpays fighters. He overpays for the show. When other people's shows fuck up, Eddie Hearn gets the bid and gets the job done. There's no overpricing because Eddie Hearn is presented the offer here. We can give you Devin Haney alone is a $3 million or $3 million fighter. So what do you expect Eddie Hearn is going to offer George Cambosos? Do you think Eddie Hearn's going to offer George Cambosos less than Haney? No, of course he's not. Now, have we seen the paperwork? No, we haven't. But using your logical mind, you would know that in any business, the person who's going to be technically the A side is going to be offered more money than the fighter that has already got their guarantee. So where are we running away with the story that Devin Haney's priced himself out when Eddie Hearn's the one giving the offer?
I don't like. That's how come I worded myself here because I don't know. I keep saying if I don't know. I mean, I wish I did, and we don't have access to that information because God knows I would step forward. I'd be the first to step forward to find out. Well, why is this going on? But I keep using if. I don't know what these negotiations are saying, and I wish I did. But if there's an issue with the negotiation and both teams cannot agree on it, then it's going to go to the next opponent, which is the current number one, which is Lomachenko.
Look, I think
I looked at the
go around the panel for people that haven't spoke.
No, I'm sorry. I took up enough time. I just wanted to get that out. I apologize.
No worries. No, nothing to apologize for, Jim. Go ahead, Jimmy, and then we go to. Then we'll go to 1-2.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to LadyChann, 3 a.m. in the morning in the UK, and you got that fiery passion. So, shout out to you. Look, I think it's a complicated matter. White privilege obviously does exist. You know, if you're Black or Asian in the UK, I mean, come on, it's pretty clear.
We know it.
But as far as star power, I've never seen Tyson Fury as a bigger star than Anthony Joshua ever, even now. So I think that one's a little more tricky than Dillian Whyte. As far as Lomachenko, Top Rank does have a history of being very cozy with the WBO. So Bob Arum probably made a few phone calls, you know, maybe gave him a couple of brown envelopes, and they ordered the Lomachenko fight.
Yeah.
As far as the Haney situation, I mean, that's complicated, you know. It was Lomachenko. I mean, he took, from what I'm hearing, a pretty shitty deal. He had to sign a one-way rematch clause where the first fight's in Australia, and the rematch has to happen in Australia. I think he was probably willing to take less money. You know, I mean, Devin Haney is getting paid, what, $3 million a fight? Lomachenko in his last fight, he made less than $1 million. So he was probably willing to take a smaller purse. Cambosos, you know, he went to Haney's fight. They've been going back and forth on Twitter. So I won't go as far as to say he's ducking Haney. But I think with Lomachenko, he probably came to the table and is probably willing to take less. As far as white hype jobs, the only white hype job I've ever seen is Gennady Golovkin.
Big time.
I want to say
that's another one. That's another one.
Yeah. I feel like with Lomachenko, I feel like he's
the best middleweight of arguably the best middleweight of all time. How? With that resume? What over Hagler? How?
Who said that?
Yeah, B-Hop as well.
Who said he was
Also,
the best?
Demetrius Andrade.
ESPN said that. ESPN said that he's arguably the best middleweight that we've seen.
Yeah,
How?
yeah. And he's ducking Andrade as well.
Everybody that's like Ali is never the black fighter that's compared to Ali, which would be even still we're not doing those comparisons. It's always the white fighters are like Ali. It's always the white fighters are the best ones since sliced bread. Tyson Fury's the best heavyweight in this era. Clearly he isn't, not with that resume. Fucking Triple G's the best fucking middleweight that we've seen. Clearly not with that resume. And he's got fucking Marvin Hagler and et al, shall I say? That means and all for those that never studied Latin. And then we've got, Lomachenko, the best thing since sliced bread, but yet, he's not undisputed. He's not undisputed. He has losses, but then you've got Terence Crawford that can't get a fight. That's because other sides of the street, and you've got Bob not really singing his praises, but yet you've got the 140 undisputed, former 140 undisputed, not disputed, undisputed champion of the world. And then when you've got the new one, Bob, when you've got Josh Taylor, who's white from Scotland, you're singing his praises all around the town. Listen, I don't play the race game, but when the race game needs to be played, I fucking call it. And whoever is offended of my offense can fuck off and do one, because I do not care. That just comes first and foremost, and it won't be compromised, and I won't be told that I'm to be uncomfortable to make white people comfortable, because I won't do it.
No, you should definitely stand on your morals. Bob Arum is definitely a racist piece of shit, especially towards Terence Crawford. I 100% agree with Crawford. Like, Bob Arum has been making very, very disturbing comments for ages. He'll make comments like, let's throw a Mexican in there with a Puerto Rican, that'll sell, or black fighters aren't marketable, or he's made a lot of really dodgy comments. So I agree with you. Bob Arum is a racist piece of shit. But with the Lomachenko thing, I feel like he's more of a legacy fighter than someone like a Triple G or Tyson Fury. A lightweight, he fought a lot of good champions, tried to unify. I don't think he ducked Devin Haney, because he fought Luke Campbell for the WBC belt and tried to unify against Teofimo Lopez. But I don't even know why this exists, the franchise, because unification overrules mandatory. So when he fought Luke Campbell, he had a unification with Teofimo back-to-back. There wasn't even a need for this belt outside of the WBC being a greedy piece of shit. And I agree with you 100%. What happened to Dillian Whyte was criminal. He's the interim champion. He's not a normal fucking journeyman or a random mandatory where you can just give him 20%. Legally, he's entitled at least 30%. He's been paying sanction fees to the WBC longer than Tyson Fury.
4 years.
Tyson Fury was in fucking rehab when Dillian Whyte was paying.
When Dillian Whyte was first a fucking champion, interim champion, and paying fucking sanction fees. It's all right. You can take the black money though, innit?
Yeah. No, it's fucking horrible, man. Especially what happened to Dillian Whyte. I mean, that is so that's criminal. You've been waiting nearly 4 years, and then after all that, all the lies and bullshit. Look, we've made you interim champion. You can get 30%. And they're like, oh, fuck off. It's obviously disgusting.
Yeah.
But
that
I'm cool with that.
1-2 kid came off, so I don't know. So you guys keep it around. I'm just trying to look for something. Go ahead, carry on, John.
No, I still think it's a good fight. I think Lomachenko will beat the dog shit out of Kambosos. I think he'll knock him out.
But that's the whole point. Then he's got the belts.
But then we don't. The fight isn't set yet, though.
It is. It's been ordered.
No. There's no official word has been given out.
He has been ordered. Yeah.
It's been ordered.
I just looked it up. There's no official word. I'm just looking at it right now. There's no official word on this fight happening yet.
So it's all over Twitter.
No, it's nothing official, but I saw it's been ordered though.
It's been ordered
by the WBO.
Yeah. It's not official until it's official.
Okay.
It's not official.
No, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, because all this, not what's going on here, but all that shit, what they say, I don't like. Oh, they say, and no, fuck that noise. I want facts. I want to know what's going on, and I want to see paper. I mean, we can't.
But my whole point is, why is even pre the order, or the not order, whatever you want to say. Why is Lomachenko even in the mix when he has no belt? If you are supposedly wanting to be undisputed, and that is what you said, why have all of a sudden Lomachenko is the person that you're potentially fighting? He's got no belt.
He shouldn't. I keep saying Devin Haney should be the
Do you
one.
think it's Lou DiBella though? Do you think it's his promoter Lou DiBella? Because a lot of people have been telling me that Lou DiBella doesn't have a TV deal for his stable of fighters. Maybe they offered him some kind of deal on ESPN. I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah, that's the issue. And another thing too, I'm gonna tell y'all, they're gonna look at age. They're gonna look at Haney like he's young.
Lomachenko,
and
35.
he could right. Yeah. So they're gonna give it, you know what I mean? But the main thing is Bob is controlling the board right now.
Right.
Yeah,
that is
definitely.
what we're saying, fam.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he likes it or not, that's what we're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just in your face. And if you want to say, oh, it's down to Bob, it's not down to race. Show me how it's not. Show me how it's not. Show me how where the fairness has extended to the black boxes within who we've just told you about. Show me.
Yeah.
Because if I've missed something, I'm quite cool to say, yeah, man, I missed that. Go ahead. Show me. Someone show me.
Wait,
no, you make a good point.
What was the question? Because
there's a track record there.
Show me. If for people to say, oh, it's not a race issue, it's a Bob Arum issue. Okay, so show me where Bob Arum's issue hasn't affected white fighters. Where the privilege has gone. Show me, because maybe I've missed it. That he's that what we've just described as like 4 black fighters being all fucked up like consecutively, with Bob being in the
and
mix.
it's also really fucked up. It's Tyson Fury.
Yeah, where have I missed?
You know, he's complaining about. You know, he was complaining about Terence Crawford, saying, "Oh, you know, he's not a star." Tyson Fury, like, was fighting in front of 3,000 fucking people in Las Vegas. He must have lost a shit ton of money on that fight, but he never complained. So I think Bob Arum is a racist. He definitely is. There's no way like Terence Crawford was doing better TV ratings and selling more tickets than Tyson Fury, but he never complained about Tyson Fury's, low ticket sales, poor TV ratings. So I mean, I think Bob Arum is a racist personally, but both of these fighters are with Arum, Lomachenko and Fury. So maybe him being a racist, he probably pushes them harder.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Can I ask
Nakatani's first name? Hayato. Is it Hayato Nakatani? Is this
the Japanese guy? Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is that what his name? I thought his name was something else.
It's something else, isn't it? Because I need to address this person, Nakatani and Kome, better than Devin's wins. Let me just quickly.
Nakatani
has never been a champ.
No.
Masayoshi Nakatani. That's it, sis. Masayoshi Nakatani. There he is in the building. Okay, so
cool Japanese names.
Yeah, let me share, because Ryan O'Rourke, MOB. You know, I know you hashtag MOB lot. Just make sure you keep it normal over here, because you will be ousted. So share. So this is Masayoshi Nakatani, 19, 2 and 13 coming by way of knockout, hailing from Tokyo, Japan, as we know. So let's see how this is just a great win for Lomachenko, because it was told that, it's how people, there's great win. So let me see where I've missed, where him being a world champ and taking him out. When Teofimo Lopez beat him, it was a good feat, because, the age of what Teofimo is, the experience level, they was the similar amount of fights. Okay. So
he's undefeated.
So, but never been a champ, never been a world champ. Never has held a world, one of the alphabet titles, never has. So where do you see on this resume that you can see, the only 2 names you can say, you know, Felix Verdeo, who's in jail currently, fucking serving a murder sentence, and so he should, or on trial. Teofimo Lopez and Vasily Lomachenko, who beat him after Teo. So how is that? Now we'll move on. And no disrespect, this was a former champ, but you know, sometimes when you're a former champ doesn't mean you're the. Sometimes it means that you could be the best of the bad bunch. I mean, you know, Caleb Plant was a former champ. Does that make him? Does that make him an ATG? No, it doesn't. Anyway, hang on. So let me just.
I mean, Teofimo knocked him out, I think, in 1 round, didn't it? Did Teofimo knock out Kami in 1 round? So I mean, it wasn't.
I think 2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds. Yeah.
2 rounds. And but I like Richard Comey, and this is no dig on Richard Comey, by the way. I do like Richard Comey. I have no problems with Richard Comey. I have no problems with Nakatani. I'm just keeping it a buck. Yeah, just keeping it a buck. Keeping it a buck. You got to look at people's resumes and talk about before you make these silly little comments on my on there that I'll blow it up and highlight your silly little comments. How was this a great win? How was this great? Can you not see the resume? Can you not see the resume? Now let's see, who do we know on this resume? Much. And I may not know people, and you guys may. So say when you know, okay? Because I don't know everything. So we've got Robert Easter Jr. Cool.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Yeah, we know Robert Easter Jr. I'm just gonna.
That was a close fight.
I'm going to call out the ones who I know. Hang on.
I think it was an okay win. I mean,
Jackson Marínez and Vasil Lomachenko. Like literally,
yeah. I know. I know Raymond Beltran. I know him. Go down.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Raymond Beltran. Go down some. Go down some. Let me see lower. Let me see who he fought. Shakovov. I know him. Yeah, that was a good fight.
The discreet ones.
Okay, go down a little bit. Let me see who.
Bilal Muhammad. Heard of him, but I couldn't place him.
So he fought people from like other countries.
From Ghana, from where he's from. So that's why I wouldn't know a lot of these people.
But just by looking at it, Verdejo, let's see, Cirillo, and
Comey fought Verdejo?
Comey, no, that was
Nakatani fought.
Nakatani fought him.
We've established on that resume there's like 2-3 names. Like we're establishing on this one, there's maybe 3-4 names. This is my point. So my point to the brother in the comment section, Nakatani and Comey are better wins than Devin's wins. So do you want to pull up a Jorge Linares? No. Freeweight world champion? No, bud. So I won't even bother myself to even actually put that up. That one name negates these 2 champs. Straight up facts. Anyway, thanks for your comment. So 1-2 kid, what up, Doe?
What up, though? Thanks for having me on, LadyChann. I appreciate it. Hey Lisa, how you doing, beautiful? I'm
blessed.
Of course, but I look at the whole Cambosos thing to caboose off what you saying, George Cambosos, because that's exactly what he is. He caboosed off Teo, turned into a motherfucking diva as soon as he got the titles, and it was all fine and dandy when he was bringing up Haney prior for promotion. You know what I'm saying? To promote the fight, but then when the fight happened and he got it and he called them titles cursed, no. I'm gonna tell you what's cursed. That fucking franchise title, that's what's cursed. And the moment he got that shit, like you said, no, you're not undisputed, but now I'm undisputed. That's the type of energy. It completely changed as soon as he got them titles. And now it's, if it makes sense. He went from this warrior mentality, the energy changed. This is the type of shit that the boxers do now. Some of them don't even become champions and they pull this bullshit. And it's sad. It's sad as hell because we done seen it all. We done
Right.
seen it all as boxing fans that these people was pulling this bullshit. And as for Cambosos, I hope him and his promoter enjoy their 15 minutes because that's all they're gonna get. Because Lomachenko is gonna wipe
wash
the
him.
floor with this guy.
We'll wash him.
Yeah,
Loma's gonna
exactly.
wash him.
I
And
consider
don't get me
Russ-
wrong, I like Loma. This is not an attack on any specific boxer. It's just I like Loma. Loma is an amazing boxer. So sorry,
But
just to reiterate that.
what sucks though is that Haney ain't gonna have a chance at that undisputed that he's been pushing for, and everyone likes to use that word undisputed after they get to a certain point, 3-belt unified, they want to call themselves undisputed, but yet it was
In the
all
4-belt
good.
era. Yeah.
Right, exactly. But Cambosos was sitting there saying that Tio wasn't undisputed and he should fight Haney. And then the moment he had the opportunity, he chose to go the other route.
You're
And I mean,
perfect, 1-2 kid. Who are you? You are perfect. You're a perfect person. Because I thought I was making it up. You know, when you get someone that comes in and confirms what you say, you're like, yeah, I didn't make that up. I'm not mad. Go ahead.
No, absolutely not. And like I said, you know, George Cambosos, because that's what he is, a caboose. He caboosing off the diva shit. And that's the type of energy that some of these fighters is having. They coming into the boxing game, they doing their thing. Don't get me wrong, they probably started off where they were, but then now it turns into a payday. Once I got these titles, it's a payday. It's like legacy will bring the payday.
Yeah.
But you're totally avoiding it. And yes, you have a point. A lot of these fighters are being pushed aside, and it's just hot horse shit. And it's like, why ain't everybody else talking about it? And me myself, I try to avoid the race thing. I try to avoid it to the best of my ability.
But when it's there in your face, it sometimes you've got to address it. I'm afraid. I'm not putting it to everything. But I'm not going to be made to feel that I can't address it when it presents itself.
I don't have a problem with your argument or the dude that was sitting there chatting with you, his argument either. But what I do have an issue with is sometimes it needs to be addressed because it's a lingering thing. So we should address certain things when they come about. But I try to keep it boxing. So but what I am saying is this. If Lomachenko wiped Russell, there's a good chance he's going to wipe Cambosos because they share some of the same attributes. And
Russell doing way better than Cambosos.
I was being nice, but it's neither here nor there. I'm just trying to, you know, please the crowd at the moment.
He's just going to wash them.
I mean, if you struggle with
but I
you struggle with a washed up Lee Zalby, what's Lomachenko going to do to him?
I know.
Right. But I said that in the beginning. I said that he's going to wipe the floor with this dude.
Yeah.
Easy breezy. I honestly think that if Tio was a focused fighter, you know what I mean, and focused more on his skill set, it would have been an easy fight for him. If you just watch it, you'll see how easy the fight would have been for him. I'm not saying that Cambosos is a punk and a Cambosos ain't coming to fight, but let's just be honest. But let's just be honest. He got fast hands, but he has a short reach, and he's
because
open
he's
for
very
big shots.
Yeah. In fact, he doesn't have a long reach, right?
But that's a whole nother subject. But what I am saying is, if you're going to promote yourself and now blow off Haney, but that was one of the things that got you into the fight. And one of the things you were helping to promote, then you know he's worth it because he got you your shot. And he got people listening. So, you know, you using Tio's name, got everyone listening, and Haney's name, got people listening. You got the shot. You pulled off the dub because this dude was a weak link that I called way back in the days. I called this man to beat Teofimo as well. I called Teofimo to beat Lomachenko as well. And said that he was going to turn into a diva because he was young-minded. But that's neither here nor there. What I am talking about is this is the pattern that we see in their fighters when they get to a certain point. They like, fuck
we're
this,
seeing
fuck
this
that.
regardless of race and certain other things with fighters. It's a pattern anyway. So I do acknowledge that, and that's not down to race, but I do acknowledge that just because there's this big cesspool sometimes when you look just in the middle of it, there's another bit of the cesspool there. So there's like these fighters are doing this type of shit anyway, but then it can also shroud or diminish where you think there's also another problem in the middle of that bit of the pool. There's
it's
another
connected.
bit, which is
You're
that
right.
in this bit it's down to the race issue.
I'm not doubting that at all. I know what it is. And I've never been a big Bob fan for the last couple of years. I'm glad he gave us a Teo and Lomachenko fight, but I think he did that with the intent of thinking that Lomachenko was going to pull off the dub. And I made a lot of money off that fight, so thank you, Bob. But regardless of that, I'm like, you did it to yourself. But yeah, you're right. There is a bias and there's an unbalance, and it needs to be addressed. But unfortunately, you have a lot of people addressing these type of situations for all the wrong reasons. So that makes people not listen to you. You understand? So keep that in mind.
I got a question, Chan. I want to ask a question.
Of course you can.
My question is this. Name me another fighter who lost a fight and then the promoter and the network was trying to take the loss away.
I've never seen it. Shell.
They tried it with Lomachenko.
They tried to act like he was undefeated. They changed his 1 to an O.
You know what though? I'm gonna be honest and unbiased about this. He probably should have won that fight.
It doesn't matter. He didn't.
But he didn't.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
No. Wait a minute. Now, this is something that y'all. This is not an unpopular opinion that I have, and it's just an opinion.
Yeah.
When somebody throws 40 low blows, there's no reason why the motherfucker should win.
It was disgusting. He should have won. There was 41 low blows counted. That's fact, and the referee never.
Why didn't the ref stop it? Why didn't the ref stop it?
Well, because people are people and people make mistakes. Yeah, it was an awful referee, and unfortunately, that's the type of shit. Right, and we've seen bad decisions.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, he should have won the fight.
Nah, I get it. But
he didn't. He should have won the fight, but technically he didn't.
But to me,
that O should be removed and replaced with a 1. And
but I'm saying,
leave my Salido alone. I love Salido.
Right now, I get you, Lisa. But what I am trying to say is this: I'm not just talking about Lomachenko. There's a lot of guys that need to get some losses removed from their record. But you can't just do one and say it's all good and everybody else, well, that's just the way it is. Right. I totally agree with y'all.
That's crazy.
I was just wanting to make my point clear. But other than that, I don't have much more time. But thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome.
Lisa, you're always, you know how we get down.
No doubt.
Everybody else on the panel, thank you for having me.
Y'all know I love Orlando Salida.
You're always welcome. Have a good night.
I appreciate it, and the only reason that I left the last time is because my internet. I had lost my internet. But thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Miss
Chan. You're welcome.
Take care, 1, 2 kid. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
Bye. Have a good one.
New person on the panel. What up, Doe? Do you want to speak? What's up?
How you doing, LadyChann? This is Terrence Bailey. How you doing?
How you doing, sir? What's up? What would you like?
Hey, Terrence Bailey. How you doing?
How's everybody? I don't know if
just trying to address some issues,
Yeah, I don't know if I've been on this panel before. If I have, I don't remember.
No, you haven't, sir. Nice to have you.
I appreciate it. This Kambosos Haney Lomachenko thing, it's a damn shame. Lomachenko should not even be in the mix. He's had his shot. He lost to Teofimo. He lost to Salido. He lost to Teofimo. Kambosos came in, beat Teofimo. Lomo gave up the WBC title and took the franchise in order to not fight Devin. Devin has Lomo's WBC title. Lomo has admitted that. He said that's why Cambosos nor Teo are undisputed, because Devin has the title that Lomo was carrying, because he dropped it in order to not fight Devin. Okay, and then he turned around and he lost to Teofimo. Kambosos beats Teofimo. So why does and then Lomo beats a couple of leftovers? So how does Lomo get ahead of Devin for the unified title? Nobody should be getting a shot at that unified title outside of Devin. Now, Cambosos said before he fought Teofimo, he said that I'm going to beat Teofimo, and when I do, I'm fighting you, Devin.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in some circles, that those verbal words, that is a contract,
Right?
So
Yeah.
in my personal opinion, if Cambosos is not fighting Devin, was it June 5th or whatever? If he's not fighting Devin, that fight should be boycotted because there's no fight. There's no fight going on that night.
No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree, because at the end of the day, even though I want the Haney fight, Lomachenko's not a journeyman. He's a unified 3-division champion. He's a mandatory. Vasyl Lomachenko is a 3-weight division unified former champion, right? He's the #1 contender for the WBO. This is not a garbage fight.
It's a garbage fight.
Let's just throw Lomachenko under the bus because he's the most proven as far as resume. He is the most proven active fighter in the lightweight division.
The hell he is. He has 2 defeats. He lost to a journeyman in Salido.
Cool. Who's got a better resume than him?
Undefeated.
Who has a better resume than him? Who has got a better resume than him?
He hasn't had 20 fights. He has 2 defeats.
His resume is not outstanding, though, Jimmy. No, his resume is not
Compared
outstanding.
to the lightweights, it is. Nicholas Walters was undefeated.
Well,
bro. I thought that was a 50-50.
Sorry, compared to the lightweights, but as we said, he's 10 years older than most of them, 10, 11 years older than most of them. You're supposed to have a better resume than them.
Yeah.
You don't.
He was in the amateurs beating up on kids.
I never looked at.
Beating up on children.
I know Salido got a lot of losses, but I never looked at him as a journeyman. Maybe at that time he was. He was starting to.
He's a journeyman. Just more of a higher level journeyman, but he's a journeyman.
Yeah, but he was in a lot of fights of the year, so you gotta give him.
He was an action-packed journeyman.
Yeah, he was yeah.
He's just upper echelon journeyman. There's a lot Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora's been in fights of the year. Doesn't make him elite. He's just an upper echelon at this point.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Like a Ricardo Mayorga. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
They're going to argue about that fight, but the bottom line is Salido took his ass to school. That's what happened.
No, he didn't.
He beat the brakes off of
Lomachenko. Did you watch the fight?
Yes, we did.
Beat his ass.
He almost stopped him in the last round. Listen, I agree with you guys. Devin Haney should have got the fight. I personally, on the Twitter fan poll, I actually voted for Devin Haney. But most fans, he actually won the online fan poll. Lomachenko did. You know, George Cambosos on his Twitter, he put up an online poll. Lomachenko won that poll.
I know, because we know
about no online poll. I don't care about that.
Yeah, it's true as well. We all criticize. What are you doing a poll for? When you fucking came out and said you wanted legacy, you shook hands with Devin Haney and said, "Yeah, you got it. We're gonna get this on." And then you do a fucking online poll because you're feeling yourself acting brand new, and you think that we're supposed to go with an online poll.
I'm the emperor. All hail the emperor, ruler of nobody.
It's just ridiculous.
Did you see this bullshit that Oscar De La Hoya put up there? Best option for George Cambosos is to make the most money. To make the most money is Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, then we got Ryan Garcia in the mix.
Pretty little
Ryan Garcia in the mix as well. Ryan Garcia beltless as well, but Ryan Garcia will beat the brakes off of Cambosos as well.
Yeah, he will.
Lomachenko will beat the brakes off of Cambosos as well. So, which one is it? Do you want legacy or are you doing this for money? If you're just doing it solely for money, cool.
Don't build it for sale.
Said that from jump. You should have just said that from jump. Do you know what I mean? But don't make it out like Devin Haney's just some fucking bum and he's begging you to fight and he's trying to outprice himself. No, it's not, because we can see it is not that.
Cambosos
Do you blame the WBC as well, though?
is a glorified male
Do you blame
escort.
LadyChann? Do you blame the WBC as well, though? Because they keep telling Cambosos.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, do you blame the WBC as well? Because they keep telling Cambosos that he's the undisputed.
For sale.
I'm hearing two people talk. I can't hear. I don't get who's speaking. Sorry. Pick who's going first.
Go ahead. You can go first.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was saying that at this point, Cambosos is a glorified male escort. Those belts are for sale, and so is his tail to be kicked. He's a glorified. He's for sale, and he's selling himself. That's all he's doing to the highest bidder because he's a one-hitter quitter. That's it. He's like Milli Vanilli. He's a one-hit wonder.
He is. I believe so. I'm afraid. I believe he's a decent boxer. He's a decent boxer. And can he make money within the sport? Yes, he can. Yes, he bloody can. But I mean, is Cambosos elite? He's just like what the gentleman over here said. It's kind of like he's just pimping himself to the highest bidder. Like, and you don't really want legacy. So, but why should Devin Haney yet again be forfeited? I don't care how he got the belt. I don't care if he fucking won that belt in a competition, as long as the competition was legal. I don't care if he fucking knocked 5 people out and got that belt. I don't care if it was emailed to him. I don't care if it was faxed to him. I don't care if he got a memo, and I don't care if UPS delivered it to him. The fact
Do you blame the WBC, though?
He's got the belt, and that is it. So why should he now, when he was the interim champ, don't you get it? He was the interim champ, the WBC interim champ to fight Loma. But it was okay for Loma to say, fuck off, I'm doing it and I'm going this way. And he was aided to do so. And Devin Haney got fucked over there. And then only for Lomachenko to lose, but yet again for the 3rd time in his career, get put right back into title contention. And Devin Haney has to suffer and get called names. He's the email champ. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Hey, but guess
I
what,
blame the
though?
WBC.
But you know what?
I
I'm
feel like
gonna say,
the WBC are the biggest culprits in all of this because they keep telling George Cambosos that he's the highest champion. Before,
right?
Yeah. They called him the supreme champion.
And I don't care if people want to go, oh, but you know, they're
No,
brown
no.
people. Mauricio Suleiman's brown. No. There's a certain undertone of racism with the WBC, who sometimes that they would prefer belts with, how and when. If you guys need to delve into it, delve into it. Like I know what I'm talking about. I don't say stuff if I don't know.
Right. I'm gonna say this, LadyChann. I'm gonna say this to the panel. I'm gonna keep it a stack, right? What's going on with that WBC franchise at the 135 division? Bullshit. It seems like that's how they want it. This is just how they want it. So it's gonna whoever has that belt, whether Haney still keeps it or it's gonna be like that. That's just what I'm looking at.
They turned that belt into it's the pride belt. What do you mean?
It's like they demoted it.
Yeah, how is that? The disrespect. If I was the Haneys, I'd be like, I don't know, because what they're trying to do is put Devin Haney's back against the wall, really knowing that making 135 is becoming continuously harder and harder, no matter despite what Bill will say. And they're pushing him to relinquish that belt and move up to 140. Then all of a sudden, that belt will be vacant, and all of a sudden, then you'll see Lomachenko then fight for that vacant belt, and then it'll be we're undisputed now. I guarantee you that's the game plan that they're trying to execute.
No, what's going to happen?
That's exactly
what's going to happen if Devin goes to 140. What's going to happen? The same thing that happened when David Benavidez lost the belt at 168, and then Canelo rushed in and grabbed the belt, and they moved out David Benavidez, and then Canelo.
Which time though?
No,
he lost it twice though.
Terrence, it's going to be different there. You know why? Undisputed. There's no franchise at 140.
No.
Remember how Josh Taylor did it? It was no. You get what I'm saying?
No.
There's no.
No, they know.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying at 135.
Mm-hmm.
If Devin vacates that belt at 135, it goes to 140. They're
Mm-hmm.
going to rush that WBC belt at 135, and then they're going to get an undisputed champion. They're going to do the same thing like
They
Canelo did at
will. Well, as
168.
soon as Devin's out, they
Mm.
undisputed
Oh,
that
okay, I
35
got you.
without Devin, they'll get Devin out, and then all of a sudden you'll see a 35 undisputed.
Yeah.
Mm,
You know,
okay.
And then
Got
Devin
you.
moves to 140. There's no chance of him being undisputed there until Josh Taylor moves up. So he won't be undisputed at 140. That's a block over there. You know
It's
what I mean?
kind of
It's all chess.
yeah. It's kind of like the same thing like Leo Santa Cruz talking about. He want to fight Manseo, whatever the guy name is. But all of that time, right? But all that time, Gary Russell was there and never fought him. Yeah, I get what you're saying now, Terrence. I get what you're saying, Terrence.
You know what I'm saying? So
I feel like this is all the WBC's fault though, because they keep telling Cambosos, "Hey, you've got the main belt." They keep giving. You realize he's walking around with 2 WBC belts with the hashtag franchise. They're saying you're the bigger champion. So I don't even think he values Devin Haney's belt, because the owner of the belt, the WBC, its president, is telling him, "You're the main man. You've got the best belt." I mean, I blame the WBC more than the fighters, because if he keeps whispering in Cambosos' ear, "You've got the best belt. You're the highest level of champion." That other guy, he's just a pride champion. You the big dog. Like, I don't get what Cambosos is supposed to think. You know what I mean?
But you're supposed to. But when he won those franchise belts, he was first on record saying, I need to be undisputed properly. And they was like, but you are undisputed, and he was like, no. Like, basically, I'm unified, and I don't really play into all of that. Like, I'd want to do. Then all of a sudden that changed, and his Instagram status changed from unified to undisputed. So maybe he doesn't value that Devin Haney belt, as we can clearly see. The thing is, just say that then. Just say that then, instead of trying to belittle Devin Haney and be like, well, that offer was disgusting, or whatever. Lou Delia DeBella, like, shut up, Lou. You ain't got that you can broadcast to, like, so you need to be eating some humble pie out here. How about that?
Lou DeBella is a cokehead, though. If you do your research, you'll know. Lou DeBella is a known alcoholic and cokehead. So what he says isn't worth much.
There's a guy in the chat that said Haney isn't facing the type of racism that Jack Johnson was and went to Australia and made history. Okay, this is not 19, like early 1900s or whatnot.
We're not in 1910 or whatever the fuck.
This is not that. But if you know anything about the way, okay, first of all, the WBC is headquarters in Mexico City. Okay, they're going to look after their Mexican fighters first. Now, you might see, Ali and all them on the belt or whatever. They use that pedigree. But with Rita Suleiman behind the helm of that organization, Rita Suleiman could give a damn about a black fighter. He increased the computerol levels in order to placate Canelo Alvarez. He brought in the franchise title, the franchise belt. First he said it was an award, now it's a title, to the point where he downgraded his own WBC belt in the 135 division in order to make another fighter undisputed over his recognized champion. The non-black fighter over the black fighter. There's not one black fighter who has the.
To be honest, though, he did used to protect Deontay Wilder, though. If I'm fair, Risa Sullivan did used to protect Deontay Wilder quite a lot from Dillian Whyte. If I'm honest, he used to dick ride Wilder quite a bit.
Okay, I can say it again.
Deontay Wilder was protected quite a lot by the WBC from Dillian Whyte, though.
Man.
So I mean,
once Tyson Fury came back in the picture, Deontay Wilder was shit on. That's why Deontay Wilder is talking about retiring right now.
But that's his problem, though. That's not the.
You guys didn't hear the show last night from his camp. And one of the reasons why he's talking about not coming back is because of the treatment from the WBC, Riso Suleiman in particular.
The WBC, what are you talking about? And he was allowed to duck Dillian Whyte for 3 years. He never fought Anthony Joshua for undisputed, right? He cherry-picked, let's be honest, a fat crackhead coming off the sofa, and then he got his ass kicked.
All right, whatever.
I'm saying Deontay Wilder is a hype job.
The man was one of the highest paid men.
Huh? What happened? Sorry, because I've been paying attention to the chat. I'm not hearing what you got. What's happened? Is this turned into Deontay Wilder fucking Tyson Fury? What's happened here now? That's really not.
I just think it's a special.
They protected Deontay Wilder from Dillian Whyte. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That the WBC, I felt like they protected Deontay Wilder from Dillian Whyte for many years. That was my point. I was saying he was saying that they've never done anything for a black fighter. I said, well, to be honest, Deontay Wilder was protected from Dillian Whyte.
Yeah, they did, because it's either like you have where the money is. They'd rather that be in America. If so be it has to be a black top fighter that gives them the most sanctioning fees. But would they prefer and Fury is an honorary American now. So where they couldn't control Dillian Whyte like that. Dillian Whyte's a black Brit, and that belt would be here, and that would be it. And it's all political. They'd rather not the WBC belt be in the UK. Let's have it right. They'd rather not the Muhammad Ali belt be in the UK. Can you put a picture, please, on your AV on your thing, Terence? Where did you go? Where's your picture gone?
Oh, me?
Anyway, yeah, your picture's gone. You got no picture on it. There you. No, you don't have to put. You don't have. You can come on camera, but I was just saying your thingy. But you're welcome to be on camera like us as well. But hey, so go ahead, Terence. What did you want to say?
I mean, like you do know that Wilder has already like knocked out Dillian Whyte and fucked his girl and everything, right?
Just like he did Eric Molina.
Nobody's scared of that dude, man.
Eric Molina fixed my busted toilet and he went to war with him. I don't think so.
Like basically made a hoe out of him. You know what I'm saying?
Dillian Whyte would beat the shit out of him.
This is unfortunately, Terence, where we're not going to agree, because I'm not down for the Deontay Wilder hype at all. I know who he is, I know what he is, and I know the facts. So only facts are going to fly over here when it regards to any boxer. By the way, doesn't matter if it's our favorite boxer or not. Like my favorite boxer's Bud.
I don't have a favorite boxer anymore.
My favorite boxer is Anthony Joshua. I like lots of different boxers though, but I'm not going to lie for him. I'm not going to cap for him. I'm not going to make up stories for him. I'm here to analyze and put things straight down the middle. So we're not going to cap for him either. So you're not going to cap for Deontay Wilder. Make up think that Deontay Wilder is the best thing since sliced bread, because he's not, and I could prove it. And you're not going to make us think that Dillian Whyte is a trash boxer, because he's not, because he's got a better resume than Deontay Wilder, and that's facts, point blank, period. Moving along swiftly back to the topic. So basically, in a nutshell, let's question. Yeah, it doesn't matter, because the point went off topic. It went to Deontay Wilder, and we're not here for Deontay Wilder. That was yesterday's show. Yeah,
I'm actually cooking. I'm actually cooking right now, so I didn't hear it over the stove.
Oh, okay, no worries. Don't worry. We've moved along from Deontay Wilder, is what we're saying. I know. Why the fuck is Wilder coming up? I have no clue. Electro Jed, do you want to talk? Lisa, do you want to talk?
I'm here.
Come on, talk.
I'm here. I'm listening. My thing is
talk about Deontay Wilder hat. You said, how did it get onto it? Go ahead, Jed. Sorry.
My thing is
making me hungry.
I don't like making comments in sections of a
but you can, because you're from your perspective as well, as like different multicultural opinions are important. Like,
I understand that. You know, if I have an opinion on something, I don't feel. With me, I want some more information. I need more information. I need to know what's going. I need to know what's going on with Haney and
Bill.
And I'd like to know what kind of.
I wish Bill just fucking popped up on the show. Bill, you always pop up on people's show. Why haven't you popped up on this show? Because if you just popped up on this show right now, I've always spoken to Bill on other platforms. If you popped up on the show right now, you could just give Electro Jed and others the 411. Like
I've talked to him before, though. I've talked to him before. I'm not. If he popped up, if he popped up,
Jed said he
He's a gentleman.
needs more. He needs more. Jed said he needs more.
I need more information. I need
we need Bill on the show.
Yeah, because and he has to give us straight answers. He can't go around the bush with the shit. He needs to give us a straight answer as to what's going on. You know,
To be honest, I think right now he can't talk because I think they're still trying to save the fight. I think the Haneys are trying to make them because maybe I'm not sure if everything's dotted and teed right now. There might still be a little small window where he thinks maybe we could save the fight. I think that's why Bill's not talking because I'll be honest, whenever these guys come out in public during negotiations, it always ends badly. So I think maybe behind the scenes they're trying to make something happen.
I think you know what, and I believe that. I believe that because this is part of all the negotiation process. Because if things don't go the way a certain fighter likes, and he's the A side, he's going to make it difficult for the B side, no matter what. Which is what happened with Wilder. Not Wilder. God damn. Oh my God. Fuck. Please forgive me. Did not mean to say that name. But that's what happened with Fury and White. Now they're locked in, and it is what it is. And all questions will be answered come fight night. But this whole thing with Haney though, if we get answers. If we get answers and I find out that he doesn't want to go to Australia, excuse me about that. If Haney doesn't want to go to Australia because he feels he'll be behind 3 rounds, well, then you got to fucking up your game and make sure you win all those rounds.
There's also a rematch clause. Like Lomachenko signed a rematch clause, which means he has to fight Australia again. So maybe the Haneys weren't comfortable with that. 2 fights in Australia. I mean, that's a big ask. I'm surprised Lomachenko agreed to it. Traveling to Australia twice to fight Cambosos as the B side. I mean, that's a pretty shitty contract. And Lomachenko signed that. So I do have respect for Lomachenko that is willing to travel to Australia twice as the B side and probably take less money in both fights. That's not a good deal that Lomachenko just signed. And a lot of fans are upset with Lomachenko, but he got dealt a pretty shitty hand. You got to play the B side not once, but twice. Go to Australia.
The thing is,
and take less money 2 times.
You do what you have to do.
That's a shit deal.
You do what you have to do to get your opportunity. And once he gets that opportunity, and if he wins, we know he will. If he fights him, he's going to write the checks. Then he's going to be the A side, and guess who has to do all the sucking up and all the bending over? So that's how it works. And I think Devin Haney, and Bill Haney, I don't know if they're willing to go through those things and be able to take less pay and just get the fucking fight done.
Yeah. It takes short money not once, but twice. Go to Australia twice. Like, Team Cambosos are asking a lot from Lomachenko, and I'm actually surprised he signed it because that's a pretty shitty deal. But look, I'll be honest. I think he'll destroy Cambosos because, like I said, if a washed-up Lee Selby can hurt you, push you to the limit, then what the fuck is a Vasyl Lomachenko gonna do to you? He's gonna beat the brakes off of you.
He washed.
Like, destroy you. I think he's gonna knock him out. I don't think he'll go the distance. I think he'll actually stop him. Yeah, he'll stop him. And I think that'll be the end of Cambosos. I think he'll take a nice big payday.
He'll get a nice 5 milli. 6 milli and gone.
That's it. I think with Cambosos he'll get 2 big paydays, the fight and the rematch, and then maybe have one last fight in Australia and sail off into the sunset with $10 million, and that's it. That's all we're hearing from Cambosos.
These guys are getting overpaid, and these fucking promoters, god damn, it's the promoters. You don't know how much. You've heard me already talk about this shit today, Jerry. This whole problem is a promoter problem. It's a promoter and management problem, and wanting to control where the belts are, wanting to control where the belts are going to stay is bullshit. It's complete bullshit. But that's the problem. That's the problem, and the fact that these promoters have so much power, and the sanctioning bodies let them.
So do you not see race plays a part of it at all then?
Huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Does anyone not seeing there's no
I do.
Right, yeah.
No, lady. Yeah, because I'm
not saying everything, but
I don't think it's mostly race Chan.
No, it
I don't
is
think it's
Haplo.
mostly
It is
race.
sometimes.
I
Haplo.
mean, to me, I'm just telling you my opinion.
Yeah, well, I'm
I
going to
think
let you
it's.
say it
I
in a
don't think
minute
it's mostly
because
about race.
I didn't say it's mostly, so don't take my words and change them around and remix them. I said sometimes it is about race, and I'm not going to feel made to feel uncomfortable.
I'm not trying to remix your words. I'm just trying to tell you what I
comfort.
think.
Okay, well,
I'm
now
just trying
you
to tell
can,
you what I think.
but you can tell me what you think without over talking me, Hap.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, go
Sure.
ahead. You know I
Call
love
on
you,
me
but
when you're ready.
don't get on my fucking nerves today. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Say your opinion. I want to hear it.
I mean, personally, let me start off by saying this. I think Devin Haney deserves the fight, period. I think
you always
Loma
said that.
lost his titles. Loma's lost his titles, and he has to get in the back of the line, and Haney is undefeated. He's got the last belt, and it should be his turn. This should be his turn.
So do you put that at all
I don't think that's a race thing. I think what it is Cambosos is looking at he's acting like he thinks he's going to lose, because if he didn't think he was going to lose to Haney and Loma, why would he care who he fights first? He'd fight one guy and then the next guy. It wouldn't matter. But he thinks he's going to lose, obviously. So they're trying to go for the guy that's perceived as the more lucrative fight, which I don't necessarily agree with. Loma has never set the world on fire with pay-per-view numbers and all that shit. And this is where I think race does come into it a little bit, because Loma does get an undue amount of attention based on certain fans, extreme fans of his that are racist. But other than that, I don't think race comes into it with who Cambosos is picking. I think he's picking based on what he perceives as the more lucrative fight.
Yeah.
But that's because
it's also the easier fight. I think a 35-year-old Lomachenko.
Yeah, but this is like his third time round, like back to back. Like, why is he always put in position of titles? Like straight away, coming off a loss, coming off a loss, then losing the belt, and then
he's gotten pumped. He's gotten pumped up. He's gotten pumped up because of his fan base, which is partially racist.
I'm not
he has the machine behind him.
I don't know if Lomachenko. I'm not saying that Lomachenko's fan base is racist. I think
some of them are. Some of them are, Chan.
Maybe some of them are. But what I'm saying is, I'm not. No, let me make this clear. Because I will say when I do think a fan base is racist, I know there's black fan bases that are racist. I know there's Mexican fan bases that are racist. I know there's other
there's
Latino
a little corner
fan bases that are racist. And I know that
there's a corner of the
Hap.
YTBC. Go ahead.
Sorry, and you know me, Hap, and I call it straight down the middle. I feel that a lot of Tyson Fury fans are racist due to the experience that I've had and what they've called me in clear and present day. I wouldn't say I haven't experienced Lomachenko.
There's a corner. There's a corner of the YTBC, Chan, which I never go to, but I'm aware of it. Where they're very strongly in favor of Eastern European fighters.
Yeah, I got you.
And they are racist to a degree.
But is that racist when you're just supporting your own?
The ones I'm talking about, some of them are.
These are Americans supporting guys from Russia.
I'm not blaming Lomachenko for that. Yeah. I'm not blaming Lomachenko for that. There's just a certain group of fans that he has that are. And I think he gets more attention.
And Chan, you got to understand too, to this panel, Lomachenko is like highly rated. He's always hold up. He's always in the pound for pound. He's like what you would call like critically acclaimed. Hold up. No, let me just say what I gotta say. He's always in the pound for pound.
Yep, go ahead, sis. Can you hear us? Sis?
I think she dropped off.
He's always in the pound for pound. He was number one pound for pound over Terence Crawford.
That was Teddy Atlas
y'all hear me?
that said that. I don't think he was ever
now
officially.
We can hear you. Now we can hear you.
But what I'm saying is he's highly, like critically, he's rated high.
Oh no, she Lise?
Like even
You go
his
right off.
dad was like
Oh, you just come back. Yeah, you just come back.
the his dad was always like you know, like a top trainer. He's highly respected. He has the machine behind him, and they are behind him.
Yeah,
I agree with that, Lisa, but it hasn't translated into like him being like some big pay-per-view star, though. I mean,
Well, they act like
Somebody
that.
verified.
They act like
Somebody
that don't
verified
exist
them
though.
400,
I could argue
amateur fights.
that Cambosos could make just as much money
you get
fighting
training.
Haney than he can with Lomachenko. I mean,
When he fought
it's all about
Didn't
him.
that fight do like 4 million viewers on ESPN? And they sold out like the Vegas Arena or something. Yeah, I think
Which
he's a
one?
star a little bit. Like he's not like an
Tony's
underdog.
But it doesn't.
Yeah,
Tony
I'm
in
gonna
the
say this and I'm
building.
gonna go to bed.
Somebody
what's up?
Yeah.
somebody verified them 400. That what was it? 399 and one amateur record. Somebody verify that for me, please.
Yeah, no, it was yeah, I checked it yesterday. I watched something on Loma yesterday. It was 300. I think it's 396 and one. But you're right.
Yeah.
I think Haney made a big mistake by saying that he didn't want to go fight in Australia, and that's why I brought up Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
No. Haney never ever said he didn't want to fight.
He said he fight him on
Jupiter.
That narrative that keeps being painted.
Yes, he did. He and his dad both said that.
No,
they didn't want to go to Australia.
Vaccines. They said no. Oh, actually, Bill said, you know what? Because of some kind of lockdown restrictions, that Australia probably wouldn't be the best place to go
That's
to.
like Dubai.
And once that was clarified,
misinformation.
AJ all day. What up, Joe? Once that was clarified, Hayden never said he didn't want to. After that, that's been clarified.
Hey, AJ.
Hey, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go to bed.
What up? Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah. So this is very plain and simple to see, and everybody in here can disagree with me, but to me, this is my opinion, and this is what I believe. At the end of the day, you can't beat what you can't hit. We know Devin Haney is fast. Whether he's got bunny paws or not, he's super fast. So here's the deal. Now, none of y'all are gonna like. Well, some of y'all are gonna like this. Most of y'all are. Lomachenko is a tune-up for Devin Haney. That's all this is. He is a tune-up. And that is what George Cambosos is looking at him like. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Lomachenko, at this stage in his career, has better angles, but he is slowed down. He's no longer as fast as Devin Haney in the movement. And they're using him as a speed gauge to get George, better adapt for attacking mobile fighters who move quickly. They're using him as a stepping stone so they can fight Devin Haney next. I promise y'all that's what's going on. You don't have to agree with me. But he's a fucking tune-up. That's all he is.
I disagree with that.
Cambosos is a one-hitter quitter. That's it. Cambosos is not that good.
You can't say Lomachenko is a tune-up. Sorry.
I'm telling you. No, you got to understand.
Why would he need a tune-up if he just beat Teofimo?
I'm not trying to argue because I'm about to go to bed.
No. Why would you fight a southpaw volume puncher to tune up for a slick right-handed hot shot?
You don't have to agree.
Yeah, Haney style and Loma style are nothing alike.
One at a time, guys.
Let me say this so I can go to bed. Look, y'all don't have to agree with me. Just like y'all didn't have to agree with me when I said
we don't agree with you.
The shit out of Tio. Just like when I said Tio was going to get his ass whooped, nobody agreed with me. Let me tell you something. It's just like when you go into training camp and you're sparring somebody. You take on light opponents to get ready for the guy you're about to fight. The guy that you're going in there.
The styles aren't the same.
They're putting Lomachenko in there with him first because he's fast, and they're preparing for the speed of Devin Haney.
Totally different styles.
Different styles.
Let him talk, guys, please. See, that's your problem. Y'all don't allow people to talk.
They don't. They just talk, Lisa, over people. That's all they do. They hear
just let them talk.
But anyways, I'm going to bed. Y'all can believe it or not. When Lomachenko gets his ass fucking embarrassed, then we'll be back here again, all over. Just like
all right.
Y'all have a good night.
Thanks, T. Thanks. You have a
good night.
Good night. Y'all, what I missed?
Don't put any money on it.
What's up?
So what's cracking? What I missed? What's going on?
It's just about politics in boxing, about what's happening with Devin Haney. How come it seems like not in all instances, but at the moment we're seeing like quite a lot of black boxers being blocked and more great white hopes being put into positions of it, i.e. Lomachenko coming off a loss, then being able to fight for a championship fight, be unified champion, then be able to be franchised, duck Devin Haney, then all of a sudden gets beaten by Teofimo, then all of a sudden beats Nakatani, beats Teofimo's leftovers, and then all of a sudden you're back in title contention and Devin Haney's dashed to the wayside yet again. That's what we're talking about.
Got it. I mean, well, you know, just I mean, I was hoping Devin would get the fight, but it looks like he might have sat on his knees too long, you know. Because like one thing that stuck out to me in particular was that the fact that he was saying like how his dad came out saying like the narrative, you know, they need to stop this narrative that the fight has to take place in Australia. Well, that's what has to happen. I mean, it's not a narrative. I mean, this is the man. So you got to acquiesce to George's demands to go over there. You know what I mean? And I don't know why it took so long for the fight to get done. I mean,
exactly 150.
Devin said he go to Jupiter for the fight. So, you know.
That's not what happened.
They did say that, guys.
What's not what happened? What's not what happened?
They did say that, guys.
What's not what happened? What's not what happened?
Look. This is what happened. Devin, the dude said that the fight he want to fight in Australia. Devin said, "I'll fight you in Australia. Matter of fact, I'll fight you on Jupiter."
Yeah.
Okay. The issue happened with the COVID lockdowns. They were saying that Australia is not opening until like was it March something, and only thing that Bill said was that they need to be open to the fight happening somewhere else and not be stuck on at one place. He didn't say that they wouldn't fight there. He said that he'd be open somewhere else. And
that's what Eddie Hearn mentioned.
But obviously they don't need to be open to a fight.
One at a time, please. Let him finish.
That's all he said. He didn't say that they was not going to fight there. He said he'd be open to another place because you can't even travel to one province of the island to another province because of the lockdown. And the venue that they was having, that they want to have it at, was barely at 50%. So what? So the money he was talking about the money he was demanding, how would you want to get that at 50% capacity for the spot that you're talking about trying to have it? So you gotta make it, as Cambosos said, it's gotta make sense. So it wasn't making sense.
But obviously, if they wanted the fight, they had to go to Australia. That was the caveat, bro. Like he could say it was because of COVID and all. He could say all that. But the point is, if he wants the fight, he's gonna have to go to Australia.
Thank you, Haplo.
Not under those pretenses, man. You gotta make it make sense. Okay, look.
Did it make sense that Jack Johnson had to go to Australia? You guys keep talking about the Great White Hope. That's where it came from, Jack Johnson.
If I tell you,
he went to Australia and faced getting lynched.
Look, if I tell you, I want to buy a case of sodas, but I can only,
bro, I'm not trying to hear any fake ass analogy.
Hello, can you let him finish, Hap, please, and then you can say afterwards.
If I tell you I want to buy a case of sodas, and you tell me the only way you can buy a case of sodas from me is at 2:00 in the morning, but your store is closed at 2:00 in the morning, how the hell am I gonna buy a case of sodas?
Yeah.
So if you want to have this show at this venue and you want so many millions of dollars, but the place is only at 50%, because it's COVID.
How are you gonna? So they posed that, and they didn't ever shut it down to say, "Oh, well, we're not going to do it." Then once it was like, "Okay, Australia, you open." Cool, you've seen Devin say, like you guys said, I'll go to Pluto to fight you. I'll fucking get all the vaccines.
But he won't though.
Like, how? How does he not? How was he won't? I don't understand.
He's saying he doesn't want to go to Australia and bringing up fighting in other places, and they're like, oh, okay, next Lomachenko, you get the fight.
Because Eddie was just on record just about 3-4 days ago saying.
The point is, they were demanding things and talking about they need to be open to this and that, and they don't. He's got the belts.
Yeah, I think the rematch clause was the bigger problem. I think with Devin Haney, I think he'd go to Australia once, but to ask him to go to Australia twice, because that's what Lomachenko agreed to. So you fight him
But
in
I
Australia.
seriously doubt, Jimbo, that they would put a rematch clause that says both fights has to be in Australia.
No, that's what they had to agree to. Michael Benson on Twitter reported it.
Oh,
I think
okay.
so did
I didn't
Michael
know that.
Coppinger. Yeah. So this is the problem. That's why I'm surprised Lomachenko took it. That's a lot to ask a fighter. So
What's
you have to
wrong
travel
with
to
going to
Australia
Australia, bro? Jack Johnson fucking risked getting killed to go to Australia and get the title.
Nothing but two times, though.
Nobody else fucking ever got a shot. No black fighter ever got a shot at the heavyweight title before Jack Johnson. He went over there. They were talking about killing him.
Mate,
so
you're not listening to what I'm saying, though. I'm saying twice.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. But at least he went over there and got it. He didn't give a fuck, bro. That's what Haney should have done, bro, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Hapla, where are you getting this information?
Lomachenko basically said, show me the contract. I'll agree
What
to everything.
information?
That's why he got the fight. The reason why Lomachenko got the fight,
that he said he wouldn't go to. Oh, I can't.
He said I agreed to everything.
It's too many people talking at one time.
Devin Haney's father
One
said
at
it.
a goddamn time, please.
One at a time. Otherwise, I'll be forced to mute your mic.
God damn.
And they'll stay muted. Everyone mute your
God.
mic. Oh, Lisa.
Some
Everyone
fucking online decorum.
No, they don't have it, Liz. Go ahead, sis. Sorry.
Where are you getting this information that he's saying that he won't go over there?
And only Hap unmute his mic and nobody else.
And only Hap.
Okay, so what I've heard is the same thing 150 was saying, is that they were complaining that they had to go over to Australia. Mostly the father. I didn't really hear Devin say it, but the father was going around saying, why should we go to Australia? We could do the fight right here. Let's do it in Vegas. Let's do it here. Let's do it there. Now, that might have been partially because of the lockdown, but what he didn't realize is that Cambosos is the one that's calling the shot right now. He said, I'm fighting in Australia. So if they don't want the fight, don't go to Australia. But if they want the fight, go to fucking Australia. Jack Johnson did it fucking over 100 years ago. So, like, I get it. I want Haney to get the fight. I think he should get the fight. He deserves the fight. Mm-hmm. But the way they did that gave the other side an excuse of why not to give them the fight. So, oh, you don't want to fight in Australia? All right, next. Loma. Oh, you'll come to Australia? Cool. You got it.
I can't roll with the thing that was the thing that shaped. I can't say that the team Haney said we're just not coming to Australia.
I didn't say that, Chan. I didn't say that.
What was it? Sorry, what was it? What did I miss?
said they were hemming and hawing and complaining that they had to go to Australia. So it gave the other side an excuse to say, oh, you guys don't want to come to Australia? Fuck you then. We're going with this, other option.
Man, can I just address?
I just see they've been fighting too hard to get this fight.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I can't go. Can I just address?
Look, the powers that be don't want them to have this.
They don't. Can I just address Karma Serene's super chat for dropping that half a dub on your girl? Thank you, Karma Serene. Shan, you're looking extra buff tonight. Much love, sis. Salute to the panel as well. Thank you very much. I don't know, the buffness has been it's been in bed, the buffness. So I thought I'd have to try and make a semi effort, but man, it's hard at 3 a.m. I'm telling you. So a 3 a.m. start is not the easiest thing to do.
LadyChann,
appreciated, Karma. Mwah.
LadyChann, can I rebut that brother?
Yeah, which brother? Which one? The one that's on the panel. Sorry, because I'm having my own chat wars here. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I got a question. Does he actually know Bill Haney?
Bro, I saw your comment in the private chat. No, I do not know Bill Haney, but I know what he was saying, and I know he gave them an excuse. I'm not saying he said. Listen, let me just clarify. Let me clarify before you rebut.
One at a time.
Let me clarify before you rebut. I'm not saying they did. I'm not saying.
Darren, let him speak,
Bro,
and then you.
I'm not saying they said they wouldn't go to Australia, bro. I'm not saying they said that. I said they said that they were bringing up questions about it and talking and hemming and hawing about going to Australia, and that gave Team Cambosos an excuse to pass them over. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Haney doesn't deserve the fight. I'm not saying that Haney wouldn't go to Australia. I'm just saying that right there, fuck them.
I don't believe so. And until I hear it from the horse's mouth, I can't believe that, because the paper trail of what Devin was saying, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I heard them have a one-arm. Oh, well, you know, I heard Eddie say, well, maybe we can get more money in by doing it in Saudi. That was pushed to a side because he didn't want that to happen. I've seen the Haneys.
Right, but saying that gave them an excuse, Chan. That gave them an excuse.
So are you saying that he didn't really want to fight Devin anyway, and this was just an easy way to fuck him up?
Thank you.
Got you.
All right, look.
Got you.
All right, check this out. If you look down the timeline, no sooner than before the fight, Cambosos was saying that he's going to beat Teofimo and he was going to fight Devin. No sooner he won the fight, what did Ludabella do and say? He immediately started calling Devin an email champion and started devaluing the WBC title.
Mm-hmm.
He said that there's no need for us to fight Devin, and that he was an email champion. He started doing all that BS.
Shit. Yep.
Yeah. Now,
that's all right.
Who else who was undisputed in the black boxing community, they got their title, who was in the Hall of Fame, who got their title the same way that Devin got the WBC title, the same way Devin got his title? Lennox Lewis. Okay, so what makes Lennox Lewis any different from Devin Haney?
I've said this. That's a good point, but I had said that. That's a yep. And they've got no answer for it, because it's fucking biased. It's fucking prejudice.
Bro, I don't care how Devin Haney got the title. He's the champion. Period.
Yeah, what you can say, Hap, but I'm just saying, like, you know, the general people are going in at Haney for the same thing. It was okay.
I think with the casual fans, they get confused. They think the super belt and the franchise are the same thing. So when they see Cambosos, they think
they're not.
Oh, he's got the biggest, baddest belts. But Mauricio Suleiman is going to the tallest tower and screaming, "There is nothing above franchise." He called him Cambosos the supreme champion, and Devin Haney, what do you call him, the pride champion?
The pride.
That was a little gay, but.
Yeah,
that was a little gay.
Yeah, that was fucked up, bro. Suleiman is a fucking asshole. Totally, bro. Because it doesn't even matter what Suleiman says. It matters what the other three bodies say.
It's his belt, though, right?
But the other three bodies have to recognize undisputed.
No, they have to recognize the sanctioned body.
I said like three things. Everybody press the party.
Everyone's talking on top of each other, by the way, yet again. Can I just address this? Searching for UFOs, going back and forth with you. You're a bit annoying, but it doesn't matter. You're from London. You're still annoying. She is biased. A shame. She supports Dillian, which I can if I want. AJ, which I can if I want, and don't like Fury. I don't have to like him, so it doesn't make me biased. I like Joe Calzaghe. I like other fight. I like Canelo Alvarez, but I was still gonna call shit down the middle. Like
you like Josh Taylor too, right? John?
I like Josh Taylor. Oh yeah, I like Josh Taylor. Of course I do, and I fucking salute what he's fucking achieved. He went in the backyard, fucking and became undisputed from Jose Ramirez in his back garden. So how can I not, salute the geezer? Why would I not? He's from the Great British Isles. But just because if there was something that I didn't like and he was from the Great British Isles, I wouldn't like him. So what I'm saying is, searching for UFOs. I'm not being mean, because you like to throw around that Bill Haney is racist because he thought Tyson Fury cheated. Now you're new to this channel, because clearly you're new, because I was here from ending of 2020, actually saying I don't like Tyson Fury. Blue Blood has been on this channel many a time.
I like Tyson Fury.
And I don't like Tyson Fury, but I didn't think he cheated. So you're
I hate
new
it.
to
I hate
and
his
just
guts.
because somebody thought Tyson Fury cheated doesn't make them racist. So if we're going to use your same vibe, that means you're racist then, because you only like Tyson Fury. You only like Tyson Fury, but you're saying that you support Dillian v Fury because they're British. That's up to you. What you need to do is what you need to do. I don't have to like who you like. And if you don't like it here, and if you don't like it, then you need to go and leave and go somewhere else, or create your own channel and have your own thing. That's it. Thanks. And I won't be addressing you further along in the chat anymore because you've taken up everybody's time that we can't actually get back. Thank you very much.
Can I finish my point though? Because I started a point and everybody like crashed the party.
No, it was my party, so I didn't crash it. This is my party.
Land the plane, bro.
Yeah, you didn't crash it. Everybody else did.
Go on. Say what was it? Where was we going? Yeah, you said Lennox Lewis. That was it. Go on. Jump off of that. It was the Lennox Lewis thing. What was the difference between Lennox Lewis and Devin Haney?
Nothing.
Yeah,
but
that was where you was, I think.
But now the only difference is now is that Riso Suleiman wasn't in command of the WBC at that time.
It was his dad.
It was his father. Mm-hmm. Now Riso Suleiman is in control now. There's the only differences, and he's implementing a whole lot of radical racist BS, like changing. Victor Ortiz. Is his name Victor?
Bro,
Ortiz
his dad
Jr.?
was worse.
What's say? See,
you mean Virgil Ortiz?
Yeah, Virgil. Ortiz Jr. Mm-hmm. Tested positive for banned substance, no punishment, and still got the fight, and then legitimately lost the fight.
Oh no, you're talking about Oscar Valdez.
Oscar, that's Valdez.
Oh, Valdez. Yeah. I thought you were just talking back in the day.
Yeah,
man. Look,
that guy's got tied out. He's got to go.
I don't pay attention to a lot of them Mexican fighters, man, because in the WBC, man, they're on a slanted field. So I like really ignore them. To be honest, if Suleiman has anything to do with him, I ignore him. To be honest, I ignore him. If Suleiman is in the mix, I ignore him.
Yeah.
Bro, but it's not like the WBC never supported any black fighters, bro.
No,
they
definitely
supported. They definitely supported Floyd.
Yeah, because it's money. At the end of the day, you know, it's like we support the rich nigger.
And Wilder. Yeah.
Wilder helped him out.
They won't support someone like Dillian Whyte, who is a black Brit that doesn't really.
Dillian Whyte's a cheater, Chad. Dillian Whyte's a cheater.
It's not even about always everybody's opinion. Just let people say what they need to say.
Yeah, and the WBC
like Hap, I love you, but all of that stuff is irrelevant right now to what she's talking about.
Yeah,
hey, Shannon, be for real though. When White got knocked out by Povetkin, what did the Suleiman do?
He took him right off of the fucking thingamajig, out of the title runnings.
He threw him under the bus.
He threw him under the bus, and who went in his place? Who was in his place when he got knocked out by Povetkin? They took White out, and they didn't even even though knowing that there was a rematch clause, they was quickly like, okay, you're out now, and you know we're gonna put someone else in, and then Dillian Whyte came back in and then fucked up, obviously beat Povetkin.
Well, I recall
they've always been looking for any little thing to fuck with Dillian Whyte, and if at the end of the day, like what you're saying is like that, you know. Oh, Dillian Whyte's a cheater. Cool. Well, then, you know, the WBC support cheaters. So how about that? So they should start
Tyson Fury's a cheater,
with your analogy. With your analogy, you know, Tyson Fury cheated. I mean, Oscar Valdez cheated. WBC didn't strip him. You know, so really that shows that even though Dillian Whyte fits their criteria, what's the difference of what he does?
Floyd cheated, and they supported him.
Okay, so why are they supporting Dillian Whyte then?
Because Dillian Whyte's an ass. That's why.
No,
it has nothing to do with race.
They're all asses. Floyd's an ass. They're all asses.
Deontay Wilder wasn't an ass.
You're being subjective now, Pap, and you're being biased.
Wilder's an ass. They're all asses. I agree, but he's especially
Dillian
White.
White.
I don't like Dillian White.
I was using your criteria. At the end of the day, if you're saying Dillian White,
but that's not because he's black. I just don't like him.
No, I know that. The WBC.
You don't even know him to dislike him.
I don't like Dillian Whyte.
Lisa, but we all have fighters we like and don't like.
Right.
Fury and he's a cheater.
I mean, you guys don't have to like him, but you know, like at the end of the day, he's still a brother, and he should be supported like the next brother. That's the part, Lisa. And that's the part I don't get. That's the part I don't get.
Lisa, this is what I would say. I hope Dillian Whyte gets every single fight he wants. I want him to get all the fights.
I know, because you want him to get beat.
You wanted to get beat. You said this already.
But Haplo, at some point, it becomes like, I get it. You don't like him. That's fine. But every time he's mentioned, that's like there's fighters that I don't like, but I don't have to. No. But what do you mean? Because he's relevant to this fight that's coming up.
He's being mentioned.
Well, Haplo, that's kind of who are you to say that?
Yeah, what business is it?
I'm wondering what relevance Dillian Whyte has.
Well, then mind your business, Haplo. Because he's more relevant
than you and me right now.
That's not relevant to this conversation about Cambosos.
Than me and you right now.
I don't know his name came up.
You don't like it.
I don't see how he's relevant to the Cambosos Haney thing. I'm not saying he's not relevant.
I don't know who brought his name up.
What I don't understand is you said that you don't like cheaters, but you like Fury.
Oh, that's how his name came up. Okay.
Yeah,
that's how his name
came up.
You was entertaining how he came up in the conversation, by the way.
No,
I got you.
But this is what I was going to say.
And you don't like him, but you like Fury, who's a proven cheater. So
I don't like the fact that Fury cheated when he got popped. But what White did to fucking what's his face with the gloves was egregious to me.
What gloves? What are you talking about?
Revis.
Because we've said this every topic every time.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to talk about it.
It's like, because I find for me, like, there's certain fighters I don't like, but I don't have to say it every time.
Yeah.
Right. This Lisa chick is saying we should like Dylan because he's black. I'm black and I think Dylan is trash. No, I did not say that. That's not what I say.
Yeah,
so please
I don't dislike him because he's black.
Can somebody let me fucking talk without cutting me off? Because if not, I'm bouncing. Because I don't have time for this bullshit, okay? Every time I come on here, I get cut the fuck off. Okay? Okay. I'm just addressing him in the chat. No, it's not even about being trash or being black. I'm saying if you're going to talk that black shit, then you need to support black people. Okay, so it's not about being trash. It's plenty of people you may not. It's not even. You know what? I'm done with that subject because you know what? I'm talking on deaf's ear and I'm talking to ignorance. So I'm done with that topic. You will never hear me say nothing about it again.
Why? Because that's what people.
Because people. No, people. Because you know what? No, it's not. You know what? No, it's not that. Because I don't have time for ignorance.
Look, Lisa,
because I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying to change nobody. That's not what I'm trying to do. All I'm saying is that if you're gonna talk that black shit and talk about supporting a brother, what's wrong with supporting Dillian Whyte?
Mammy.
That's all I said.
So he's called 100%.
Mammy.
I got rid of that person.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you get rid of him? Yo, Mammy.
All right, Mammy.
I got rid of him.
See, I can rise above that. I can rise above that.
These are Fury fans.
I can rise above that. I can rise above that because you know what? I don't even care nothing about him.
He's called her a mammy. And that is a very racist term to call a black woman from the. Yeah, do you see the disgust?
I got rid of him. He's gone. He's gone.
That's what I'm saying. So nobody.
This is why I don't even like coming online.
So now I'm so glad that everybody who's got these questions say, "Oh, it's not about race," can shut your fucking mouth. because you've got losers that just are actually just negated everything. Maybe you had a good point, but he's just proved my point. So I don't want to hear anybody anymore talk about, oh, it's not about race. If you don't like it, it's about race over here tonight. Whoever don't like
Lady Chan, what did you call it?
It's about race. It's
And
about
never,
race.
and never
Yeah.
just and never take what I said out of
Your
context.
mammy,
The guy,
fuck your
the guy
mum,
said,
your mother. Sorry, Lee. I was just saying it.
yeah, the guy said, no, the guy said I should like him because he's a brother. I never said that. See, listening
I don't
isn't. Can I say you're
Don't
cutting
cut
me
her.
off, dude?
Don't cut her.
What is wrong with people? They don't know how. You know what? Listen, learn to listen and listen and to learn. Listen is an art. It is called respect. I won't be coming online much longer because I don't have time for the BS. Yep. I never said that, so don't take what I said. Don't put words in my mouth to the guy. That's all. And I'm not even upset about nothing.
They're like, do we talk? I got you. I know, I had to start muting mics and some people's muting. It's about respect, guys. And this is like every single time. This is everybody just over talks. It's just, you just can't wait until someone's finished. It used to be a thing that sometimes I used to always do, and I've tried to work really hard on it. And if you can't do it, just mute your mic so you just can't talk. When you finish talking, just automatically mute your mic. That's what you do. After you say your piece, mute your mic. So I don't have to feel like I'm going around your mic. It's not a nice thing to do, but I will do it if I have to. So who would like to? So Lisa's replied to that. No, she's not saying just black. I think Lisa's saying like you're talking about. It's just keep the same energy across the board. How comes Dillian Whyte gets a different treatment from XYZ or from Deontay Wilder or from that? And then you got people coming in that's calling you mammies and all of these types of things. Oh, you're racist because you don't like Fury. But then you're not racist because you don't like AJ. Like all you're doing in the comments is fucking slandering, talking like an American, shameful. Oh, you can go. Because I don't understand how I'm talking like an American searching for UFOs. Maybe you need to go find your mum up there. Because I think your mother's up there on a UFO. She tried to leave the planet, dude, to get away from you. You're a cretin. Good night, God bless. You're now blocked. It's been annoying all tied up. People's racist. Yeah, he wants to slander everybody else. But he's not racist. But we're racist. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. We ain't got time for these little Fury fanboys. Suck your mum. Every time I have to come on and then telling people to suck their mums. This is not the show that you really want to conduct. But I'll tell everyone to suck their mum. And I'll pull up. You'll see me at a fight. And nobody's going to be able to do nothing. How about that? I guarantee it. Nobody's going to tell me nothing. Nobody's going to be able to do nothing. I'll pull up in the country. And I'll be at a fight. And all of you lot at some point who I've told suck your mums, tell me something when I pull up over there. Let me know, because you won't be able to step forward over here, soft England, London, and disrespect me and think you're getting any. You don't know who people are. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, moving along swiftly. Yes, you can, AJ, because you've hardly said anything anyway.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say that like I'll my new rules for decorum and respect on the panel. I won't talk unless I'm allowed to speak or somebody asks me a question.
Say that again. Sorry, AJ.
No. I'm saying just due to the outbursts and repeated interruptions over the channel and the pet. Like I won't the panel in the chat. I won't talk or unless I'm asked a question or I'm allowed to speak by somebody, especially you, Chan.
Yeah, you can always speak. Like I like fluidity in conversations. I do like ad-libbing, but it just gets to a point where not everyone can ad-lib. Like, I don't like it that, sometimes everyone has to make a statement and everyone has to be quiet and then talk then. I like it kind of fluid where everyone's like, yeah, but it has to be within a certain amount of balance. So I'm not saying nobody, but, if you try to interject and you go, excuse me, maybe a good word. And if Lisa's talking, you say, excuse me, Lisa. And if Lisa doesn't want you to say anything at that time, then You have to respect and just fall back and then wait till she's finished. I might be talking and you say, "Excuse me, Shan," and I'll be like, "Yeah, go through, say what you're saying." I don't mind the fluidity of it all. I'm not that bothered in certain ways. I just don't like when it gets too muddled, and every time Lisa tries to talk, it's just everyone's talking over her. And at the end of the day, yeah, she's a woman, she's a lady, innit? Like, have respect, man.
Excuse me,
It's
Shan.
like you say 4 words and they jump on like a rabid dog. It's like
Straight
it's
away.
no, but I get it, I understand it, but it's like it's about like I don't think people have listening. A lot of people, and I've learned that in life, not just seer, but listening skills.
Excuse me,
know?
Shan.
Yep, go ahead, T.
This is a nice show. I like this show. Excuse me. Thank you.
Oh no, you're welcome. Thank you for that. No, that means a lot. Thank you for that. You're always welcome.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm always here.
Excuse me, LadyChann. Yeah, look, man, Lisa. I mean, I apologize if I like hurt your feelings. I wasn't trying to, but I'm used to going on different
my feelings is not hurt. It's just that if you're saying 4 words and you haven't even got out your thought, and somebody's already finishing your sentence, that's not cool to me. But that's just me.
I was confused as well. Someone called you a nanny. Isn't that like a grandmother though? Like,
Mammy. It's a
Mammy.
It's an
Mammy,
old,
he
it's
said.
Slavery term. Yo, man.
That's a racial slur.
It's a racial slur. Fat black woman that used to raise the white people's kids. They come from the cotton fields.
Called her a slave. Called her a fat black female slave.
Basically called her a fat black female slave.
I didn't even see that. I just saw the mammy part. But
that's sort of saying what mammy means.
Right. But I don't take it to heart because it's not me.
I take it to heart.
Excuse me. I gotta say this. I don't know if anybody on this panel knows me, and I'm not even going to even say who I really am, but that really is rubs me really the wrong way.
Same.
If you know who I really am, I'm not even going to say who I really am. But that really
I know who you are.
I don't. I just know you have talents, but you're cool.
I know who you are.
You're cool regardless. Even if you was the Prince of Brunei, if you was a prick, I'd be like, you're still a prick. You know what I mean? If you're a road sweeper and you're the fucking coolest fucking guy with the best energy, I don't care who you are. You just got good energy, you know? So at some point, maybe you're going to tell me who you are. Shouts out to my guy, Retro Boxing and Documentaries. Hi, Jedstar. Retro Boxing. He said, "How is everyone?" I come in here, ladies and
what up, blood?
To suck their bar. So the people to suck them up. But then he said something about Lisa as well. Look, he's like, "What I miss?" Blood. It's been crazy because we just got some. This is a show, and I know Blood doesn't really like to touch on these topics, and each to their own, and I respect Blood a lot, but this is about some of the racial, not everything's about racial politics in boxing, Blood, but in this issue there is. It's about the Devin Haney thing, and, you know, where I'm seeing people take certain black boxers and block them from, like, undisputed, unifying, and stuff like that, and even getting title fights full stop, but putting white fighters that have lost into repeated positions of being able to obtain titles. And I've just noticed it, like, it's like ding, 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 ding with this Devin Haney thing, and I've just connected 2 and 2. And hopefully I'm making foe. Do you know? But that's where I am. Whoever doesn't agree. I just present my opinions, backed up with certain facts that I do have. And then we go from there. That's it.
Yeah.
You know.
Because at the end of the day, I have my self-respect, and this shithole that they call on here, it's not worth my, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I have self-respect, so none of that shit means nothing to me.
Yeah,
I know what it means and everything.
Yeah, but I'm not on it. Like, I haven't got that calm
Yeah.
like you. Like, his mammy. How about that? His mammy. Like, I beat up his mum 2 days a week and fucking 3 times on a Sunday just for that comment. Go bring your mum. Your mum.
Could I just add something right quick?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I mean, all I would say, because in case anybody, I don't know if y'all discussed this, but the fight was ordered by the WBO. They ordered George
Told
to
you,
fight. Yeah. The WBO ordered it, and like I was just saying, like after Loma beat Comey, it's only a matter of time before the WBO orders George to fight him. So Devin's got to act fast. I mean, him Eddie, they got to get the shit together and really just acquiesce to George's demands. And like I was just saying earlier, it didn't help matters when Bill came out and said that they need to kill this narrative that the fight has to happen in Australia. Well, that's what George wants. That's what he wants. I mean, he paid the cost to be the boss. He came to the States, to T.O.'s backyard, won the belts there fair and square. He paid his dues. So that's what Devin's going to have to do. And I'm
but Devin's not saying he doesn't want to do that, though. Sorry to say, but he's not saying he don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, but is that? Can I? I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not finished. Can I finish?
Yeah. Please.
See, Lisa, you're right. Here we go. It's like I can't even finish what I'm talking about before somebody just wants to chime in and start talking.
No, but you're the king of interjection, so you shouldn't really be saying too much on that matter, AJ.
No, I'm working on it. I'm trying to be quiet.
You cutting people a lot, but go on.
I'm working on it. I'm trying. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that's what I said earlier. I wasn't just going to talk unless I'm asked.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm ready. I'm ready to. We're all ready to hear. Go ahead.
But that was all I was trying to say. I mean, I'm not saying not Devin, but his dad came out and said that, and I'm just saying that didn't help matters. I mean, that really didn't help. So like him saying that doesn't really give credits to the fact that just that they may not want to go out there. I don't really know. I mean, but his dad just coming out saying that kind of like just poured hot water on everything, or just so that's all I was saying. That's it. So but now the WBO's ordered the fight with Loma. So now like what choice? So now what could George? George has got no choice but to fight him.
Okay, yeah. I got a question.
And he's gonna get his ass beat.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't the WBO come out and order a fight after Devin said, "Give me the same deal that you offered Lomo"?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so okay. So isn't this a move to shut out Devin?
Yes.
So
hell
now
yeah.
So now they order it in order to shut out Devin because Devin said, "Give me that same deal. Fight me. Give me that same deal for undisputed." So now the sanction body come out and say, "Oh no, hell no, Devin, we don't want you."
I know. This is what I'm saying, Terrence. It's so blatant, and I've just come here to just show people of all races, black, blue, brown, whatever. Like, can you not see the play?
Devin needs a
and the
lawyer.
only people that they don't seem to see the play, and no disrespect, is white people. Oh, I don't know. I can't see. I need more evidence. I need more proof. I don't get it. I don't think it's that.
They need a Hubble telescope.
Oh, it's just crazy out here. You're just a part of the problem as well. People that just roll with it are a part of it. Can I just shout out to Retro Boxing and Documentary $5 dropping that quarter of a diz up on your girl. Thank you very much, blood. Shout out to the Queens. That's to me and you, Lisa.
Shout out, Retro.
Thanks, blood. Thank you so much.
So
go ahead, Lisa.
So I was just gonna ask Terrence. So should that lawyer be suing for back sanctioning fees or for his right to fight?
I don't know.
And you know what? You know what? To be honest, I've had this conversation with somebody. I'm just gonna keep it vague. I had this conversation with somebody, and I was like, "Man, you need to put some paperwork on somebody." And you need to get this guy in court. And this is before the Terrence Crawford thing. I was like, this is ridiculous. This guy needs to be sued. But when dealing with the WBC, they have nonprofit status. And everybody's like, no, you got to protect the WBC. The WBC is vital to boxing. It's the name that the franchise. Not the franchise belt, but the WBC itself. It has a historical context. It's the Ali belt. Blah 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 blah. Man, I say screw all that. You can keep the WBC, but what you can do is you can force because there's the Ali Act. What you can do is you can force the government to force a change in ownership where you can get Suleiman and that board out of there, and you can change ownership. You can that's what you can do. You can reform it. that can be done. So
yeah,
you know, that whole thing can be done, and that's what
right.
needs to be done. Because and that needs to be done across the board. And okay, but then when Terrence Crawford put his lawsuit out there, and I seen how these coons in boxing parted from this brother like the Red Sea. These rocky raccoons parted from him like the Red Sea, and
So
they
they
tried
raccoons, racks. Was there racks?
and
Oh God, we've gone down here. Go ahead, Terrence.
they sided with this 90-year-old white man. You know, he's great. If he's so great, why did Floyd Mayweather have to buy himself out of his contract and become a billionaire? He didn't become a billionaire until he got away from. Why did a Mexican fighter like Oscar De La Hoya had to get away from? Why did Mikey Garcia had to get away from? All these guys, their careers blossomed when they got the help away from this guy. But now you have to these people come on saying he's the best thing since some moldy ass Jewish bread. And I'm like, man, y'all are the worst. Y'all are a bunch of black slave catching Negroes. And I'm like, so then I was like, maybe I gave this brother some good advice, but some bad advice at the same time, because people that look like him will turn around and try to stab him in the back. You know, so
that happens, unfortunately. That happens.
Yeah.
We are the worst.
We don't sometimes have unity where there needs to be unity, and that is why there's always and it's also an effect of the Willie Lynch syndrome, that when we decide to have unity, we are called racist, and just because you're pro-black, you're automatically anti every other race. You're not allowed to be what I'm saying is I just won't be backed up into that.
A bunch of buck broken males. These ain't females. These ain't females. These are males. A bunch of buck broken males. Only female that I record that I saw was that broke my heart was Muhammad Ali's daughter. That brought her high yellow son out there that don't even look nothing like Ali. They say, "Oh, Bob Arum."
Yeah, I hated that. Same. I was like, bro, in the grand scheme of things, when we look at your son, he looks white. So that's why he's going to root for us. Just shut up, and you don't know what you're even talking about, Miss Ali. I hated that as well. And
then I saw somebody post a speech by Ali saying that you shouldn't be black, and having no white kids, and his daughter go out there and do it. And I'm like, you know what? According to your grandfather, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah. So let's just call it. Like I said, guys, this is I've put disclaimers on. I'm not saying that I not disagree. I'm just saying the views of myself doesn't automatically reflect the views of the panel, and the views of the panel or guest doesn't automatically reflect those of the channel and the channel owner. But I'm not saying that I don't agree, by the way. I just don't want everybody to say just because I said everything, they agree. And that. But that is a fucking trendy fact. Can I just read this one sec, Jim, and then I will get to you, Jim. Sorry. Mike Liderus. I found Lady when she was defending Fury against Glovegate. Now that Fury is fighting someone she likes, she trashes Fury at every turn. It's blatant hypocrisy. You sound like the LDBC now. Let me just address this. Okay, so you found me when I was saying my point of view, because I didn't think Tyson Fury cheated, and I still don't think Tyson Fury cheated. Because I don't think Tyson Fury's cheated, that means I'm his cheerleader and I have to get out pom-poms, and that means I'm his number one fan. No, I just said I don't like Tyson Fury, and I didn't think he cheated. So that means, like calling it, I'm keeping it a buck. Now that Fury's fighting someone that I like, who is, it's not AJ. If you found me all those times, I'm not a big Dillian Whyte fan. I'm not a Dillian Whyte hater, but Dillian Whyte has grown on me, and what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. So no. So there again, strike two. You lost that. You missed that ball there. She trashes Fury at every turn. It's blatant hypocrisy. You sound like the LDBC now. Strike 3, you're out because you didn't even make any sense. So what can happen with you, Mike Luda? What is it? What are you? Ludicrous. Where are you? This is what happens to you. You get blocked. Don't come back here. Thank you very much for your view. Go ahead. Where's AJ? AJ dropped out. It was too deep for him. It was like, nah, this is too deep, fam. This too deep. Oh, he said he's got to go.
No,
Okay. This was it's too deep for some people, but hey, we're here to talk about stuff. If it's too deep for you,
block the person who didn't understand the term buck broken and laughed at the fact and said it was butt broken. That's a damn idiot.
No, I know what that means. Yeah. Hidden Colors. The last Hidden Colors did one about that.
Yeah, block that. What's the name? Dragon Leg.
Can you block whoever said that? I can't find him, and I'm doing too much moderating while I'm trying to do this.
Block that jackass.
Oh, Chan, I'll jump back in the chat.
Yeah,
I'll jump back in the chat.
Yeah,
Dragon Leg's a cool guy. I think he just didn't hear you.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, thanks, Hap. Yeah, no, Dragon Legs is our guy, so maybe he didn't get it. Like he's our guy. Only below room temperature IQs allowed here. So what happens? You get blocked then, do you? And you can get frozen out, and I'll show you what really below room temperature IQs are.
If it seems like I'm distant and not paying attention, because I'm reading the Ollie.
I feel like I'm in kindergarten when I come online.
I'm not very versed in it, so
this is not the place to have civil discourse with people, guys.
No, it's
I just want to
you filter out the trash. Go ahead, Jimmy, because you were supposed to go next. Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on, Bob Arum. I mean, he has a history of saying this. He'll make a comment like, we like putting Asian fighters in Vegas because Asian people are addicted to gambling, or he's made a lot of really shady about many races, not just white or black or anything like that.
Yeah. Asian and black, yes.
But the one thing I would say in favor of Bob Arum is Terence Crawford is the highest paid welterweight in the division. No one was making more money than him, not even Errol Spence. So I don't think it was all bad.
He's worth it.
That's not true.
No. You've got to look at it. Like, it's almost like, well, it's not that bad. Take the abuse because you're still the highest paid. Do you know what he did to be the highest paid? And he should be paid even more than what he's paid. Do you think 4 million and 3 million a fight is highest paid? Is really a high paid after you take out tax, you pay the networks, you pay your promotional company, you pay your camp, your training team, then you pay your mortgage, your kids and your bills. Do you think 3 million goes anywhere after that?
I thought he got paid 7 million against Sean Porter and 6 million against Khan.
Because that went. Because if I'm right, that went to that went to a purse bid, didn't it?
No, it didn't. I think that they were scared that Eddie Hearn and the Zone were going to bid on it, so they were in a way forced to pay Terence Crawford more money. But look, Bob Arum is. I mean, at this point, if anyone is defending Bob Arum, I'd be shocked because. I mean, he's, to be honest, at this point, it's embarrassing because he'll talk shit about Eddie Hearn, LadyChann, and then he'll have to hold his hand to get off stage. Like, that shit is embarrassing, man. Like, for me, I see him as like a crazy old man that I don't really even pay that much
attention because he's going to be out of it soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Chan.
Yeah, go ahead, Terrence.
I'm gonna say this. Remember when Bob Arum was saying that he couldn't, that he couldn't make the money off of Terence Crawford, and he could build a mansion, off in the hills of California, off of what he lost off of Terence Crawford.
Yep.
Now, if you remember, that was off of the second contract after they re-upped with Terence Crawford, right?
Yeah, that was after the re-signing. Yep, sure was.
Now, Bomac tore their butts up in the re-signing. Bomac negotiated the hell out of Top Rank and got Terence Crawford. They hit a lick in that re-signing, and Bob Arum did not like it. But Bob Arum has a habit of taking these fighters, or these fighters like Terrence Crawford, Mayweather, whatever, taking them out of circulation in order to get the ones that he want to make it. You know what I'm saying? He take the fighters, certain fighters out of circulation to get the ones that he want to put in circulation. You know what I'm saying? To get them out there, he takes certain fighters out of circulation. If you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he pays them to placate them. But he was paying Terrence more than what he wanted to pay them to pay him, and
Yeah.
Bomac negotiated, and I know this for a fact because Bomac told me out of his own mouth,
Yeah.
and he negotiated the hell out of that contract, and he got Bomac. I mean, he got Bob for more than what Bob wanted to pay, or
To
what
pay.
you know what I'm saying. So that is where that came from, but Bob won't say that. But
yeah,
but
you know what? Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
But you wait. You wait until after this. You wait until after this lawsuit is over, and it'll come out that from the beginning from the beginning negotiations all the way through, and you'll find out that over a year prior to this lawsuit being announced, this lawsuit was already in the making.
Yeah,
That,
it was. That's true.
That Bob, all that mess with Bob running his mouth, Bob was just digging himself a hole.
Yeah.
All he was doing was digging himself a hole, and people kept saying, "Well,
why is
Bob,
Terrence staying?"
But Bob's 90 years old. You know, Bob can say what he
giving the excuse. Giving him excuse.
You cannot say what the hell you want because you're 90 years old. You cannot talk about my money because you're 90 years old.
Fuck you, and you're 90 years old. Fuck you. Yeah, we don't care about that. Yeah, that's why I was always on record saying Bob's got like 3 summers, and I can't wait till they tick down.
Yeah, so
we don't care how old you are.
And I'll tell you straight up, I was like, man, I hope to God that y'all, this lawsuit should be able to transform boxing in a way business is done in boxing.
Right.
Because if you think about it, with the Teofimo Cambosos fight, when Bob said he was only going to pay so much amount of money, and Teofimo and Cambosos said we're going to look elsewhere in order to be able to find more money, they had that right in order to do that by way of the Ali Act.
Yeah,
they have the right in order to be able to find somebody else that'll pay more money. Bob said, y'all conspired in order to be able to find somebody else to pay more money. You conspired against me. Well, that's their right in order to be able to find another promoter to pay more money. And Bob said, well, we'll see what happens to you when you come back here. That's illegal. That is illegal.
It is. No, it is, and that's why. And off of the back of
exactly what
Don King,
the Muhammad Ali through this. Exactly what part is illegal? Because I'm trying
having your manager and your promoter as the same person. The Muhammad Ali Act.
Okay,
and that is what Don King was doing. So because he was ripping people off, that act was established. So what Terrence is trying to say is that what Terrence Crawford is doing is something that in the future, that even though everybody's slagging off, in the future, if it goes his way, this will benefit fighters going forward, and maybe another act will be put in place where these types of things, like what Bob Arum has said and done, cannot be replicated.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, remember how when Cambosos and Teofimo said that what Bob Arum was offering for the fight was not enough money, and they went to Triller, and then everything went to purse bid, right? And then Bob got mad because the Zone bidded on it or whatnot. They got mad with the Zone and whatever, and then Bob and Bob got an attitude and said that we'll see what happens with Teofimo when he comes after this fight, when he comes back here, threatened to put him on the shelf and all that kind of stuff, whatever. All that was illegal. You can't stop a fighter from, he signed to you. You can't stop a fighter from
Hang on, your audio's gone funny. Fix it. You've got your audio's changed, like you're on loudspeaker instead of a mic or something.
I was always on.
You back? Hang on, I think you're back. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
You can't stop a fighter from looking for a better deal, even though they're signed to you by the Ali Act. They're not bound by what you're offering.
You need to fix your audio, Terrence. What's happened? It was perfect just a minute ago. What have you done? While Terrence is fixing his audio, let me just speak to Lard Muff. Lard Muff?
How about now?
Yeah, that's
How about now?
Can I just... Terrence is victimizing Crawford like he does everything he can to promote fights. Boxers also promote their own fights too. Fury, Ali, Leonard, Duran, Hearns, and Tyson. All those dudes sold. You can address that because he's in, you know.
How about now? Am I good now?
Yeah, that's perfect. Back to normal.
No, what I was saying is that.
And you want to address the comment as well that's down on the screen as well, Terrence, because it's for you.
Can't.
Can you see it? I've got it on the screen.
It's small. Can you read it?
It says Terrence is victimizing Crawford like he does everything he can. Like he does everything he can to promote fights. Boxers also promote their own fights too. Fury, Ali, Leonard, Duran, Hearns, and Tyson. All those dudes sold. He's saying you're victimizing Terrence Crawford like Terrence Crawford isn't like doing the best that he could do to promote his own self. And then he's named.
I didn't say nothing about Terrence Crawford. Where you getting that from?
No. When you're talking about Crawford and Bob, I think. Terrence Crawford. He's saying Terrence Crawford is Terrence, you are victimizing Crawford, like making it like Crawford is a victim. Even though he's trying to say Crawford isn't the victim because he's not promoting the fights like other previous predecessors did.
Man, I look at it like this, man. If I hire a promoter, then you should promote.
That's what I said anyway.
If
no one listens to me.
If I hire a promoter, it's your job to promote. I should be able to go home and sit on my couch and eat a ham sandwich.
I don't.
That's your job. If I gotta go out here and act like a fool and rant and rave, if I gotta pull an Ali, what the hell I need you for? Why am I paying you? Why you get a percentage? If I gotta act like Ali, if I gotta be like Floyd Mayweather, that's why Floyd Mayweather was independent.
Yeah.
If I gotta go out here and I gotta do all this stuff, what the hell I need you for? I personally believe in exactly what Terrence Crawford is saying. I ain't gotta go out here and be a damn buffoon. If I'm going to do that, what the hell am I getting a percentage to Bob Arum for? I get that money for myself.
Yeah, that's what I said the same thing. You're called a promoter, mate. Like, why do I like? Fair enough. There's some personalities that can self-promote and aid along with the promotion. I'm one of those types of people. I can do that, but I accept that there are people that are not like that. They've got a promoter, so if they're not like that, don't force them to be a personality that they ain't. You promote, then you give him the money to promote. Then why are you taking a percentage of his purse and saying, why aren't you promoting? But I'm the promoter. Yeah, this is just fucking bullshit. To me, don't make no sense. But who am I? I'm just a girl from the UK.
This same dude, Lord Muff. Bob was the only white dude who stood by Ali during the draft debacle, but because he can't force it. Man, look. First of all, that's a lie. Bob wasn't the only white dude that stood by Ali during the draft debacle. There was hundreds of white dudes, maybe actually thousands that stood by Ali during that, and thousands and millions on both sides, black and white, that stood by Ali. So you can kill that false narrative, and that was an international effort. So you can kill that narrative. First of all,
What was
and
it? What was the comment? What was it? What was the comment? Let me read it.
It was this one. Bob was the
That
only
dude
white.
don't even.
you know,
Go on.
must be some damn young
What
ass
is he? What is he talking about?
He's talking dumb shit.
So what we need to do is never address
Yeah.
him again.
He's talking
But
dumb
he
shit.
doesn't.
He doesn't
But
know what he's
he. But he don't even get
Fuck
it.
out of here with that
Muhammad
dumb
Ali.
shit, man.
Muhammad Ali was a gold medalist. Okay, in the
International
'60s.
personality.
Right,
finished.
and also he threw his medal in the Kentucky River because when he came back and couldn't even be seated to eat, where they was like no blacks, you know what I mean? Like they wouldn't serve blacks. So what is that person talking about? He's an iconic figure. He would have been that without Bob Arum.
Mm-hmm.
Even before he went into he couldn't fight for a few years because not going into the Vietnam War or whatever. What is you talking about, dude?
No guesses. No guesses what color Lard Muff is.
Right.
No guesses.
Right. And who he fought is why he is who he is. Okay? So Ali made Ali. Don't get it twisted.
No, because they always have to say the white person made the black person why they're that iconic. You know they always have to do that, but it doesn't work round here, mate. It don't work round here. Ali was Ali before Bob, you loser.
And Sister Sham say Ilyas Shabazz is a personal friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
so
who are you? Because you seem to know a lot of people, but I'll speak to you later. I'll speak to you later because you've named a few people. I'm like, who is this geezer then? Fucking hell. But we'll speak later. Go ahead. Sorry. Terrence, why did you mute?
Sis, he's royalty, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Terrence, go ahead, Terrence. Terrence. I know your name's Terrence. I got a brother called Terrence, but I know it's Terrence, isn't it? Terrence, I don't know who you are, but the names when you say stuff, I'm like, oh, like, but we'll chop it up later anyway. So I just want you to get your point off. Sorry, that was just a thought that came out of my mouth. I was like, who is this geezer then? You seem to know quite a lot of people. That's all I thought.
I'm not old enough to be a geezer, but
no, I'm from the UK, and just in case you couldn't tell, geezer means guy. Who's this guy? Geezer.
But you're from you live in London?
Yeah, I live in London. Yeah.
Well, you'll have those what are they purple or blue historical plaques on certain buildings?
Yeah, we do, where like poets have lived and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, there are some family members of mine on some of those buildings.
Oh, is it? Would it be the same surname, Bailey?
Yep.
Because I live in the area where there's loads of those.
No. It wouldn't be Bailey. It would be Douglas.
Okay. And hang on. Hold up. Okay, no, hold up. And what part of the States, what state do you live in the States?
Maryland.
Or are you from? Sorry, what state are you from? Because you could live in a different state from where you're from.
Maryland.
Okay. And all right, cool. Got you. I got you. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying. Did you finish what you were saying? Because my head's got. Oh yeah, can I just shout out? I'm going to shout out Drew, DJ. Thank you for that. Half a dove on your girl. Blue, I just rubbed that off you neatly and discreetly, but you do it better. But hey, I just rubbed it off you.
We got a female blue blood in here.
Yeah. You have got cause I like when he does that. I find it like half a hundo. We love it. We just take it. Blue, shouts out to Blue. Where are you, Blue? Actually, Blue was going to actually pass through the show. I spoke to him up until maybe a few hours ago, but he was going to pass through and speak about some stuff. But I'm sure he'll come through tomorrow or another day, whatever. But yeah, so shouts out to Blue. I'm ripping your stuff off right in front of you. You could be watching it and be like, God damn. But anyway, thanks, DJ. Saturday night, Saturday Khan sends Brooke into retirement. Your opinion? I got you. Also, I've got a cash app from Arthur Hawkins. Hark from Maryland. Hark from Maryland. He says, thanks for the show. Salute to the beautiful LadyChann. Massively appreciated, Hawk. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hartford, Maryland. That's around Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore. That's near. Ain't that where you're from? Maryland.
That's about an hour away.
Yeah. Got you. Love it. We this is what I'm saying. The internet links us all together. Yeah. London. Jed, where you live again? You live in down the south near Mexico. Where was it?
I live by
West Coast.
Albuquerque, New Mexico. No, that's mountain. I'm in the
that's mountain. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you live in New Mexico, don't you? So we've got Maryland, New Mexico, and New Jersey in the building.
Yeah. I was stationed in El Paso, Texas when I was on active duty.
Oh, okay.
El Paso, yeah. El Paso, Texas.
I got people in Austin, El Paso, Texas. Yeah.
Walt said he lives by DC actually.
Fort Bliss.
He lived by DC. So let's get back onto this Devin Haney stuff. So where does Haney go from here, guys?
You know what? It's hard to say because me personally,
yeah, go ahead.
I hate to see Devin let them beat him like that. Me personally, I like to see, all of the boxing community come together and say, you know what, we tired of this shit, and say, you know what, ain't nobody paying for this ESPN Plus. We not watching this. We all want undisputed. We're sick of this this Lomo crap. This dude, ESPN has tried to erase his losses a couple of times. You watch the fights, and this guy, we all watched him lose. And you look at the record, they post it on the screen, and they say he's undefeated. We don't damn well he's not undefeated. And then they say, well, he's got several hundred wins and like one or two losses, but you can't verify it. Where do you go to verify? You can't verify it. You got to go on that word. But if you look up ESPN via Google, and the first thing you see is they are known for improprieties and conflicts of interest. Mm-hmm. It is in their bio, mm-hmm. and we see that, and we see with our own eyes when it comes to the Tyson Fury stuff, and all that with the whole lie with the mental health stuff and this and other. We know no damn mental health. We know the dude was out of the sport for cocaine use. Mm-hmm. We know ESPN lies. We know that Stephen A. Smith is a piece of shit.
Oh, I can't stand him.
We know that Stephen A. Smith is a tool against his own damn people. We know, with a fucked up hairline. We all know this. ESPN.
Where does Devin go though, Terrence? We want to do what's the route? What's his, or you guys call it a route? What route does he take now that he doesn't get this shot of undisputed?
Well, we don't know that yet. What we can, the point I was getting to is we don't know that yet. Mm-hmm. And it's not set in stone. What we need to do right now is we need to put the pressure on Camboso, and this is a good format right now because this is in the UK, and we need to put the pressure on Camboso, Cam Fraud, Cam Pussy, whatever you want to call him, that you don't have a fight if you're not fighting Devin. If you're fighting,
stop. Sorry, I have to interrupt. We need to get fanfares out. I just checked something. We have motherfucking royalty in the building. Direct descendant of Frederick Douglass in the building. Yeah? Yeah? Who helped abolish slavery coming from Maryland in the building. Frederick, let me just read. Frederick Douglass, for those who don't know, was an African-American social reformer, abolitionist, orator, writer, and statesman. After escaping from slavery in Maryland, he became the national leader of the abolitionist movement, hard word to say, in Massachusetts and New York, becoming famous for his oratory and incisive anti-slavery writings. Frederick Douglass, born 1818, Talbot County, Maryland, United States. Died, rest in peace, 20th of February, 1895 in Washington, D.C. Full name, Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey Douglass. Yeah. In the fucking building. That would be, I would be assuming that's probably like your great grandfather.
No, it's my great uncle.
Your great uncle.
What
is the building? Blood clot, respect the order. That's just blown my mind.
Yeah, respect. I knew who he was, but I didn't say nothing. I knew he was.
Yeah. So now I know what you're talking about, the plaques, because we got plaques with Frederick Douglass's names on those blue plaques here in. I live in the blue plaque place. Yeah, where there's a high concentrated amount. Where we've got Bob Marley as well with blue plaques. We've got they've got like great poets with buildings that can't be changed or they're listed. So yeah,
historical landmarks or something.
Landmarks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, I had to just, when I went on my Wikipedia and I saw that, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives you chills, right? Yeah. Wow.
So, goosebumps straight away.
Yeah.
This is like,
yeah,
that's wild. That's wild. So when you got people coming on there talking about Mammy, now do you see why people this is why I say to people, you don't know who people are. You're supposed to mirror the energy that people give you. If people give you fucking respect, you mirror that back. You don't come on places throwing fucking racist rhetoric talking about Mammy. Yeah, because someone
can I respond to somebody in chat?
Slavery fucking term. And then you've got the direct descendant, great nephew of Frederick Douglass on the show. You know what? All praises to the Most High Supreme. This could only happen on my show, and I feel grateful and I feel fucking honored. Thank you, sir, for coming through.
Can I address somebody in chat, please?
It better be good after what I've just said.
I'm sorry, Peter. This bothered me.
Any little stupid idiot. But go ahead, because we got.
First of all, it's nice to be able to talk history. I like the fact that we have a direct descendant of Frederick Douglass. But something bothered me in the chat. Have that same energy for Debbie Duck.
Oh, I saw that.
He fought nobody for that pride belt. All right. All right, you know what? I don't like how he got the belt, fanboy killer. I really don't. But the fact that he defended the fucking belt 4 times successfully and he's still undefeated, you can't give just a little bit of respect for that? Just a little bit? I'm not a fucking Haney fan. I don't like it.
You don't have to be a Haney. Yeah.
But
just
right is what's right.
And that's it. That's all we're saying.
That's all. That's all I've ever said. I want the right thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No one's cheerleading for no one. Like, if you're just a person that keeps it a buck, mate, obviously your name tells us that you don't keep it a buck because you're saying that you're a killer of fanboys. Well, then you're on the wrong channel because none of us are fanboying. We keep the same energy. At the end of the day, I back up what Jed said. He's not a Haney massive fan, but at the end of the day, what's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. The dude hasn't lost the belt that was given to him. Has he lost it? No, he hasn't. He's still undefeated. So fanboy, go ahead. Go ahead, Clarence.
LadyChann, well, since I'm found out, because I wasn't gonna say it.
You're still gonna be don't worry, it's still gonna be normal as normal, but I just said, yeah, don't worry. If you get on my nerves, Terrence, I'm still gonna tell you you're getting on my nerves, by the way. So
well, since it's Black History Month,
don't change.
Since it's Black History Month and I'm found out, I'll take 2 minutes to go ahead and break it down.
Yeah, you may as well. It's not Black History Month here, but it's Black History Year all year round because we are black every single day. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I'm very black. So
hang on, let me put. But Terrence, before you start, babe, listen to me. Put a picture on this on your here now, and then I can solo it and just make it you while you're giving us the history, please. But just put a picture because I hate when it's just this grey square, the grey circle. My bad. Could you just put a picture up? Any picture that you want of. Oh yeah, it's you. Do you wanna? Oh yeah, all right, cool. That's even better. All right, so can you talk like that? You want to? Or you could just put a picture up. You don't have to. Don't let me feel that you have to do that. But I'd rather that people focus on either a voice with a nice with a picture or your face itself.
I'm fine.
Let's go.
So it's Black History Month. So I'm the 5 times great grandson of Perry Bailey, which is the older brother of Frederick Douglass, and the lineage goes down where his lineage goes into the Eastern Shore, and my grandfather ended up marrying a descendant of Modesty in the Green family, which is the family of Modesty, which married into the family of the Tubmans, which produced, let me get it right, produced,
know your history now.
yeah, it's a whole lot.
Yeah, I know.
With Harriet Rip Green married Mr. Ross, and they produced Araminta Ross, which we all know as Harriet Tubman.
Yeah.
This is the family that produced my grandmother, Elsie Lillian Mae Green, who married my grandfather, Bill Bailey. And here I am.
Yay! Round of applause to them, though. They produced you, and then they produced you, and you ended up on this black girl from London's boxing show. How crazy is fucking life like that? Do you think that even makes sense? My mind is blown. Like, you don't even understand. You don't even understand how. Look at that. See it there? You don't. Yeah. This is guys. This is crazy.
That's phenomenal. Yeah.
Because I'm from the UK, right? So in the UK, we didn't really learn about American history too much. I'm not going to lie, too much. They didn't cover Harriet Tubman to a degree, not really at all. But thank you to my mother that would put me on game growing up. The bits which she knew, she shared, and I'm such a inquisitive person that I like researching. Then I would go further research certain bits. So why isn't he? He's not on any US notes, is he?
No,
he should be.
No. I have a bunch of Frederick Douglass quarters in my drawer. I got a bunch of Frederick Douglass quarters.
Bro, let me buy. Let me buy a couple of them. Let me buy a couple of them if they're any time for sale. Not all of them. Obviously, you're going to want to keep, but like I'll just have one. Like actually, I'll buy one.
I've owed Bill Haney a couple of them for like
20
damn near
years.
like 9 months. I got to get Bill Haney a bunch of them in the mail.
Yeah, they're like, Shan, get to the back of the queue. Bill Haney ain't even got them yet. You ain't getting them in this millennium.
I gotta get Bill Haney. I got Bill Haney's book still sitting on my TV. I gotta get in the mail. Matter of fact, now I gotta send Bill Haney extra stuff. I gotta send him a T-shirt and everything else.
I'm sending you a T-shirt, but my T-shirt says "Done Them Season" because I'm half Jamaican, so it's like "Done Them Season," which means like shut it down, like full stop. We come to done them. So I'll send you a T-shirt.
That means she got love for you, Terrence.
Yeah.
If she send you something, that means it's mad respect.
Yeah, I'd love to. We had Jamal Charlo wearing the T-shirt, and I was like, yay! Uncle Ronnie Shields, who I call Ronnie Shields, he comes on the show. He'll be back soon as well. He's been on the show like 3-4 times. He wear my T-shirt and that, and it's like, yeah. Like, I'm honoured. Yeah, Uncle Ronnie is always here.
I got T-shirts too. You ain't the only one. Hold up.
You got T-shirts too? Let me see. No, that is crazy. Like this show. Like, how did you even find this show then?
I watched the show. I don't always say anything.
Really? No, but you've been in the chat, haven't you? Have you been in the chat before?
I've been in the chat. I don't always comment.
Yeah. No, but you just don't comment. Wow. That's why I always tell people you don't even know who's watching. You know. Hey, I'm a huge fan of this one. You need to South Crack. I'm putting you in timeout. Get yourself sorted out. If you come back with those same stupid comments, you're going to be out.
Can you see it?
Where are you at? Let me see. Let me solo you out. Let me see.
Oops. Hold up.
Let me see.
Oh, hold up. I messed up.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. Don't show us your address and all that shit. People be knocking at your door. Oh. Operation Frederick Douglass on. I want one. I want one to wear on the show. Hang on, that's a T-shirt.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Hang on, what is that?
Oh, wow.
Is that on your settee? What? Hang on. I'm confused. What you? Oh my God, that's the hoodie. Or it's a jumper that's in the jumper, in the sweater, as you call it. That's on top of the sweater. Oh, I get it now. I was confused. I was like, are you on the sofa? Is that the sofa cover now? Or no, that's sick. I want one. How do I get one then? How do I get one?
That's a hoodie.
Yes, a hoodie. That's what. So how do I get one? How do I? I mean, I'll buy one. How do I'm able to buy one? Are they up for sale? Like put it in the chat. Then why aren't you saying these things? How people get? Linking.
Send me your email to my text.
Yeah.
And then
we'll go from there.
Yeah, we go from there because I'm still trying to get the website up because we're still launching the family website. So
that's dope.
That is actually the mural that we just had erected back in September. We had a huge concert and everything. Yeah. If you go on Facebook, it's that Operation Frederick Douglass on the Hill on Facebook.
Yeah,
you can see everything on. You can see the whole thing on Facebook.
Oh wow!
Yeah, guys, this is historical. We're having a good old Black History Month. This is great. This is amazing.
As a matter of fact, everybody that's in this picture is an actual descendant, and everybody that's in here is it? Well, let's see.
Is anyone living? Is anyone living out of them?
Kevin is still living. Nettie Washington Douglass. I know you heard of her. Nettie Washington Douglass, the last living Douglass. She's still living. She's holding the book.
Okay.
Kenneth Morris, he's still living. It's my cousin. And then there's Uncle Frederick and Auntie Natty. I'm sorry, Auntie Anna. This is the first time.
I got an Auntie Anna. It's not the same one.
This is the first time this Anna Murray has ever been painted standing up.
Why? Because she was always sitting down.
She was always sitting down in a wheelchair because she was in a wheelchair,
Okay.
not in a chair, because she had debilitating arthritis.
I got you. So yeah.
And then there's Charles and Lewis, the first members of the 54th Massachusetts, because we're the first African American military family in the United States. And then there's me.
Wild. That's fucking bro.
And
Like, bro, you don't know.
Wow, that's historical too.
My mind's
And then-
blown out here,
Wow.
mate. My mind.
And then there's Obama and Kamala.
That is fucking. That's just crazy. My mind is blown. Like, you know, like you don't usually speak to someone that's like, you just know that there's a slave just a minute ago. Like their family member was just a slave a minute ago. I remember I always talk about this, Lisa, when we talk about, you know, certain United States black people saying that black people ain't black in the UK. And I'm like, well, you know, because you guys are American, then, you know, it goes back 3 generations, and then maybe your great-great-grandfathers were on the field. Like, and it's different kind of with us coming from the West Indies. It's not as such as that. Like, I know, like, my great-grandfather was still one in Jamaica or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't
Right.
slave as such. So this is quite
people in the UK, African, I don't even know what the term you would call folks in the UK.
Oh, we just say black people. We'd say black Brits.
Okay, black Brits.
Yeah.
Diaspora. It's. I would say y'all know different than African Americans, because the reason why I say that is because if you do a DNA of African Americans, the average African American is approximately 70%. On average, 60 to 70%, 65 to 70% African.
Yeah.
I would say that it would be about the same as a Brit.
Yeah. Meaning the genetic makeup of yeah. But the thing that I was trying to talk about,
it would depend on the region, in the region, and the circles that your family traveled. If your family traveled certain circles where they might have been a little bit had more money, then they might have dealt with more white folk. If they had money but they was a little bit more conscious, or they had more money but they stayed but they was conscious and stayed a little bit more in the black community, or they had businesses and they stayed in they catered to the black community, or they stay more black. But if they had money and they stayed in government, or maybe more in entertainment, then it might mix with more black people. I got family members that you look at their DNA report, they more white than black, because they circles
that they run in.
They hung around with more white people.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, Terrence, is that I'm a bit fed up that certain black Americans keep saying that black Brits are not as black as them, and I try to tell them that, but our culture is like, you won't find a black person over the age of 70 that was born here. Like my parents are. I'm the first generation Brit, you know. So we keep very tied into our culture. You're either got African parents or you've got parents from the islands, and that's it. If you're black here, you know. I would like you to explain why this is being said.
America said it because of your accent. That's why.
Just because it's a British accent. Like, we've just adopted the accent of where we were dropped off at or where we were born. That's not my fault. That's not your fault. It doesn't make anybody more black. Doesn't make anybody less black. The American accent that you talk with is not your original accent either. So right. It's not mine, and mine's not better than yours. They're both not our accents.
It's your accent.
Yeah.
Ask any African American how they felt the first time Jeffrey from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air opened his mouth.
They went wild. They was like,
What the fuck?
It wasn't nothing to me because I was used to black Brits.
Yeah, because you know why? Because where you are, Lee, see, that's what I said. Up north, the tri-state area, a lot of black Brits and a lot of white Brits immigrated to the UK, but especially black Brits, isn't it? I mean, immigrated to those parts of the tri-state area.
Yeah,
so,
but I've seen Brits on television.
You're one of a few. You're one of a few because
I mean, you can't have an insular mindset.
Yeah, but when you first heard the British black from the accent, the first when you heard it, Lise, you got used to it. But the first time you heard the British accent coming from a black person, did that wild you out of it?
A little bit, but then I was like, whatever. I was like, yeah, okay, there's Brits, black Brits. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I didn't like freak out about it or go on this whole. I had black British friends.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Quite a few of them. So it was nothing to me. I mean, like people act like it's some type of
alien.
Yeah, it's like it's crazy. Like, can I have an insular mindset?
I know.
You can't. The world doesn't revolve around that 4-block radius.
Yeah, turned off one of my lights. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. But when I used to first start going to the States as a kid, it was always like all the kids were like, "Wow, say that, wow," and I get it because it's different, isn't it? Like I get it. But then coming back into the boxing, you know, it's more like I got called. What did I get called? Like the overseer, one of the overseers. Oh, she's an overseer.
Wow.
That was from another black person from the South. I was on a panel and he was like, yeah, she's one of the overseers. She talks
that
like
was from an adult, right?
It was from an adult. Of course it was from an adult.
Well, see, that's bad.
Who called you that?
A black guy from down south. I was on a panel maybe a week and a half ago. And I spoke and he went, she's one of the overseers. Look at her accent. She's one of the overseers. And it was like, how can I be an overseer if I'm black?
That was virtually or in person?
No, it was on a panel like this, like how we doing it.
Well, actually, that was very ignorant. And
it's offensive, and it offended me as well.
And I say that because of this, because first of all, they can't go on it because of because your accent alone, and I'm not going.
I know it's offensive to be called, like, you know, she's basically one of the slave masters, even though I'm black, but because I've got this accent, I'm a slave. I'm from the slave masters. Ridiculous. I could have told him to suck his mum and shut him fully down, but you know, then he tried to bat it off like it was a joke, like
But it's not funny.
But you're Jamaican though, right?
My mum's Jamaican. My dad's Jamaican, and my mum's half Venezuelan and Dominican. So they're all not from this country. Yeah, basically. And I'm black.
But see, here's something else that a lot of ignorant individuals wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
That Ireland, black folk from Ireland and Scotland were shipped out of those areas and sent indigenous.
Yeah.
Were shipped out of there and sent down to the West Indies.
Yeah.
And so that those areas could be considered to be white countries, and they were not.
Some of them were. Some of the white Irish were treated like slaves over there as well to do the remedial work as well. Some of the Irish that got sent to the islands. Because when my mum immigrated here, there was signs on the shops: no blacks, no dogs, and no Irish. And my mum got here in the late 60s. Or the late, hang on, not the late 60s, the mid 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My mum got here when she was 12. My dad got here when he was 10.
So your mom went through the Windrush.
Well, her mother
parents.
came. Her mother came first and did all that, left them where they was, and then got a job, did what she was doing, and then sent for them, and they all came over. And then some of my aunts in the end went to America. They that's why I say I got a US family. My mum's sister said, all right, when they got to a certain age, we go to America. One fought in the US military army. One went there since she went to America since she was 3. My nan had 8 kids, 4 girls, 4 boys. All the boys were born in the UK. All the girls were born in Dominica. So my mum was a part of the Windrush and that whole era. And then there was no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. So the blacks and the Irish really grew up together, like being discriminated.
Yeah.
But
We're very close Irish people, very close.
I think it was Thomas Jefferson. Was Thomas Jefferson? Damn, which one? Yeah, Thomas. Damn, which one was it that was was the ambassador to France?
Jefferson.
I don't know. I could Google it.
Jefferson.
Jefferson.
Yeah, Jefferson.
Yeah, you got it.
That said that America needs to stop the immigration of Germans and Middle Eastern Europeans from immigrating into the United States, because the United States did not need any more brown and dark-skinned individuals immigrating into this great white society.
So I bring up it then.
So during that time, that was evidence that the people that were immigrating from those areas were brown-skinned people. And Ireland and Scotland and those areas were shipping people out of those areas to the West Indies to get them out of those areas in order to create a white society in those areas. A lot of the people that were shipped to the West Indies came out of Ireland, the outer islands of Ireland and Scotland. When they said St. Patrick got rid of the snakes out of Ireland. First of all, Ireland does not have the climate in order to sustain snakes. Snakes cannot live in Ireland.
They need to have like some tropical weather or certain conditions.
Yes. Right. What actually can live in Ireland are some people who have the who wear the headbands, which was some dark skinned short people who wore a headband that had a snake like headdress on it that was akin to the Egyptians that had the snake like headband that had like a snake like figure on the head.
I'm very much into that.
And when they said they had driven the snakes, St. Peter had driven the snakes to the river or to the water or whatever, meaning he had slaughtered all of the black people from the island. That is what that meant. So St. Peter was not a saint. He was a murderer.
I know. And we have to and I'm from Roman Catholic, and we're like, oh, we got to pray the name of the Father. But I was always the kid that used to be like, why is this and why is that? I used to get sent out. And that's why when you delve down into the religion of Catholicism, it's all contradictory, hypocrisy, shrouded in murder, rape, violence. All of the most nastiest, heinous things have happened under the guise of the Pope, Vatican. Fully know it, but and it was a religion that was bestowed and forced onto us.
So when other people say, well, it meant this, it meant that. Okay, what happened to the black inhabitants
that black inhabitants of that island that wore the headdress that was shaped like this like snakes that came there from the. What happened to them? What happened? Where'd they go? They were the antithesis of the stories of the leprechauns. Think about that. That's where the stories of the leprechauns came from. And where'd they go?
Where did they go?
Where did they go?
I don't know.
You see what this guy say in the chat?
Yeah.
No, snakes meant pagans. Is this one the one I've got up?
Yeah.
Said Patrick bought to Ireland. All right, who wants to speak about that?
I saw the piece of shit.
Okay.
He had.
Ahmed, turn down the other channel. Thanks.
Yes, hi.
You're playing us back. 1 second, Terence. Ahmed, you're playing us back. Turn down what you're watching. Turn the TV down. You don't need the TV on because you're just beaming into us. So yeah, go ahead, Terence.
Obviously, these individuals don't actually go back and go back to the source of the information, which is the African the actual African text. They go back and listen and read the conqueror's information. And if I conquer you, am I going to tell the truth?
No, you're going to give them. You're going to have a subjective agenda, aren't you?
Exactly. So no, it's common. None of this stuff would even be written if none of this would even be in context if if Italians weren't being beaten up and being under subjection when they came to the United States in the first place.
Yeah, and that's why they don't really like black people over there, the Italians, isn't it?
No, think about it. When they came to the United States,
who was beaten?
When Italians came to the United States, the Italians was treated like black folk. So
yeah, right. Yeah, so why have they got such a problem then with not all, obviously, because my friends and my daughter's godfather is half Italian and half Jamaican, and I've grown up. I'm just saying, so why have they got sometimes quite a general disdain, i.e., like the Paulie Malinages and those types of Italians?
Well, look, let me tell you something. Paulie Malignaggi is a piece of shit. Because
he was on the show and he was cool, but this is before all this all come out, and I didn't know as much as I knew then when I first started my boxing channel about the shit that he was saying till I know now. And then I was like, oh, he said about the Devin Haney. And then when I heard about this shit that was going on, I was just like, yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, you game over.
Chan, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm 46 years old.
Okay, notes. You look a bit younger than that, though. You do. I thought he was a bit younger. I thought maybe 40, 41, maybe 42. And so you look a bit younger than you are, actually.
Well, I work out. But anyway, my wife still gets carded. But anyway, growing up, we never considered Italians to be white. Like, if
I get you. I'm going to tell you this.
If a black girl in a neighborhood was dating, what's I said, man, she dating a white girl, man. A white dude, man. We need jumping. You're like, well, who's she dating? That dude right there. Oh man, he ain't white. He Italian.
I'm going to tell you why you guys say the same as. Okay, so Terrence here in the UK. So we call like Italians. They are genetically they're white, right? But the culture isn't the same as white Brit culture. So Italians are kind of like the black white people. No, the white black people. Do you get what I mean? Because they have a lot of the super same values, of how they've got similarities to a lot of Black Island people, and I guess, like you saying, a lot of similarities to Black Americans as well. So that's quite funny that you said it, because we always say that. And my friend that has his mum's white Italian, his mum's Italian and his dad's is Jamaican, he always says the same thing. He goes, I grew, even though my dad is now passed away, I still consider myself that I've grown up still Black, because my mum's just taken lead, because my mum's not white English, she's white, she's Italian. So I was just correlating that with you. Yeah, you kind of look at them that you're not white, but genetically you are, but your culture isn't white. In that, it sounds weird to explain, but I hope you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah, can I chime in, LadyChann?
Yes, you can.
Yes. Well, it's
Welcome
just
to the panel, right, Ahmad.
you know, it's just from my experience living over here in the US and also living in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
See, I went to school in Manchester, grad school.
In England?
In England, yeah.
Okay,
Manchester.
cool. Yeah, I was just getting it right, just in case it was something
Yeah,
else.
Manchester, England.
Yeah.
Mancunian.
Mancunian.
Yeah. So, you know, in the US, you're always aware that you're Black, you know. When I got into the UK, actually, I was pretty culturally, you know, ignorant. So I didn't even know, right? So when I landed over there for like I didn't even know where where I could get a haircut.
Yeah. Okay, got you.
Where I could get a proper Black haircut. I didn't know. That's how I became bold, because, you know, I stayed with the cut. But the difference was,
got lots of barbers. Yeah.
Over there, I didn't feel the Blackness so much. It was like, you know, it wasn't. I mean, literally, you know, I ran into people, a lot of people with, like you said, second generation Caribbean descent.
Mm-hmm.
And when I speak, they just say, "Oh, are you American?" You know, and then, you know, they want to introduce you to, like, you know, the hood or whatever. I mean,
like,
yeah.
Dude,
So I've had
me from the US, like, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, they want to introduce you to their friends and be like, "This is my homie from the US."
Yeah, no, they want to show you. Yeah. Look, man, we got the hood over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me take you to the hood. They take me over there. I'm like, yo, this is really nice.
Yeah.
You know, but overall, I mean, it's just a total different
culture.
You know, like you said, a lot of those people over there, they just second generation people. I mean, there's been Blacks in the UK from before, you know, for a long time, but it's not the same feeling. And then they have a race relationship. It's just totally different over there. I mean, when I was over there, I didn't really feel.
It wasn't. Basically what you're saying. It wasn't a big thing. Everyone was just everyone, weren't they? Everyone was just it's not, I mean, you're Black and you need to be like that, and we can't hang with you because you're white, and we can't hang with you because you're Asian. Everyone was just.
I mean, like, I've never felt better feeling Black as I was in the UK.
In the UK. Thank you very much.
It was almost like it invited you to be. I mean, it was always a welcoming thing. Here, I think twice. I mean, you know,
bro, yeah.
It's just what it is. But over there, it was more. I'm so
glad that you said this. I'm so glad we have someone to confirm.
Yeah, you know,
confirm all the
it's
things
just a
that
cultural thing, you know, with your pop culture, with the football culture, and everything. I mean, there's always a chance of people just gathering together, and then people invite you, and they want to know where you're from, and then you just sound different. Even though here in the US, I still have my African accent, you know, people kind of feel it. But when I'm in the UK, they're like, "Oh, are you American?" And then everybody want to buy you a drink. I've never had a woman buy me a drink until I got into the UK.
Yeah, let's crack on, mate.
American woman don't buy drinks. You got to spend on that. But in the UK, a woman, there's no shame. They, you know, you sitting there and then, you know, bartender just a drink comes over. Oh no, from the lady over there. You're like, wow, really? So.
Yeah, that's our culture. We're like, yeah, mate, we'll buy you a drink, girls and fee and all that. Like, we just keep it moving. It was
yeah. So
only when I got into boxing, I realized how the segregation in the US is just wild.
No, it's blatant. In the US, it's blatant. I mean, I have literally driven during school break, driven cross country, like from Oklahoma to New York. And then you go through every state, and then you realize the difference. I mean, it's a big country. I mean, there's places you go, and then people just looking at you, man.
Yeah, I know. What state do you live in then, Ahmad?
Oh no, now I'm in Jersey. I'm basically in New York.
Okay, you're around the corner.
Yeah. I'm in Jersey City. It's
so you was
basically
here
New
for a
York.
minute. You was here for about 3 years then in Manchester. You was fully in. Yeah, did you ever come
I was
down
3
to
years
London?
in Manchester.
Did you ever come down to London?
Actually, I was gonna stay.
You should have.
Yeah, I was gonna stay, but
I'm at home now. No, but you've made a home there. Did you ever come to London though?
Actually, a lot of my classmates stay. They all over there. I want to go back and visit a few of them. They all have families and kids. So
chill out. Yeah, just for a holiday, go back to the States. Yeah, I'm glad you said this because I've been losing my voice trying to say, you guys, this is new to me. This is wild. Like we're black here. Don't get it twisted. But we don't look at everything as so divisive as you guys are just mad divisive. Oh, he can't hang with us because they're the Asians and they're the this and you're the that and you don't rock with us, so you're the sellout and you're the Bro,
yeah.
I don't even have all of this here. I'm just
No.
My brain's hurting me.
And as you said, as a matter of fact, I think in England the Asian got it worse than the black, in my opinion.
They did.
You
now,
know,
the
pack, what they call the packies or whatever,
Yeah, all of this, and then the Muslims are now getting it. It's just like everybody had to serve their time in the UK. When the blacks came here, we was condemned, separated, bullied, stoned, ran down, beat up, National Front, skinheads, battered. My uncles used to have to run from school so they wouldn't get run down by the white National Front guys that would beat them up. You know, my mum's little brothers. It was deep. But then
you're gonna have your pockets of extremists, but overall, the place is such a much milder place. I mean, a place where the police doesn't even carry guns. I mean,
don't even have guns in my family. Like, how does this work?
It was a revelation. It was like, wow.
People
they
always
talk to
ask
you
me,
politely, like, would you like? It was just a whole different.
Do you know what it is? I just think it's because when my family come from the States and they come to the UK for a holiday, they always go to us, damn, how does your country get ruled by police that don't have guns? Like, it always blows their mind. And I'm like, I don't know the answer. The closest answer that I could give, and my mum would always say, it's just that we just have a different temperament here.
Yeah, it's just a different,
See, America came from segregation, though.
Go and they shoot pigeons with the,
right.
That's it.
America came from segregation.
Uh-huh.
And everything, even when you fill out just say
consensus
like
form.
everything is segregated and
it is like that.
Right, it's not like you're just American. It's like, are you Native American, or you African American, or you Pacific Islander, or you this, Latino, or it's just so many different.
Yeah, you got a lot of different mixes.
Yes, it's about segregation.
But
yeah,
isn't
here
that
you can just spin it. Here we're not. Here you can tick the box like don't even want to answer it. Like we don't.
But isn't that? Hey y'all, how y'all doing? But isn't that natural? Everywhere you go, people are tribalistic, where they tend to group together because of the familiarity and the comfortability.
But what we're trying to say in the UK, it's not like that as much as it is in the. I mean, we do congregate where there's black areas, obviously, where there's more Caribbean food shops, takeaways, this and that and that. But what I'm saying is, within those black areas, we're still. It's not divisive. It's not like, well, you can't come over here because this is the black side. We have our side, but we have togetherness as well, which I don't see that happens too much in America, as what I've seen. Like, we're cool, still all hanging as different cultures hanging together, but we also know the culture that we're from. But we don't penny it. We don't look like it's not the main focus. Like here, like he said, we're here like, we're whatever. You got a different accent. Wow, you from America? What part of America are you from, lad? XYZ, all right, yeah, come on, drinks and us anyway. What do you want to do? Like, we're just like kind of like happy-go-lucky like that. It's not about, oh, you this and you acting like that, so you're not one of us. And yeah, it's different. And I'm glad for it.
It's same that way. It's the same like that here. I think it's just for whoever. It's the same like that here. It depends on who you hang with.
No, there's spots that's like that there, but not really, not in its entirety. No,
I've
it's not.
lived in Brick all my life. It is like that here. And I live in 8 different states.
Excuse me.
No, it's not. I grew up
You lived in America, Shannon.
Yeah,
You lived in America.
Yeah, I lived in
For how
America
long?
from when I was 12 to 30 years old. Yeah, my aunt.
Where did you live? And where did you live?
I grew up in Staten Island, and that's where I grew up.
Okay, so you in New York,
West Orange.
Shan.
So I've seen it. It's not like that.
Shan, that's New York. That's New York. It's one of the most tribalistic cities in the country and in the world.
But then I do boxing. But then I do boxing. Sorry, go on. Hang on, Terrence, one sec. Then I do boxing, yeah, and then I see that everybody is not together in boxing. Like with the black lot in America, you lot keep coming with this divisive rhetoric all the time. Like it's always very divisive. It was a shock to me. And I've got used to it now. But it's not really acceptable behavior. To be fair, it's not acceptable behavior. Not you, but you guys is that type of behavior doesn't. You guys are the friends that we can't bring to every party because you just fuck it up. Whereas you could bring certain friends to the uptown party, the downtown party, the fucking this left right party, the right wing party, and everybody's cool with them. You guys, you can't bring you guys to every party. You can't bring you guys to everywhere because you fuck shit up.
I know
different type of behavior and mentality. It may sound like it's mean, but it's the facts. Unfortunately.
Hey Shan.
I hate Terrence. Yeah.
What years did you live in New York?
So when I was 12 to when I was 30, I'm 39 now. So let's go back to how many years is that going from 39 to 12? That's 27 years ago.
Look,
so
you said from 12 to 30?
No,
12 to 30.
Let her do it. No. Let her do it. Let her do it.
So that would be 27, 20, have I got it right? 27 years ago would be in
what calendar years?
Let me just figure it out. My math has just gone right out the building. 99, 98, 93.
93. Okay. Yeah. 93. 1993.
Yeah.
Okay. 1993.
I was born in 82. So like, yeah.
The year before that.
You 80 years. Duh. Yeah, you're right.
You were born in 92.
82.
82. Okay, so 1990 let's see what 1992 1992 I was living in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I was sneaking down to the Bronx in order to go to White Castle in the middle of the night when my uncle wasn't I thought my uncle was asleep in order to get some hamburgers. To go to the Bronx to get some hamburgers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I knew what was going on down there at that time.
Yeah.
All right. At that time, there was dead bodies washing up on the Long Island Sound up on Pleasure Beach on the Connecticut side of the Long Island Sound. 20 years later, they said it was a serial killer. What a serial killer! It was a Jamaican mafia. We all knew that.
The Yardies, them. Myron knows the Yardies.
You know, so we saying all this stuff, and it's really not amounting to nothing.
No, but I just wanted people to know, kind of, Terrence, like they always keep me downing on the like, and sometimes I just have to like give them back the facts, and they don't seem to like it. It's just like point blank period. No disrespect, love you all. My family's American as well, but can't take you lot to every party. You can't come everywhere with us. because sometimes there's no type of behavior, and the mind is so tunnel minded. There's no peripheral vision around some of you. I'm not saying all, because I've got obviously people that.
So
are
what's
not
the percentage of this?
What's the percent? It's just the percentage that I've come across definitely since doing boxing, and I would say 90%.
In Staten Island.
No, I'd just say in Staten Island, there wasn't. I didn't notice that there wasn't any segregation when I was there as a kid. I didn't notice. I hang out. My best friend, she was Latina. Like my other friends, they were black. My other friends, they were white. I had ginger hair kid. Like, you know what I mean? We all hung out, and we didn't really notice it like at that time. But what I'm saying is, as time has gone by, and I've jumped back into boxing, and I've seen
there was a lot of segregation.
Yeah, there was. I'm hearing Staten Island was mad racist. But what I'm saying, it
was based on money. It wasn't based on race. It was based on money.
Classism. It was based on class.
It was based on money. When I lived in Bridgeport, there was Puerto Ricans, there was Haitians, and there was Jamaicans. Yeah. All my friends were Puerto Rican, Jamaican, or Haitian.
Yeah.
I had no white friends because there was no white people there. It was basically who could afford to live there. If you could afford to live in Trumbull, if you could afford to live in Fairfield, or Westchester or whatever, that's where you afford to live. If you can go in New York, if you can go out in the outskirts, if you can go in Brooklyn or uptown or whatever, that's where you could afford to live. You could afford to live. That is where that is how it worked.
Yeah,
it had to do with race. It had to do with your pocketbook.
It had to do with your pockets. But when I was growing up in New York, Brooklyn wasn't the place to. Oh, Brooklyn, like. But then, as I started to grow up, Brooklyn became one of the most hot spots, expensive places to rent an apartment. It became gentrified, like parts of the UK, parts of London did. So I saw the change. But all I'm saying is, I just didn't notice that it was. I didn't notice the division in like that then. But I'm just noticing it day by day, especially in the realm of boxing, when I'm dealing with a lot of people from the South as well. So they haven't really heard a UK accent. They really haven't come across a bird that's like me. They really haven't come across a black bitch that's fucking speaks.
You know why?
You know, because it wasn't exposed to you, or sometimes there was the fund didn't permit them to travel. Like most British people, whether we ain't got money or not, most of us have still gone to America. Do you know what I mean? But most Americans ain't come to England. Let's have it right.
Because you know why though?
I don't know.
To the first point, we don't hear. Can I say that to the first point? And this is I don't know how to
Chan was over here dancing to Petra.
Hold up. The thing is, you know, we look. I mean, this is the thing. Blacks in America are probably the most, should I say, monetized in the world. In America, as far as television wise, when we look on TV, y'all grew up watching us. The thing is, we're not exposed to watching you because for whatever reason the UK don't put you guys on the screen.
Exactly.
Why?
They didn't.
Why is that?
No, because it's a market. Come on, guys. It's just a market.
No. Let me finish.
It's a bigger market.
It's the market.
Let me finish though. Let me finish. But we had to carve out. You're still dealing with per capita and ratio. We had to carve our way into this market. We've opened the market, so now the biggest actors from UK need to come here to get work. That's a fact. They come here, but Idris Elba still can't get a job playing James Bond over there. Why is that?
Because this is exactly the point that you're making. So you guys have been there for 400 years since slavery's ended. We've been here. We're very new here. So we're only here. We've only been here. Like I said, you won't find any black people that was born here that are over 70 years old. So in respective to it's you guys, we're brand new here. So we're brand new in a country where it is ruled by blue blood and it's a monarchy. So they've got their own standards of what they call marketable and what they want to push. So for them to push for Britain, it's not going to be people like me that they're going to expose yourselves to me. You understand?
But blacks have been in Britain just as long as we've been here.
No, We've been
And
in
in
Britain.
Europe, blacks have been in Europe.
You can get black people that go back to scholars that were seen here as early as of the 14th and 15th century. I'm talking about when we're talking about during the slavery era, and by the time we came here as not slaves, as just immigrants. You guys were brought and stayed. We wasn't brought here. We wasn't brought to the UK as slaves. We was brought to the islands, and then we immigrated to here as free people, where you guys were brought to America and was never free and had to stay there until slavery ended. And then after slavery ended, you guys have been there for 400 years. What I'm saying, Myron, we are new here. So we're not going to be...
Can I correct the historical fact?
Okay, you can correct me after. Let me finish. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how long or how by 10 years or a decade.
I want to hear how he want to try to attempt to try to.
Yeah, I know. Because Myron always
attempt to do what? No, what is he saying?
Let me finish, because Myron always goes left when, people go right. He goes
I'm
left.
not going left. I'm just trying to add more layer to the conversation.
But it doesn't matter if I'm wrong by 100 years or if I'm wrong by 50 years. What I'm trying to say is...
You're not wrong. Keep going, sister. You're not wrong. Keep going.
Very much, Terrence. In the grand scheme of things, we are brand new here, and we was not deemed as marketable, and we still are not, and we're still fighting, which has become new things to see people like myself, women of myself, of my hue and dark skin complexion, reading the news. It's different here. So that's why you didn't see us. But we were fed you. We were fed you. So we grew up seeing Hollywood blockbusters. Now, do we need you guys to thrive? No, we don't, because we managed to carve out a market. But at the end of the day, if there's a role, if you guys are such the great actors, why are you giving us the parts? You know why you're giving us the parts? Because
we're not giving them up. Y'all taking them for cheaper money.
You're giving us we're not. You're giving us the parts. You're giving us the parts.
That's true.
Let me finish.
Look, what I mean, look, it do
Myron, let me finish.
Go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, I haven't. I'll tell you when I'm done. I'll let you know. It'll be quite clear, and I'll go, I'm done. Myron, you can go next. So what is clear is that the art of the arts here are very regarded highly, and Americans are not from the thespian era where we have trained to be thespians, which is including Shakespeare and stuff like that. So no, when we get booked by the Americans, our rates are higher than yours because we have trained via a thespian route, which is seen as a higher regard than you guys going to Fame, Remember My Name. We all loved it, but it wasn't thespian. Let's have it right. So I'll just have to correct you on that our rates was never cheap, and the arts that we come from are from thespian arts, which is deemed highly around the world, especially to y'all. Anyway, go ahead, Myron. You can go now.
Okay, all the blacks, every black in slavery wasn't a slave.
Every black in slavery wasn't a slave.
No, it was a lot of blacks who actually owned many slaves.
Every black in slavery was not a slave.
Hold up, I don't know who, let me finish what I'm saying, Mr. Terrence. I don't know, but it's historic fact. It's documented in books. You can look it all up. Many blacks in slavery was not slaves. Here's the question. The narrative. Can I finish? No. Actually, if you go in history,
it makes no sense.
It makes no sense because you haven't read it or maybe done the research. But I don't know. Can I finish what I'm saying? Because let me finish what I'm saying. Many blacks owned slaves during slavery.
Hang on, Myron.
Actually, slavery.
Myron, I'm going to let you finish. Let me just interject. I'm going to let you finish. Myron, before you tell people who you think they are, this is why we can't bring all of you guys to the party, because of people like you, I'm afraid.
I'm trying to state the historic facts.
You know why? Because of people like you, we can't bring you everywhere, because you know what? You get us fucked up. We'll bring you to the party and we'll all end up getting beaten up. Before you know who's who,
can I change? I'm trying not to miss my point.
Find out who's on the panel before you tell people who they are, because you're the nigga that gets us fucked up everywhere.
I need to tell him who I'm on the panel. I'm trying to speak. He's interrupting me.
Yeah, but you don't know. What I'm saying is, you're trying to tell him about Black history, but of what you deem as Black history, but you don't know who you're talking to.
I don't care. I'm trying to speak my facts.
Okay, but anyway, you're the nigga that gets us fucked up in parties, so that's why we're not.
No,
invited.
no. He will be the one who cut me off when I'm trying to speak.
You're the type
Many
of
blacks.
that we talk about. Like, that's why we can't bring you to the party.
That's gravy. That's gravy. Many blacks.
At home.
Can I speak again?
Yeah.
Okay, it was many blacks during slavery that weren't actual slaves. Okay, they actually owned slaves. They actually trained slaves that had slave markets. You can go to South Carolina. You can go to Louisiana. You can go to North Carolina. You can go to various different parts where blacks owned slaves. Okay, and we bred them. This is old. This is much history that's just not being shared or talked about. Actually, to be quite honest, more black women own slaves than black men.
Not true.
You can go to it's reservations in Florida named after black women that own slaves. Okay, there's reservations in South Carolina. There are reservations in Louisiana. You can look all this stuff up. The thing is, it's hidden in plain sight.
Indian reservations.
We've been fed.
Indian reservations.
So can I finish? Can I finish? We've been fed one thing, okay, and have not been taught another. To do what? To cause exactly what's happened here: confusion and manipulation.
Is it?
What causes if knowledge, wisdom, and understanding creates unity and peace. If you reverse the polarity, the ignorance, confusion, manipulation creates division and war, and that's what's happening right here. That's what I'm saying. You can see many blacks own slaves. The only way a person, as they taught us in history, oftentimes, this slave paid for and bought their freedom. This slave bought their freedom. This slave paid and worked and bought their freedom. So that's also a misconception of slavery, that slaves did not earn a wage. Slaves was able to work 4 extra hours to earn wages to buy their freedom. That's how they say this slave bought their freedom.
Nigga out of here. This
slave bought their freedom. Look, you can Google all of this. You can Google every last bit of it, people.
Care about Google.
He is Google. Okay, well, you can grab books. You can grab books.
He supersedes Google.
Terrence Bailey, whoever you are, sir, shut the fuck up. I didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect you. I don't even know who you are.
Get this nigga out of here.
Eat a dick, nigga. I don't know who this guy is. I'm speaking. I didn't disrespect him, Shan. Shan, did I disrespect him? I don't know who this clown is.
Get this nigga out of here. Get this motherfucker out of here.
Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck are you, dude?
Get go.
Who the fuck are you?
Bailey,
come on.
Would you like to
suck a dick?
Myron, it's not.
You get me out of here.
Get this motherfucker out of here.
You get me out of here.
Why don't you address?
I'm trying to speak my piece. Tell this clown to shut the fuck up.
But you
talking
everything I'm saying is historical fact. It's on your podcast face.
Hold on a second. Here's what I need. Here's what I need. It's easy. It's very easy to say this and that. And that.
Show your face.
You need to give us dates. You need to
there you go.
Hold on, you need to
let me see the face I'm talking.
Get this nigga out of here.
Myron,
I want you to.
Myron, I'm talking to you now.
Sorry.
Give us
get this ignorant ass nigga out of here.
Give us names.
This ignorant.
Give us
stupid ass motherfucker out of here.
Hang on,
so you want you want to name the plantation of black women who own?
I love you, and I promise I'm gonna get.
Hold up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hang on.
Get this nigga out of here, Shane.
Do you want to name? Do y'all? Hey, okay. Do you want me to come back here with 5 names of 5 black people who own at least more than 200 slaves each?
Parliamentary procedure. Yeah. Okay. This is what we're gonna do.
You want me to do that right now?
Okay, Terrence, and then you can rebut because Myron is.
Shan, can I speak? Let me speak. Who else Terrence is to everybody in the panel? I can in 5 minutes. I could go in this book 5 minutes. Come back and give you 5 names of 5 people. Name a state.
Do that.
Name one state. Now come back with one state, and I bring 8 different
What
states.
state you want him to do? Because I know it doesn't matter.
Tell me a state.
Because I know what's what. Myron doesn't know what's what. I'm not saying what the information that
I do know what's what. I know American history better than you.
No. Of course you do, because you're American and you're black, and so you should.
Okay. So let me come back with. I come back with 5 names right now, and then y'all can look them up.
I know about black history.
Shut the fuck up.
They own some motherfucking slaves. Or you come up with some motherfucking coons. Ain't nobody trying to come up with that motherfucking shit. Get your fucking ass out of here.
You said coons. You talking about black people.
Hear that fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Nobody care about your labels or coons or whatever, champ.
Get out of here, man. Get the fuck out. You come out with some 5 motherfucking coons. I'm trying to hear that fucking shit.
No, I'm trying to tell the actual truth in history that you're not taught, you dumbass motherfucker.
Motherfucking raccoons. I'm trying to hear that fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm a coon for talking about real history.
You will come out with some motherfucking 5 motherfucking
No,
coons.
Stupid. I'm just more smarter than you, you ignorant bastard. This is the truth, though. You ain't been taught, ignorant.
Myron.
Excuse me. I didn't come disrespect. He did.
I know. But Myron, this is why I said to you before I saw the tangent that you was going off, and it was heading to Disrespectville, because that's the tangent.
I didn't come in a tangent of disrespect. He disrespected me.
No,
I came for actual facts.
When I was talking, because it's not actual. So I tried to pull in the reins and say, no. And I tried to pull in the reins, Myron, and say to you, there's people, you don't know everyone that's on the panel. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't got some truth to it here and there, but there's someone on the panel that can actually negate and trump that with, you've just joined in late. We've just had an amazing, epic fucking last hour or 2 hours.
Negate and trump what? Explain.
Of some of the stuff that you deem as facts that they're absolutely not, because this person can absolutely prove that what you said are not fact. So
he can't absolutely prove anything if he can't do it right now.
So before you was heading there, I was trying to rein you in.
You can't prove anything you said right now.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
Right now. That's what I'm saying.
I can prove everything I'm saying. I can prove everything I'm saying.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay, I'll come back and give you 5 exact names. Then you go look them up. Sorry, the truth you don't want to hear it. Give me 1 second. Be right back.
Oh, Ahmed bailed out.
What he don't know is that I'm a history buff.
Man,
I
look.
love history. I was thinking of going.
Look. Even if he came back and said, I can prove this, whatever. Now, you tell me, at what point is either one of these things actually right?
I was trying to rein.
I think he's going to come up with semantics.
I was trying to rein him in, because this is why I always tell people
with semantics, because I
you
know
gotta be
I know
careful
what part
who
he's
you're
talking
speaking
about.
to. When you was telling him, no, that's not a fact, not a fact. It wasn't disrespectful, but he kept telling you, oh, let me speak because this is a fact, and you was trying to say it's not a fact. So when I saw it going down that road, because I know the road, I was trying to tell Myron, hold up. Not every time that you're right, or not every time, because you don't know who's on the panel, and you don't. There's always 6 degrees between separation, and he still decided to do it. So I know what you're saying. Myron's my guy, so I wouldn't want to just throw him off, Terrence, and be like, get the fuck off, unless Myron like totally disrespect me. Do I agree with a lot of things that Myron says? No. As you can see, Myron comes on the panel, and you hear, and he gets on my goddamn nerves, and we're gonna and I have to do the same thing. Like, Myron thinks everything he says is law and order, but it's not. It's law and order according to Myron. So Myron's gonna be back, because Myron you can fully hear me, and yeah, I don't like things like this.
That made my wife come out of the kitchen and like she's washing dishes, come out of the kitchen like,
yeah, wife is like, what the fuck?
What do you get off?
I know, that's why I tried to rein it into Myron. Could be like, Myron, you don't know who you're speaking to. You don't know
I'm turning my camera off and look.
Yeah, turn your camera off and just have your voice, King. No worries. I want Myron to say what he's got to say, and then I want you to rebut and just break it down, basically. And you don't have to maybe if you want to break it down of who you are, cool. Or maybe you just don't. You want to break it down of just what you know. Because
I don't even want to do that. I was trying to do that, but you were being nosy. So I mean, I didn't want to even do that. But
no, but it doesn't matter because it don't really change it don't really change the treatment. Like I have equal respect for everybody until they get on my nerves, and if they just get on my nerves, it doesn't matter if you're the queen of fucking Sheba or down in the pits of hell. Like I'm gonna still call it out. So it doesn't matter. I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that you come through, and I appreciate everything. So it's not gonna change. Like it's cool. Like you are who you are, and that's it. And it's great. And that's why I just tried to tell Myron, just stop, drop, shut him down, open up, shut. Like, you got to stop just a minute because the stuff that you're saying, it's like me trying to rebut a mathematician. And then you don't know that there's a mathematician on the panel and he's just going to be like, no, bitch, your 2 + 2 doesn't make 4 around here. But let him come back and say what he got to say,
That's like what I'm talking to a boxing trainer. I don't sit there and talk to and tell a boxing trainer how, what he should tell a boxer. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, hey, well, if I don't think he can beat that guy, I don't think he can beat that guy. You know what I mean? I don't tell him how I think he should train him. I don't.
We can just give our little bits, but that's not our field of expertise. So we would just say our bits and pieces. But when you've got that's why I tried to rein them in, Terrence, because I knew where it was going. So,
you stay in your lane. It's like
I stay in my lane. I just learned taught me stuff. Lisa, you in the chat. Cool.
I'm a retired Army veteran. If you ain't never fought in a war, you gonna tell me how to fight a war. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's your field of expertise. Who am I? I can give my general opinion of what I would think about it, but I couldn't say that. I couldn't trump what you got to say. That's experienced it. Myron, get your ass back on here. Say your shit because it's gonna get rebutted in one foul swoop. And then that's it. And I warned you, Myron. You always got to come and ruffle fucking feathers. Why can't you ever just not saying you got to be a conformist because no one wants conformists, but Myron, damn, every single time, it's just always this. It's always if we're going left and a couple people are going, diagonal. Myron has to just be like, no, we're all going here. You go there then, but don't try and impose that everybody else has to go your way. And tell everyone, no, that's not it. That's what you do, Myron, and it's mad annoying. You and your other compadre do the same thing. The one that just got ousted does the same thing. If it's not your way, you have to impose it, and that's not how life goes. Facts negate opinions, whether you like it or not, and that's just how it is. And if you've got an opinion to share, you can come on my panel and share your opinion, but you can't impose your opinion on people. Damn. All the time. Go ahead, Tara.
Just so you know, I have a channel.
Oh, do you? Well, why don't you promote it? What is it? Tell me. What is it? Tell me. Because we got to promote these channels. That's why people come in here. I always tell people where they're from, promote your channel. What's your channel?
I haven't done no content in a minute because I've been busy with my nonprofit.
Yeah,
but I have a channel on the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr. Matter of fact, I did a interview with Bomac, where Bomac is guaranteeing a knockout of Errol Spence.
Oh my god! And Bud's my favorite fighter, so that's where I turn into fangirl Shan.
It's on the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr.
I'm looking at it and trying to get it now.
And I did an interview with Nate Parker from Nate Parker from the movie Birth of a Nation.
I didn't see it though, but yeah, I don't think I've never watched Birth of a Nation. No, but I know what you're talking about. I've got your channel up here.
Birth of a Nation and Oh my God, what's that?
On the mic with Terrence Bailey Senior, right? That's
Yep.
you. History, politics, and sports. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Got the. All right. So let me get the link of it and share it on, guys. If you want to tap in, you can subscribe to this. Myron as well. Myron has a channel as well, but I guess you won't be interested in going over there.
Well, you know, I got a channel too, you know.
Yeah, Jed, you've got this is what I'm saying. So what I'm gonna do is equal ops. You're lucky you get equal ops because this is what we've fought this far to be able as a nation to get as a people to get equal ops. So now you know what it likes to feel not inclusive. Jed. You know, I could be like, I'm going to put everyone else's link on the panel, but I'm not going to put yours in. That's the world.
No, I didn't even know you.
No. But I'm just saying that's the world that we've had to grow up in. You know,
I was just giving you shit
so just an example. But I'm going to put yours. I watched yours. I watched you and your wife do some reaction thing the other day for like 15 minutes of my time watching you guys watch some horror film that was so ghastly I had to turn it off. Myron, come back on the panel. The link doesn't light up. So why don't you come and say it? That's the whole point. You just dropped off the panel not to say nothing. Get back on the panel. Say what you got to say.
I got an interview with Ray. I got an interview with Ray Flores. An interview with the
Yes, I am. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad.
It's all right. Go ahead. It's all right, Jed. Go ahead. Terrence, go ahead. Terrence, are you there?
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
I just think maybe something happened, but it's not you. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Jed is Rican. Y Puerto Rican. What's your point?
Yo soy puertorriqueño y dominicano, mujer.
Yeah. You know, you get races from every country. Race, not racist, race. So you can be black Puerto Rican, you can be white Puerto Rican, you can be biracial Puerto Rican, you can be Asian Puerto Rican. But what I'm saying is, it's still your race comes first.
Y'all couldn't hear me?
I'm black, British. I'm not British, black.
But y'all couldn't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, no, we couldn't hear you. You totally came off.
Oh shoot! I was going through
the whole time.
Yeah, I was talking the whole time. I was going to listen to my interviews. I guess you couldn't hear me.
So no, we couldn't hear you. So we couldn't. Go again though.
Right. Well, I guess I can't leave the screen. I got an interview with Ray Flores. Interview with Nate Turner. I got an interview with the governor of Maryland. The lieutenant governor of Maryland. I got an interview with Bo McIntyre. I got an interview with shoot, man, I got so many interviews. I can't remember them all.
I'm just looking. I've been looking, but I'm putting the links of you guys' YouTube channels in link. Hang on, I forgot I didn't put the names of it, so I just put links so it doesn't look like. And then I'm gonna go to Jed's as well. Go ahead. Just ignore me. Keep you and Jed can go next as well because Jed did want to speak, innit, Jed?
And I got an interview with the personal photographer of Suge Knight of Death Row Records. She was his personal secretary, a personal photographer. Simone Green. She was his personal photographer for Death Row Records. I got an interview with her. She gives up a lot of jewels that went on with Death Row Records. And
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Jed now. I'm thinking of doing a second channel. It's gonna just the headache of growing a second channel from Rip, but it's about doing topics like this. You know, like history, politics, current affairs. I really want to do that because I love boxing, but at the end, but boxing's a bit getting on my nerves. Like it doesn't complete me as some of the other topics as well. So I've been thinking about that over the last couple of weeks a lot. I want to do a second channel. But I need to be able to dedicate. That's another thing. But go ahead. Sorry, I just was saying my thoughts out loud.
And if any of you know who Jane Elliott is, Jane Elliott, the anti-racist crusader. She's like almost 90 years old. She's like the racist crusader. Like she'll get a bunch of white people in it, like a bunch of white people in a room, and she will expose their racism.
Oh yeah, that woman, and she's just on your channel. The white lady that tells you about how black people came first. That was the mitochondrial Eve. That lady is a G. We watch her. We watch her here all the time. Like whenever she pops up, because she looks like the epitome of someone that will, the all white family cook you your cookies. Go ahead now, like perfect 2.4 kids. And when she first came on the scene, and she just taught the reals out of it. She did experiments as well, social experiments. She's done.
You saw her on my channel.
I just saw her on your channel just now.
Yeah.
She was just on your channel just now. She came up when I was just searching your channel. There's Electro Judge channel as well. She came up. Yeah, I subbed already, but she is a fucking G, mate.
Yeah.
No,
Jane,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
We I hate to say it, that lady is almost 90 years old, and she is a gem, and we will not have her as long as we have had her. So we have to give her her roses. That lady is a gangster.
And she's been speaking for years, hasn't she, on this matter?
She's been doing that since Martin Luther King has been alive. So we need to give her her roses, and everybody needs to come and galvanize around the lady.
I don't want her to die. I'm upset that she's at the latter end of her life, because by the time I tuned into her, literally, I've probably got maybe I've got like only about 15, 16 years out of her, which I'd have wished I'd have got a lot more, maybe 20 if I extend. But,
well, it's
a shame.
It's not too late. It's not too late. I know her personally. You can do something. You can get my information, and you can send something to me. I can get it to her. We can start a campaign.
Oh, I'm fully involved. Don't have to answer me twice. I'm fully involved.
We can start a Jane LA campaign. This lady is she is a international gem.
She is.
Let's get it popping.
This woman is dope, mate. The woman is dope. The woman's dope. Tell me what you want to do, what you want to like, how I can play a part in it. Holler at me, I'm involved.
Let's get a flower let's get a flower campaign going.
Yeah, because she needs her flowers given to her before she drops out. Where is she based? What state is she based in?
I think she's right now. I think she's in California. I can call her. I will call. Oh, it's too late now.
We not ever get her on this show.
Huh?
As a guest, or is that like? Could we not like? Could it never happen? My mic would be on mute like this. You wouldn't even hear me say nothing. I'd be like this. Mm-hmm.
You know what? She is that accessible. I think we can get her on the show.
Oh my God, I would send you a trillion flowers. Like you need to get your flowers anyway. So I'm totally like mind blown that you even on it. But if we can get her as well, oh my God, if we get this would show a lot of people who are the audience of this channel who want to learn some stuff, hearing it from their own white person and breaking it down, mate, it's amazing. If we could get her on, like, no pressure, but if we could get her on, that would be amazing. I've had some amazing guests on here from the world of boxing that my mind blows. But separate from boxing, this one trumps everyone.
I will call her tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Terrence. No, you're the best. No, you the best. I'll be waiting by the phone like, can we get her? Can we get her? No. I'm gassed. Can't you see my face? I remember her. Yeah, Lisa, the Blue-Eye Theory, and she was on Oprah Winfrey. You got it right there, because that was social experiments. Yeah, go ahead, Jed.
I'd like to say this, and I'm gonna make it official. Myron, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything in my notes and what I know. Myron, I'm gonna assume, maybe I shouldn't, the reason why you haven't come back in the minute you said you were going to
wrong. I know, because it was wrong. He won't come back on. He's sending blood.
I'm going to tell you right now, no amount of Googling is going to come up with or produce anything where Black Americans ever owned slaves in the United States of America. Now, if you're talking about...
In Africa, they did.
In Africa... That's a completely different story.
The ancient Egyptians.
But in the United States, I just looked up 30 states. I wanted to make sure. Not one of the 30 states have ever a Black American, an African American ever owned a slave. Period.
Myron's in the build dizzying. Myron, you was wrong.
The link is down there. The links are down there, so it's more powerful. The links are down there because it's more powerful. You read for yourself than hearing from my mouth.
I will read it. I'm going to be.
Do it. That's why I put the links there so you can copy them and go follow them. So there's no need for me. And then there are books. Then those links lead you to books you can buy as well, so they connect. And that's more powerful than just coming from my mouth and you reading for yourself. And that's our problem. A lot of things are going through just by ear or through the one word to another. Nobody actually do the research for themselves. And that's what we say. The best way to keep a secret from a Black man or Black person is put it in a book, right? So I'll put the links down there so you can go do your own research and get your own books. And also check historical record by multiple sources. So that's why I wanted to put at least 3 to 4 down. I was down there grabbing more, but the links are so long that it just wouldn't have filled up. It was overloading this section. So you put down at least 5 links from 5 different sources, so they won't think, oh, this is one source and all say that. No, you grab 5 different, put it down there, different organizations, some by Black, even white people, and some by white as well. But a lot of them are ran by Black people, talking about Black people, being honest, putting the truth out there, so we can't have this misconception all the time and this victim mentality that I think that's is really deteriorating our work ethic, morals, and value, because we always in our head like, oh, the white man gonna let us do this. Oh, the white man. I hate weak ass Black men to talk like that because we can't overcome anything. So my way of deterring that is arming myself with the knowledge and know that, okay, if they was able to do it back then when it was really hard, there's nothing to hold me back from doing it right now. And I think a lot of us men need to go ahead and break.
I get that. Yeah, I know. I'm with that now. We always want to be woe is me, woe is me. No, I get that, but like, I'll let Terrence speak on what he wants.
Okay,
go ahead, Terrence.
I got a question. How many of these people, according to your research, were men who bought back their families?
Say that again. Sorry, I was too busy in the chat.
How many of these men, or men and women,
that's the common
research, who bought back their families?
Okay, the family members they may have been about 5, 6 out of the 65 to 150 that they had. If you go in the research down there, these people ain't by 152 family members. Okay, that's just that don't sound logical, sir. They both that happened. That was the case with some, but that's very But Mike, that's a small
we're
percentage.
going to have a conversation so I can hear what Myron's saying and what Terrence is saying. So, Myron, when are you finished? So Terrence can then say what he's got to say.
Repeat that again.
Each other.
That will only account to that only amass to about 5% of the slaves these men own.
No. Repeat back to the question I asked you.
I just answered the question. You asked me how many of these men and women bought family members. I'm telling you, if a slave, if you got, at least I could put down that list of 10 people who got 65 to 152 slaves, black owners. I put a list down for Pennsylvania. There's a black slave dwellings in Pennsylvania, black South Carolina, all these. That account, if the people only bought, I said 5 or 6 slaves. Only 5 or 6 family
Myron, let him come in now.
No, you're not answering my question. I said the number that you put down, what is that equate to the number of slaves who actually bought back their family members? And you like fast talking the whole situation.
None.
What is the number?
The equate how many? It was a small amount that actually bought family members.
So what is the number?
Huh? You want me to give you an exact number? I don't have an exact number, sorry.
Okay,
but
so
what I'm saying is, if a slave plantation, let me finish my thought. If a slave plantation has one black owner has 100 slaves.
You let him speak, Myron, or you
he said, I'm trying to finish my point, though. He didn't let me.
You said your point. You said stop. So let him go, then you come back in. Let's keep it fluid. Why are you shaking your head like we have to hear everybody shouting?
I'm letting you go. Go ahead.
Okay, stop.
I'm just being quiet because I don't know.
You said you don't have a number of how many African American families who bought back their actual slave families, who actually bought back their families, but you have a number of how many black slave owners there was. How do you have a number of how many coons there was, but you don't have any number of how many people of how many of strong black families?
Sir, sir. Can I answer your question? Sir, what I said was when you have a various number of many, over 100, it was probably over 100 black slave owners during the time. Okay, when they owned 65 to 152 slaves, it's very unlikely they bought 65 and 100 to 152 family members. That's very unlikely, sir. That doesn't make logical sense. What I said and what I again said was, out of that 65 to 152 that's listed, I thought they bought. It says they bought somewhere around 5% of their total plantation that they own. 5% were only actually family members. So that's probably accounts to that accounts to perhaps about 5 to 10 out of the 65 to 152. That range.
All right. Is this court documents or is this hypothesis?
Yes, they're court documents. That's why I put links down there that could.
All right. And here's another thing. What region and what state is this?
A lot of them. They're from the east all the way to the south.
No. What region and what state is this?
I just said, sir, I'm about to, before you cut me off, I said many of them from the east all the way to the south.
No, you said
from Pennsylvania. I'm not finishing my thought. They go from Pennsylvania. They go from Pennsylvania. It goes to Delaware. It goes to South Carolina, North Carolina, to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Florida. So that goes from east all the way down to the south.
I can't find anything that black people owned any African slaves.
Type in if you can. Type in black slave owners. I'll put the link down there.
Look. You need to put the link in the private chat. You know what, Shan? He just named a whole lot of
Then
regions.
Shan, I will share them to you on WhatsApp.
Hey, look,
All right.
Shan, he just named a big ass region, which is where I'm from, which is where
I know.
I said state though. You asked for state, sir.
No, he just named the region, which is where I'm from, which is where one of the oldest African American families in the entire nation is from, and I know that's bullshit.
What state you from, sir?
Maryland.
Okay.
So I know what you just said. So I know everything you said is bullshit.
Sir, have you heard of the what part of Maryland you live in?
I ain't gonna tell you.
Okay, so, I'm just saying. Okay. Have you heard of?
I just told you from where the oldest.
I can tell you.
I just told you enough, and you didn't even know that much.
I can name you one right now, sir. I can name you one right now. So I can name you one right now. The Proctors.
Okay, how about this?
You heard of that name. You heard of that name, haven't you?
I don't know who they are, so let me just have
yes. That's why he said. That's why his face stopped, his froze, because you know the Proctors. Those were a black slave owning family.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
I killed them. Killed them right there. Killed you. The Proctors. You know the Proctors. We all know the Proctors and the Smiths and the Butlers. Stop it. Stop it.
Bullshit.
And I'm from DC, so you know I know Maryland well. Stop it. Yes, I killed you. Go on, look that up, dummy.
Boy, mad
projected.
Byron.
Don't be that. Don't do that. That's immature. Don't do that.
Boy, mad projected because I don't know what the fuck he talking about. First of all, there was two mass slave producing farms in the United States. Mm-hmm. One of them was in Virginia. One of them was in Eastern Shore of Maryland. Which was in Talbot County. These two places was like, you they call it like puppy mills.
Yeah. Where they breed dogs and they have them all in shit conditions. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. These two places basically breeded Africans.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. He doesn't really say what Myron said, like he was.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's full of shit.
He's full of shit, Myron. Sorry, I just checked.
My apologies for saying dummy.
Wait, everyone can wait because let me acknowledge the super chat. DJ, thank you for dropping that hair for dub on your girl. Be cool and hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button, and now y'all can go back toe to toe. Myron, no name calling, please. Everybody, no name calling. Or try not to.
One place was in Talbot County. One place was in Richmond, Virginia. This is why on Eastern Shore of Maryland, you have all these Baileys, you have all these Gibsons, you have all these Coppers, you have all the Shields, you have all these African American people. They have all these overlapping names. This shit that this motherfucker right here talking about.
Terrence, you're not allowed to say, please.
No, he gets down because I said that. My apologies. My apologies.
You know what? You not just say what you want to say. If you don't want to call each other motherfuckers and whatever, just
my apologies on that.
Just make sure it's even playing ground. You can call names. You can call names on calls. If you don't agree with that, call. Done.
I'm sorry. But see, the thing is, the thing is, see, I know the history here because I live here. I do this research every day. This dude don't know what the hell he's talking about. I live here.
The Proctor, Smith, and the Gap.
Matter of fact, I'm in the process of building an African American Culture Center right now. This dude don't know what the hell he's talking about. He don't live here. He don't know nobody here. He don't know nothing about nothing here. And I'm building a culture center and a museum here right now. And I'm from here. I've been here. My family has been here for 300 years. He don't know a damn thing about what he's talking about.
Okay, sir. How did the Proctors get that street? How did the Proctors get that street named after them down there?
I don't want to hear nothing. I don't hear nothing about what you got to say.
How did the Proctors get that street?
I don't want to hear nothing about what you got to
How
say.
did the Proctors get that street in that area named after them down there in Prince William County?
I don't want to hear nothing about what you got to say. I don't want to hear what you got to say.
No, you're Mexican.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Don't worry,
Nothing you got to say. I want you here.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
link it in the
nothing you got
private
to
chat.
say. I want you here. Nothing. There's nothing you got to say. I want you here.
This is what he's talking about, Terrence.
You don't know a damn thing about another.
Arthur Hawkins is right too. Arthur Hawkins just put he know about the Proctors, and he put a major stat in there.
Is that Procter and Gamble? Procter and Gamble. What's the name of that company? Procter and.
You're talking about.
They leave
That's in Delaware. That's in Delaware. That's
not
in
far
Delaware.
away, exactly.
That's the only one I've heard of from the
that's in the next state. That's in the next state over. That's not even.
And he's right. Mr. Arthur
over.
Hawkins in the comment section is correct. They did marry within their own family too.
Terrence,
that's the next state over. That's not in Maryland. That's the next state
They
over.
believe 6 degrees of separation.
Jed, what is it? This is books.
Terrence, I put a link into the private chat.
Yeah, I've clicked on
He's
it.
basically talking about a very select, and I do mean select few, but he's not inaccurate, but I think it's highly blown out of proportion.
This
I did read about.
Yeah, thank
this
you.
I did read about, but
yeah, it's like
it's an infinitesimal amount, but he's not wrong. I have to say that he's not wrong.
Yeah,
but it seems to be blown way out of proportion, because this is so infinitesimal that it's not in the history books.
You know,
because
okay.
This is probably going to be taught in critical race theory, but if it's not, it needs to be.
It's okay.
Here's the reason. I personally don't care, and I'm not going to entertain it. I personally don't care.
That's fine. Okay. I just thought I'd link it to you just so you.
Okay, one of the reasons they do not.
And I'm pretty sure none of my elders are going to care either.
We've been fed a particular narrative. We've been
once I tell them, I'm pretty sure that
let me say that why we weren't taught about the black slave owners in our own nation, okay? Because it would completely upend and turn around the issue between it's money caused and division. But there's much money caused in division and dividing particular groups and making them look like it was this one group that did all the horror and harm to ourselves. It was black men.
You're on your Kanye West shit, and this is that's what. No. You will be able to finish, but it's called interjection. Sometimes I've not said nothing for a long time.
What are you talking about? But what are you talking about?
But you're on your Kanye West shit, and this is what I don't like when you get
my what?
When you get black
Kanye
people.
West.
Yeah, I'm gonna Kanye West, because he was like slavery's a choice. Like, you're on that. You're coming from that angle, and you're gonna try and diminish like something that was very disgusting that happened to us on a mass scale, comparison with correlating it with something that was very.
We did it to ourselves on a mass scale.
Effective to the rule as well. So I'm
not trying to degrade it. Yeah, but I'm saying we did it to ourselves also on a mass scale.
Can I read an excerpt so he can see? Can I read an excerpt so he can understand the views of this particular black man that he's talking about?
Jed, I promise you can read that, because I'm very interested. Can I just say this and you go straight after me?
I ain't saying no particular black man.
No, I know, but Byron, I'm addressing you. So what we're not
I understand, honey. I'm making sure no words can put in my mouth. That's all. I'm cool, calm.
All right, yeah. But he's just going to read it. Yeah. What we're not going to do is like we've had a great show. We continue to have a great show, and we're showing people what the shit that goes on in boxing, systemic racism, when it needs to be called out. Not everything is the race card. We've already acknowledged that. But what I'm not really going to sit down and do, Myron, is allow you to come on here and diminish the whole black slavery
I'm not diminishing it. I can't do that.
Because you've got exceptions to the rule. Where there's exceptions to the rule, it's called the laws of physics. There's always going to be exceptions to it. It's not there's on a mass scale that there was us enslaving our own selves. We had workers. Ancient Egyptians had slaves and workers that built the pyramids. Yes, but we're not going to use those types of things or a few little people within America that had black slaves or whatever to now make it like slavery wasn't a fucked up thing that was done by.
No, I'm not.
Whites,
that's not what I'm doing, Miss Chan. Miss Chan, Lady Chan, Lady Chan. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But what I am, letting people understand that it was the economy back then, and not just white people was involved in the economy of how the country was built. All the races were, unfortunately. And were we black men the back of it? Hell yes. I don't feel happy of saying that. But it was the economy of how the nation was built, and black people was in on that economy and benefiting and making money off that economy as well. That's all I'm saying.
Again,
unfortunately, it's the unfortunate truth that we don't want to talk.
Decibel percentage versus
read it, Jed, read it. Read it.
The book is based.
Nobody's interrupting.
It's Andrew Durnford, Portrait of a Black Slave Owner. That's the name of the book. The book is based.
That's one book. One book.
Myron,
the book is based upon the life of Andrew Durnford, an African American. He lived from 1800 to the outbreak of the Civil War at the time of his birth. Louisiana belonged to the Spains. 4 years later, the land was given back to France and promptly sold to America. Louisiana prospered as an American slave state. Durnford prospered as a slave owner. Durnford built a large plantation on the west bank of the Mississippi, 35 miles south of New Orleans. As a physician, he treated both blacks and whites. As a philosopher, he read and wrote in French and English, but he was troubled by owning black slaves and wrote, "As to the part of my disposition respecting the class to whom I belong, I hope a day will come that I will be able to do better for them. He who sees the remotest part of a man's heart knows well that I mean well." Then he boarded a ship with the year's sugar production and left for Virginia with Barbara, his personal body servant, to buy slaves at bargain prices. That's the excerpt.
Go ahead, Mai and Terrence, and just keep it. No one talking over.
He's talking about now. He's naming a guy who he named was not even somebody I was aware of, and he's one of the many black slave owners that was in the state of Louisiana, because Louisiana had more than anybody, and they had. If you go deeper into Louisiana history, which is much there, he's going to find 25 separate, separate individual black slave plantations owned by men and owned by women, and couples, married couples, meant black married couples that owned slaves. And they had the biggest ones down there in Louisiana. So he only talked about one insert from one guy. When he chose to go dig deeper into Louisiana history, they had a slew of them. One of the major last names was the DuPonts. The DuPonts had plenty of them. They had up to like 250, if I recall. The DuPont, that's one of the major names because they had one of the bigger ones. So when you go deeper into Louisiana, you're going to run into a whole slew of them, big time. And they want to cover that, so there's no, I guess they want to, the blacks themselves want to cover that history because they don't want no recall from other blacks who are not aware of this, because information didn't travel that fast or around back then as it does now. So they could hide and, lose that information. But it's different today, where it's readily available and it's hidden in plain sight, as they say. But we are been so programmed only one way that we don't even think to look of it the other way. And I want to know the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Respectfully. Thank you, sir.
Great. See? And
No.
I'm listening. You can learn.
Terrence, do you have anything that you want to say? Is he here?
Parrots, yeah, he's still here. Sorry,
Yeah,
I
I'm
had,
here.
I had
Yeah, I'm
Jed
here.
on.
I'm waiting for my what's called
No, Terrence, it's on you. It's on you because I'm gonna do my rebut after you're done because I really got to because I really do think this needs to be brought down to a pure statistical fact, and I don't think personally you're looking at the statistic. What do you think? Are you gonna say? Are you gonna? No, I don't even want to get into it. Terrence, please go because you're entitled to say whatever you got to say. Please.
I'm learning. I don't know it, so boy.
Give me a rebuttal of what's it? What's your name? Elect.
Oh no, I'm not rebuttaling you. I'm rebutting
No. Give me.
No, he's not part of the rebuttal team.
No. Give me a just
actual good content. Go ahead.
Give me a content, a rebuttal of what was said. Of I'm saying a context of what was said. You a Chan of what was said in the last 10 minutes because I had walked away from my phone.
Oh, so Jed you listened to what Jed read out, right?
No, I didn't. I walked away.
Oh, Terrence, do you want to read it again, Jed? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll read it again.
Okay, thank you. Listen to what Jed says, and then you go piggyback off of that.
Yeah, again, this is
one of the books that
one of the books that were written, and it's based on the life of Andrew Dunford, Portrait of a Black Slave Owner. Okay, the book is based upon the life of Andrew Dunford, an African American. He lived from 1800 to the outbreak of the Civil War. At the time of his birth, Louisiana belonged to Spain. 4 years later, the land was given back to France and promptly sold to America. Louisiana prospered as an American slave state. Dunford prospered as a slave owner. Dunford built a large plantation on the west bank of the Mississippi, 35 miles south of New Orleans. As a physician, he treated both blacks and whites. As a philosopher, he read and wrote in French and English, but he was troubled owning black slaves and wrote, "As to the part of my disposition respecting the class to whom I belong, I hope a day will come that I will be able to do better for them. He who sees the remotest parts of a man's heart, knows well that I mean well." Then he boarded a ship with his year's sugar production and left for Virginia with Barbara, his personal body servant, to buy slaves at a bargain price. That's what was read earlier.
Okay.
But this is something that I had known about, but I thought I took no credence to it because my issue is the vast difference in numbers of white slave owners to this is infinitesimal. I do believe it's less than 1%. No, actually, I believe it's less than 0.5%. But
okay, Mister.
I believe I'd have to look it for myself, and I will.
But this is what I'm saying because sorry, Jed.
Okay.
Because let me finish. I haven't even started. This is what I'm saying because when people come and say things like what Myron said, he kind of repackaged it the second time round. You give people this to say. So black people are equally to blame for slavery because it sounds like this is what the man is saying. That's certainly controversial. So, you're going to now get white people that think, oh, well, we didn't do that bad anyway. Look, it wasn't a bad thing then because they did it to themselves.
It's very detrimental.
And these are the things where the mouth is very powerful too. And I knew that you'd give someone credence to say that. So well done, Myron. Well fucking done.
Well done.
And by the way, that is not true. What's your name? By the way, hard times. You don't know what hard times are because that is not fucking true. What I'm saying is there's always an exception to rule. Don't listen to because Myron tries to make it that it was on mass scales that, you know, black people in America, there's certainly no black people in the UK that had any slaves.
Okay,
right?
So
I'm going to let you know that the mass crucifixion and the fuckery of what you see, what's happening with black people today, hails from slavery. So yes. So I'm just going to keep you in the know there. Just because Myron said there's like un poquito people that have did this, don't get it twisted.
That
And don't
can-
think that counts out your lineage out that you didn't do some fuckery because you did.
That would completely change the narrative and be used by the opposition to further segregate.
Just
further segregate.
Yeah, just chat.
How would
You got to know.
You have to
know
pick
why
and
you're
choose.
chatting and why you're saying things. You got to know the reason why you're saying things because you could have phrased that way better than what you did, Myron. You've made it like, oh, it wasn't really.
I couldn't phrase it because y'all started interrupting me as soon as I was getting to my point.
Didn't start interrupting you. It's how you phrased it.
You were interrupting me, and he started interrupting.
You phrased it shit. I can interrupt you. It's my channel. If I really want to, I can interrupt.
Well, I'm saying that's why I couldn't get to it because you caused it.
I interrupted you.
The way you phrased it was bullshit.
I didn't say you. I said her and the guy up top.
Not her. My name's Shan. It's not her. Shan, and you know my name.
Shan, you got emotional. Shan, I'm just here to talk.
No. You do. Yeah. But I'm annoyed. So you know my name. So don't call me her because over here in the black community, we deem that as rude. I don't know if that in America, if you go call her, we'll say call Sophie. Call.
Okay, my apologies.
Don't refer to me as her when you know my name. You don't know his name, so you can say him at top. But you know my name.
Shan, I didn't mean nothing by that, Shan.
I know, so I'm just correcting you. But what I'm saying is, everybody's got to be careful. Sometimes saying stuff, it makes you got to realize why am I saying this info? Where does it get me saying this info? Does this info detract me from the info that people are letting people truly know what's happening? And it's cool. That is a minuscule part of happening. But what was the reasoning of saying it? Because the thing that I find that
to raise awareness.
The reason that you brought it in was just to go left because you always are against the grain.
No.
There was no good to come out of this. You didn't do this with good intent, and you're not going to change my mind.
I didn't. Because you saying I came here to say this with bad intent?
Because I'm used to a pattern with you, and I go by patterns.
What is the bad intent?
You do things to ruffle feathers. That's just your MO.
That's not the ruffle feathers, Shan.
Yeah, you do it all the time because there was no reason to do it.
Shan,
you was having a great conversation when you.
What make you think I came to ruffle feathers and saying that?
Because what was the meaning of it? What was the purpose of saying it?
The purpose of saying it to raise awareness and the truth.
Okay, so the awareness of the
truth. Some people, I'm always. If you've known me for a long time, people know me. I cut it all the way down the middle.
No,
I always in my channel.
You do things. I
don't play sides when I'm talking about the truth. I just say exactly what's there.
I think I cut things. I got people that I don't. Terrence was telling me about Deontay Wilder earlier. I said I don't care on this channel. We don't care about him, so we're not going to go there. So I cut it down the middle. In any way. My mum's bullshit. I'll call it bullshit. I don't come. I ruffle feathers, but I don't come intentionally to ruffle feathers. You do it on purpose, Myron.
I don't do it on purpose. How you gonna say I did it on purpose? You said we're the ones
because there was no reason.
You sort of said we're the ones we can't take you to every party.
No, we can't. Not you. Definitely.
That's what that maybe what created me to come and say, well, how is it that we're so divided in everything, but over there in the UK it seemed like they're divided as well.
No, because I tried to tell you, and then you had our brother Ahmad that even actually came in and backed it, and you still tried to argue with me, telling me about. I was like, no, dude. You was like, no, those numbers is a bit wrong. I was like, whether it's off by a decade or it's off by 5 decades, what I'm saying is, Black Americans are not new to America, and Black Brits are new to Britain, and you still wanted to argue or debate on that fact with me. So this is what you do. You want to debate everything, fam, and it's boring at this point. and it's boring. And
There
then
is
this hasn't been a boring talk. But what it is that I hate to see one-sided facts and the other side of the coin is not presented.
Okay, wait a minute. But see, this is where I have issues, Myron. This is exactly where I have issue. This is you're trying to state the way that you're presenting it. The way that you're presenting it, you're delivering it in a way where you're not putting percentages in. What type of percent do you think there were of black slave owners compared to white slave owners?
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, but sir, you said
I'm not done. Because you get under that, all right? And then what's surprising me, and LadyChann is kind of surprising me about you too. I'm hoping Terrence heard this, but when I read the excerpt, do you not hear the conflict in the man's own writing? He knows what he's doing is wrong, yet he continues to do it. But he knows it's wrong.
Okay. I said because it is the economy.
No one except me, for some reason, is pointing that out.
Because it was the economy. There's a lot of things we do on a freaking YouTube boxing channel. A lot of, videos we make and talk shit about people that's not really good. But we do it, why? Because they think it's going to bring us views and everything. And I'm just using a correlation from that to today, what we do today. Oftentimes we do things we don't like, we know is wrong, but we do it because it may be our job.
But he posted that against his own damn demographic.
No, it's just at this point, this is what I'm just trying to say.
That's their bullshit.
Jed, do you know what?
That's their
Fair
bullshit.
play to you, Jed. Fair play to you, Jed.
That's their
For
bullshit.
actually bringing that, what you've brought up, because everything is about context, and this is what I tried to. Myron didn't deliver it like that. He tried to deliver it like it was, we was to blame for slavery in massive amounts. We did it ourselves.
Like
no, I did not.
He poured it like it was the damn gospel.
I said a long time ago it was off economy and blacks was involved in the economy.
Who cares if it was? It was in such a minuscule amount. Why do we fucking mention it? Who cares?
How do you know it's a minuscule? The only know it's a minuscule amount. Okay, so
educated black people were in the South during the 1800s.
Mr. Elect,
knew that shit was a goddamn lie.
Here's a question to the brother down at the bottom. You said it only counted to you believe less than 1%. So that means you have to tell me how many white slave masters, total slave masters, they were in this country.
We're just saying out of a fucking
there's documentation of that.
How many?
No. I'm interjecting.
I won't know right off the top of my head.
That's okay, sir. So you can't hold me to some percentage, but you can't give me a number.
But here's the thing. This is a more. Okay, Myron. This is a moral.
I'm so done.
This is a moral situation right now. Okay, Myron.
See, Shan, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to talk like that earlier. You say you never interrupt or interject or throw something. Well, people can't hear me if I can't do that. You wonder why it went by.
When I come to your house, I play by your rules. When I say something, that's how it goes. Don't like it, go. If I want to interject, I will.
Introspected. Don't say nothing.
You tell me I can't.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that's why people don't hear the point.
I can't. Because
that's the reason why I can't hear the point.
Terrence, I've been fair. When Terrence interjects, I've told Terrence stop interjecting. When you interject, which you do all the time, I tell you to stop interjecting. When Jed's interjected, I tell Jed to stop interjecting. It's my channel. Half the time I don't even fucking talk. So when the time I talk, you're there telling me when I should interject and when I shouldn't. Who are you?
No, I didn't say you win, but I said if I'm trying to say something, then people can't hear me. And you're breaking the train of thought because you're like.
I didn't hear that you were speaking, so my bad. I didn't hear that you were speaking. I would have just shut up. I've maybe just finishing off what I was saying, and then maybe you interjected. But go ahead.
Excuse me, LadyChann.
Get on my nerves, all of you. Go on. Yeah,
excuse me, LadyChann.
Yeah.
Let me answer for introspected. He doesn't have to say how many black folk were slave owners or whatnot, because we know that the majority of so-called registered slave owners who were black were those who had emancipated themselves and then turned around and bought their family members and emancipated them. That is historical record. That is on the record. So all that bullshit you talking, you can take this shit to the grave with you. Stop that bullshit.
No,
You know
I'm
what
not
saying?
stopping speaking the truth, but
No,
I mean,
you're
much
not.
reading
No, you're
and
not.
research you can do, brother, to have that.
You talking some Candace Owens dumb shit is what you're doing.
Okay.
That's what you're doing. That is exactly what you're doing. Because
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna tell you straight up, from my personal family record, my personal family has spearheaded a lot of that shit that you talking. So a lot of that shit you talking, I got family records that say that shit you talking is dumb shit.
Okay, I don't know what you meant by that. Okay, but hey, you guys all have a great evening.
Yeah, because you've got everyone
you
there.
get a
I
chance-
love you, Myron, but you get on my damn nerves. You do.
Myron,
I do love you, but you do come to ruffle feathers.
No, I
Myron,
came to speak. I came to bring a different perspective and truth to it. I don't come to ruffle feathers. I'm perturbed that people even think that. I am who I am. I don't come to ruffle feathers. I just see things differently, and I might be a little bit more well-read on the situation. And if I bring up a point that, and it causes cognitive dissonance, that's not my fault.
You are not more read on that shit you talking right now. You are not more read.
On the panel, and that was the whole point. What I'm saying, and
Myron,
sometimes
I would
you are
really
read,
love the
sometimes you're
opportunity
not well
to
read,
talk with
mate.
you.
All right, hey guys, hey, I didn't come to ruffle feathers. I come to bring all perspective to it and be honest about the situation. Something that it ruffles those who want to stay on just a half of the truth. But I can't change. I love you all. You have a good night. Lady Chann, I will send those to you and through WhatsApp, various different links for your own research. Then we can have a more rounded and enlightening conversation.
Yeah, Myron, I'd like to when we get a chance, I would actually like to have a discussion and maybe talk.
Yes, sir. Hey, is he in the group chat, Shan?
Yeah. No.
Okay, great, brother. We can connect over that group chat.
I don't.
No, he's not.
I'm not on the group chat. I'm sorry.
He's not on it.
If you want, just hit me up on the back end of my YouTube channel. Just hit me up on the back end.
What's your channel name, bro?
The same name you see right there, Electro Jet.
Electro Jet.
Hey, and my YouTube channel is the same what's on the screen, but it's on the mic. On the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr.
I got you.
And look, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, you definitely wrong tonight, brother. I'm telling you right now, I got receipts, major receipts.
I got plenty too, but it's all good.
No,
it's not really. I'm not here to be in a debate. It's supposed to be a discussion.
Look. Let me tell you. I got 200-year-old receipts.
Cool. Again, this is not a debate.
You made it one, and you're wrong.
No, because
then you're like, I'm out. But
it's no longer a debate because he looked it up, and he's finding right now that it wasn't. I'm not wrong. He admitted. Electro Jet admitted that I wasn't wrong. So
yes, but the point we were trying to make was the way you delivered it was like it was a mass thing, like it was a big mate. Like there's lots of things that we can put exceptions to the rule, but. And say it wasn't enough to have
how many
argument. There isn't a big enough percentage to create that debate to say, well, there was so much people that black people that did self-infliction slavery in America, then that offsets really what other nations did or what other races did. You presented it that way, mate. And what I'm saying is you gave the way you presented it, there was no reason to present it because it was such a minuscule. I haven't finished. It was such a minuscule percentage, and then
you don't know if it's a minuscule percentage because you ain't researched it yet.
But there wasn't. But okay, so was the majority of slave owners in America? Was the majority of slave owners?
No,
black
and I didn't say that in the beginning. But a significant amount. If you got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, into the hundreds of thousands of blacks that were owned by other black people, that's a big amount. If you look at,
No,
if you equate it to, if you equate it to the population numbers back in that day,
Yeah,
and
so
when you
it
talk
was
about put it in
1%.
context, you have to put it in context. It wasn't 300 million black people.
1%.
I mean, 300 million
1%.
people in America back then,
It was
300 years
around
ago.
It was around about 0.5 and 1%. That's where we've whittled it down to. 0.5
Okay.
and 1%.
How many how many people was in America in the year 1800?
I'd have to do my research. 0.5 and 1%.
That's the only way we have to get to the bottom of this. That's the only way to look at it.
No, it wasn't the masses of like how you tried it. We don't care about that side of the story now. Now I'm going to be ignorant. How about that? Don't care about that side of the story.
It wasn't minuscule how you're trying to say it. When you did the research, you would see it.
Because there you
peace out.
Yeah, but see you later.
Peace out. It wasn't minuscule, but when you look it up, he will find. Let your Jay going to see it because I know he's now peak.
Salute,
He's
mate.
minus peak. Y'all be easy though, y'all.
Good luck. You came to ruffle feathers. Round of applause.
No, I came to bring the truth.
I hope you feel
A whole truth.
Nothing but the truth to help you, God. Night, Myron. You got to go to work tomorrow. Fucking annoying. Chief Feather Ruffler. Chief Feather Ruffler. Terrence, yeah. Jed, salute to you though, bro. Because I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm trying to mean. Like, then you give people leeway to say, "Oh, black people did it to themselves." Like in that. So
yeah, that's
we don't have to have any accountability now, then, because that is what I was trying to make sure that wasn't the message. That was
because see when he first said the statement, right? When he first said the statement, and I went looking on Google, my search. This was what my original search consisted of. I said during slavery in the United States, did any Native African American ever own slaves? All right, and that's how I went. And then I went through a whole loop. That's how come I was like very distant with you. You know, when you guys were talking, I was like, I'm over here looking, I'm researching.
Yeah, respect it.
So
I respect it.
So
and you, the one that said, yes, I found it.
You know, when he gave me the link, he gave me a different. He gave the link he gave, right, was a completely different demographic from what I was looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I should have said educated, and I didn't. All right. Now, the population, because I just did a population search. All right.
Yeah.
By the 1800 census, which includes West Florida, there were 19,852 free persons and 24,264 slaves in Lower Louisiana. Okay.
So
that's the information I just got off of just
and
looking
that's
now.
the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, and this included West Florida. All right.
Yeah, West Florida.
You got the slaves outnumbering the free persons. Okay. Now, in those free persons list is where we have to look for those minute few educated Black people that owned slaves.
This is what I'm saying. Is there any way that you can find a general number or a percentage?
I can't. It's going to take me a little time because I don't want to do it during now. But now,
so would you say out of 100% of 100% of what we had as in that, say, just for the state of Louisiana, 100% of the slave owners there, because we don't know how many, but we're just saying the 100% of what was there. What percentage would you have thought were Black American slave owners out of that 100%? Just as I know we have.
I do believe it's less than 1%. I do believe it's less than 1%.
Exactly. And that's why.
But
Myron,
when you say a
Myron,
statement like that, when you say a statement like that, that gives ammunition to the opposition. That gives ammunition to the opposition to be able to dissect that and in a way where Slaves did it to themselves. Oh, slavery was okay, which is how Jim Crow came into effect to begin with. After slavery ended, supposedly, then the blacks had to deal with Jim Crow, and they didn't even have to deal with it for just 10 years. They had to deal with it all the way up until 1960s. And people don't realize how fucking recent that is.
Just the other day.
This is why you got to be careful on how you present information like that.
This is why I said, so what was your motive? Your motive wasn't, I don't care, Myron. Your motive wasn't to come here and offer like something that was massively important because it was such a big percentage of something that was happening. You just came here to ruffle feathers and be annoying. And you actually succeeded. Just so annoying. There was no, and that's why Terrence is pissed off because of who he is and where he's come from. And then you've got this guy that's just come here just to irk people. Go ahead, Terrence. No, Jed, you fucking spot on, mate.
I'm just sorry that
because the conversation was like we was doing such a great history lesson in Black History Month and stuff like this and that. And then, you know, you get someone that just jumps on the panel that's got Myron, you've just got a history of always doing it. Like, you just have to always be combative. Oh, I have to offer the truth. Yeah, I have to do this. Sometimes you could chill back and kick back and fucking fall back and, you know what, be on the panel and listen to people and then get more of a well-rounded opinion. And then you could present your opinion or the fact or whatever you feel that it's a fact and present it in a way that's palatable for everybody and not in a way that it makes people react like, bro, you've just now fucking ruined like the work that we've just done for the last like 6 hours. You know what time it is here? You know it is 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. And I've been here in but it's 5 minutes, 8 o'clock. The sun's out here, everything. And you know, and you just came in one foul swoop and you just always come to do these types of things. And I wouldn't have credence to say that if I didn't know you to that degree and your pattern of it. Last time, the few times you came, you told everybody that they should go and kill themselves and about their dads not raising them and they should all die and all of that. I'm kind of fed up of always like trying to appease and trying to fix the shit that you do, and I'm not willing to do it anymore. So you need to check yourself, G, before you wreck yourself, honestly, because it's just not cool.
Myron, when we talk, it's not, listen, I don't want you thinking that I'm going to be confrontational with you. I just want to talk with you one-on-one in a way where you can understand where I'm coming from. I don't mind. It's not that I didn't hear about this information, but I thought so little of it that it made no
relevancy to really be in this.
It made no relevancy to what is historically a fact.
Thank you. And this is someone. All right, cool. He's Latino. He's not a white American. So really, he can see what it is on our side as well. But he didn't have to, Myron. He didn't have to. He could have took the book of ignorance and just said, "Oh well, see." He just said that there's white people. They don't worry. Everybody don't feel no form of accountability, and it's taken Jed to fucking come and check you and say this shit. Myron, man, you're out of pocket and you need to sort it out. It's mad annoying.
This sort of stuff bothers me, and I'll tell you why. Because being Puerto Rican and Dominican, all right, and looking the way I do, I was never accepted by the blacks. I was never accepted by the Puerto Ricans. I was never accepted by the Dominicans. All right. And I couldn't stand white people. I grew up not a racist. I was a bigot because I couldn't stand white people because I blamed them for all my problems. I grew up out of that and learned how to, bring myself out of that hate. But, to see this go down the way it did, it seemed there was malice behind it. I'm not saying the malice.
This is what I'm saying. Frank, Jed, this is what I'm saying, Myron. This is what it comes across as. Like your MO is to come across and whatever anybody's talking, you've come to disrupt it and it looks like it's malice just so you can fucking do your malice. don't know if you're doing it on behalf of your friend that got kicked out of the group the other day, because he's on the same shit as well, and he does the same bullshit as well. So I know you two are really close. So birds of a feather, they do tend to flock together. So I don't know if you thought, let me come in and do all of this shit. But to be fair, your pattern of behavior, you've always done that. But, you know, there may be a little bit more incentive of why you decided to come on the panel and do that today and talk about you coming here to tell the truth.
Let me make something clear. I don't hate white people no more. I married a white.
No, he was talking about his past, guys.
No, I'm talking about the comment in the chat.
Yeah, let's not all trip out. We've been on shows where content creators said black content creators said they hated white people and they've changed their ways. Let's not fucking now, and you're still there over there. So let's not now try and condemn someone that said they was this and now they're that. Like this, like stop trying to look for little fucking entry spaces to come with your fuckery, because we're really not in it.
All they got to do is go to my channel, because I don't delete any videos. You'll see my growth. Yeah, I leave all my videos up there. You see my growth, because I was once upon a time I was against Colin Kaepernick. Then you'll find out I changed my opinion, and I looked into it, and then I supported Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah,
you know, but I leave my videos up there so you can see a person grow.
And that's appreciative. Do you know what I mean? So let's not all try go on a little holier than thou fucking little throne that you all think you're fucking well on, because you're not. I tell you that. Do you know what I mean? Just so sick of like people. Like I'm just kind of, you know, when you're just kind of sick of the world. To be honest, I'm quite sick of the world. It's like you say something and someone wants you to repeat. Someone wants you to appease them, even though you bring stuff that appeases them and things that are the truth, that are, you know, comforting to all. And sometimes you bring people that is not comforting to some and comforting to others. Like we're not appeasing anyone anymore. Like no one's spewing hate rhetoric. We're just calling things how we're seeing, and we're having an adult conversation. If this rattles you to have an adult conversation, then you shouldn't be here. Then you're not the type of people, you're not the type of subbers that I need on my channel or that I want on my channel. I'm quite cool for people to drop out. You drop out, few more come in. I don't care. But I'm not changing my being to make you comfortable and me to be uncomfortable. When I call bullshit, I do it with my own mother. Who the fuck are yous lot in the grand scheme of things? No one's. Nobody. Do you know what I mean? So people need to really, and I appreciate that you said that you didn't delete shit. And sorry, I'm just doing some admin for this show. You didn't delete shit because you wanted people to see your growth, and that is admirable. I just shouts out to Blue. Blue got the wrong level of communication. We'll do that on another day, whatever. Yeah, I appreciate that. Toby Barlett in the build isn't. Yeah, we are here with. Yeah, we still here, but we're gonna wrap it up. And
I want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
I want to tell you that I had a good time tonight. Despite all, I had a great time tonight with you. It's always lovely hanging out with you, and
I know,
and even the discussion with Myron, it wasn't that bad. It was just disappointing, but the fact that we can sit down and talk about it, that's a good thing, because I think at the end of the day, him and I will talk. He'll probably talk with Terrence. You know how he is, and you two are still, y'all are still y'all, and that's all that matters, But I had a wonderful time tonight. Don't question that at all.
Yeah, I hope that, as myself, I learned a lot on American history, and I thank you guys for teaching me a lot of the American history. And like I said, I thank you so much for coming, Jed. And you always pull up, and you're always a good geezer. Even if you disagree with whatever's going on, we disagree. Like, it's always disagreeable, but with good energy. Like you're always welcome here, and I want you to always know that. Like, you could pull up anytime, any day, anywhere.
I appreciate that, and I have fun here. That's why I come here.
Yeah, I know. People's time, they don't need to spend their time with you. You know, that's an option. So I see that people choosing to spend their time with me is a luxury for me, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate the fucking research that you came in with, and it was like no, and that's what we need, and we need to thank also Electro Jed. We need to thank Terrence Bailey Senior that was in the board dizzying.
You saw I was pulling up the pictures of his family tree and all that shit. I threw that up there the second he started talking about it.
Yeah, you did, and that was amazing. And somehow, some way, I think I'm gonna have to chop up this live. There's so many gems within it, don't you think? And then I could put it as separate episodes and stuff like that, because there's so much gems within this. Like, do you know what I mean? It was amazing for him to even be here and say that he watches the show all the time, and then you would have never thought, you know what I mean? Because I'm not really get along gang. I'm quite opinionated about what I like and what I don't like, and what I don't like, I try to base it with the facts and try to bring the facts of why I don't like something. So, you know, I know there's a lot of my opinions and people that he probably doesn't agree with me, but the sheer fact that there's still respect and he's come over here and, you know, he's a part of the channel, and I'm amazed with it. Like, I'm amazed, and I thank you for coming, and I thank Lisa Bells for being on. Myron, you annoying little toe rag, I thank you for coming on the show. I thank Haplo for coming on the show. Tony's Reviews coming on the show. Who else came on the show? Who else was on the panel? Who was on the panel? I thank King Shelton Moore for coming on the show.
Shelton was here.
Shelton was on the show. Shelton was on the
Jimmy
show.
Here?
I thank Jimmy for being on the show. Yeah, Jimmy was here. I'm
gonna say God bless you.
Thank you.
I want you to be able to close your shit out without me deterring you. But I love you.
You're fine. Thank you. Love you too. Love you for more. See you in a couple of days. I'll be back.
See you guys later.
See you later, Electro Jed. Yeah, thank you for Electro Jed for coming through. Thank you for Retro Blood Boxing for coming through. Toby Barlett coming through. Ronald Finkley, Philly Fly, Shadow Ghost. I told you I did have a discretion on this. It's a sensitive topic, but you know, just because something's sensitive doesn't mean we're not going to touch it. So I appreciate that. Toby Barlett. Who else was in the Gorgura? Can never say your name, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to say big up, Big G. T.Y. DeSantis, Karma Serene, the Queen in the build dizzying. Smells like OTR. You got a bit annoying, but yeah, using the build dizzying. You know, Dragon Leg in the build dizzying. There was a Ahmed, thank you. You was on the panel as well, my G. Thank you for coming through. You was in the build dizzying. The link of the panel was Major Key Boxing. Sorry, I was in the heat of thing, but I did see you come, Major. Arthur Hawkins, Hawk from Maryland. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, there were so many of you. DJ, thank you for all the super chats as well that you'd given me. There was a couple, and everybody that's donated, thank you very much. I don't think I saw Paul Evans today. Shouts out to him. I hope he's okay. Yeah, but there were so many guys. It'd be if look, my thing keeps going like that, scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. My beauty hole, love you too, girl. Love you too. Thank you. You said that earlier. Massively appreciated. Yeah, you know, fuck, you know, you lot don't do my head in, innit? Like, you lot, I don't know what to do with you guys, but hey, sorry if I didn't call your name out. It's no disrespect. It's just that there's so many of you in the building, and you know, still got 25 just in the chat, and we've been going for 5 hours. That's amazing. Thank you for rocking with the old girl. The old girl needs to get some sleep, don't she? I feel well awake. I need to eat. I tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to eat some breakfast. I made some amazing egg fried rice, guys, and I've just been living on it. So that is what I'm going to be. There's only one Dyson Fury. You're a slave to my sound wave. Thank you, G. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. But yeah, yes, I'm going to eat some egg fried rice now. And then, you know, the ones you slump like that. But yeah, shouts out to all the Massive and crew that came through. Shouts out to, you know, Devin Haney. We're going to find there's going to be a route. There's going to be a way. Shout out to all our ancestors that led us to be able to do this, you know, coming from raped, pillaged, and fucking hung from trees, and you got this black Brits from the UK able to do this. Thank you to all my ancestors. There's praises to the Most High Supreme each and every time. And yeah, so you know how it goes. You know what a bitch does. Anyway, I'm gone. Hey girl, it's LadyChann, rep nonetheless. Combox with Shan. I was going to say welcome. No, we going. Gan. LadyChann.
Fight.